boundaries of what we dare to dream. In this video, we're embarking on an unforgettable journey through the rich and riveting realm of British Sci-Fi Radio, where bold narratives, clever twists, and futuristic visions have left listeners enthralled for decades. Imagine a reality where the laws of physics are merely suggestions, where the most mundane of objects holds secrets to cosmic enigmas. Elastic Planet invites you to a world where the ordinary becomes extraordinary, a whimsical tapestry of interconnected stories that challenge your perceptions of logic and possibility. Why is the most trivial object suddenly the key to everything? And how does a single thread tie together a universe so hilariously surreal? Then there's the epic heroism of Dan Dare, pilot of the future. Picture yourself in a world on the brink of destruction, as Earth's greatest pilot takes to the skies to battle cunning alien adversaries and navigate perilous galactic frontiers. Every mission is a fight for humanity's survival, every encounter a test of courage and intellect. Will Dan Dare outsmart his foes? Will humanity's future be saved? Or is it already doomed? But the intrigue doesn't stop there. Beyond This World takes you to the edge of comprehension, where the unknown lurks just out of reach. In this gripping series, every story is a window into an unsettling future or a parallel reality. What happens when our greatest advancements spiral out of control? What do we do when the answers we seek reveal more questions instead? Each episode leaves you wondering, what if this isn't just fiction? And finally, we delve into British science fiction, a treasure trove of thought-provoking tales that explore humanity's deepest fears and greatest hopes. These stories don't just entertain, they challenge you to think, to question, and to imagine a world far beyond our own. What drives our obsession with space exploration? How do we reconcile the human spirit with the cold logic of technology? And what happens when the lines between humanity and machine blur beyond recognition? These aren't just stories. They're gateways to new dimensions, packed with drama, mystery, and the unrelenting pull of curiosity. As you listen, you'll find yourself drawn into worlds where the stakes are high, the adventures are unforgettable, and the twists will leave you breathless. So, turn down the lights, turn up the sound, and let these iconic radio dramas
We present Jules Verne's classic adventure story, Journey to the Center of the Earth, recreated for radio by Steve Walker, with Nicholas Lefrevaux as Professor Lidenbrock and Nathaniel Parker as Axel Lidenbrock. Journey to the Center of the Earth.
That physical energies have frequently acted with great intensity upon all classes of rocks. Wake up, you dum-dum! I, Lidenbrock, am teaching you the true nature of the earth, upon which you will waste your stupid life. And we may next inquire.
My uncle, Professor Lidenbrock, was a professor at the Johanneum in Hamburg. He gave courses in mineralogy, and was more often than not in a bad temper. This was because he was a great man, but no one thought this except himself. He was extremely modern in his views, argued with everyone brave enough to answer him back, and was always fighting duels. 5 days before the Christmas of 1863, I was sitting in the parlour of the professor's little house, number 19, Koningsstrasse, in the old quarter of Hamburg, canoodling with the professor's ward, Grauben, 17, smelling of roses. It was breakfast time when in came Martha, my uncle's housekeeper, and my friend, Heinrich.
It's terrible, terrible. He will be killed this time. I know it.
Heinrich, it is your uncle. He is in the botanical gardens, finding 3 jewels. The first was commencing when I was leaving him.
Axel, stop him. You must. He'll be killed.
Me? But he never listens to me. Oh, come on, you fat fool. At my breakfast. Heinrich, I have the most dreadful all in the wrist, you know. It's quite scientific. Gentlemen, would you mind if my paper on the structure of large mineral masses first cleared the way towards a better understanding of this difficult subject?
My favourite kind of walk was to wander through Hamburg, stopping to buy pastries at all the pastry shops, then arriving late at the Johanneum to fall asleep in one of my uncle's lectures. The idea of walking to the centre of the earth frightened the shicer out of me. But when I told Grauben about it, she said,
But you must go. You'll become a famous scientist if you go. The whole world will applaud you. We will be rich. I will have dresses, a carriage, white horses. Oh, Axel, you must go.
I'm too fat.
If you go, when you return, I will let you do anything you like to me.
Anything?
Anything.
Uncle Liedenbrock will never raise the money. Already he's tried to borrow from everyone he hasn't fought a duel with recently. He's raised only 12 marks from the head waiter at the Café Helen Hermannstrasse. There are many reasons why it's impossible to go to the centre of the earth, but lack of money prevents everything. Knees?
Not today, Axel.
Some of the contorted strata are of a coarse mechanical structure alternating with fine-grained crystalline chloritic slates. Cleavage is generally constant over the whole of any area affected.
Uncle Liedenbrock!
Child, touch it here. I am giving a lecture. Go home this instant and lock yourself in your cupboard.
Uncle, I have met this English lady. Good afternoon, Professor.
I'll not have women in my lectures. Out, out!
She was giving a lecture of her own
Out!
at my women's course in perfect German about her most exciting travels in Patagonia. And I have told her about the journey.
Out!
The journey you are wishing to make to you know where.
You told her? But it is a secret. My enemies
She is very interested in the expedition. She is a very rich English lady. Thinking, I'm afraid.
Madam, I am charmed to meet you. Shall we adjourn to the dinosaur room? That will be all for today, gentlemen. Axel! Please, madam, be careful with my diplodocus. It is very fragile. So is your husband also visiting Hamburg? I would be honored to meet him. He took you to Patagonia.
My husband died horribly in the charge of the Light Brigade. I travelled in Patagonia alone.
Alone? Oh, with no one to protect her from those gauchos?
Professor Liedenbrock, I was once a sweet little woman who stayed home arranging flowers and embroidering trite slogans on cushions, but the Crimean War released me from such an existence. I became independently wealthy and embarked upon a life of travel and adventure. Among other things, I have traversed the Andes, climbed the Alps and Caucasus, searched for the source of the Zambezi, lived with Red Indians in New Mexico, and crossed Arabia on an insolent camel. Now, your ward has told me that you need finance for an expedition under the earth. I am fascinated.
We propose to journey to the center of the globe, madam.
Please, don't call me madam. My name is Rosemary McNabb.
Frau McNabb, destiny has sent you.
Make a list of all the things we need. The calendars of July, I believe, are an essential part of the calculation. We have ample time, but I abhor dawdling.
But...
Eleanora leaves for Reykjavik Monday next. Good day, gentlemen. I must purchase sturdy boots for myself. 6 pairs to do.
Excuse me, please, madam, but there is some misunderstanding here. You surely do not think you are coming with us. Oh, no. You are a woman.
Of course I'm coming. What would the McNabb expedition be without McNabb herself?
The McNabb expedition? Calm yourself, Uncle, please.
She's only joking, Uncle.
If you were a man, I would...
Swords or pistols, Professor?
A woman, God in heaven, sprained ankles and unexplainable mood swings.
And you, young fellow, my lad, are too fat for adventure.
Under all that fat, he is deceptively strong. I am deceptively strong.
He has hands like a raccoon.
A raccoon? Madame, Frau McNabb, as you are having the monies for an expedition, I am not. I therefore reluctantly agree that you should be coming with us.
Good.
But I am insisting that from this moment on you will act like a man in all possible examples of behavior. Also, one essential condition. Upon this I will not budge. It must be the Lidenbrock expedition.
It's only fair, Rose. My uncle is the most brilliant scientist in his field.
Your Diplodocus is the largest I have ever seen, Professor. Ah, very well, old chap. The Lidenbrock expedition.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Oh, God help me. We're really going. The boat journey to Iceland was most unpleasant. I almost died from amalgamia. My uncle also. But Frau McNabb, she was okay. With her boiled eggs and bacon sandwiches. A strapping woman, a large bust. I should have liked her, but I did not like her. I did not desire her. I only desired my little Grauben safe and well in lovely Hamburg. Reykjavik also was not to my liking. Muddy and bleak. It stank of fish guts and was just 2 wooden streets and no cake shops. In the distance, growing out of the sea, was the extinct volcano of Sneffels, with its great peak called Skartaris. I had been in my room, on a plank bed, I ask you, for 2 days, and had ventured outside for the first time in a vain search for cake shops when my uncle and Frau McNabb found me palely loitering and introduced me to our gigantic Icelandic guide.
Yes, this baby donkey is my nephew Axel and Björn. Well done. Imir, Simetra.
Sang back with lobster.
Hans speaks no German, but your uncle and I both speak Icelandic with reasonable fluency. I learned on the boat, don't you know, while you were leaning over your bucket. So if you wish to ask anything of Hans, we will translate. Beautiful specimen, isn't he?
Huh? Hans answers to me. I am the leader. I translate. What was that, Hans?
Hans was just saying that
I do not need a woman to tell me what Hans is saying.
Ask him if these seagulls make this racket all the time. You're giving me a headache. Oh, and cake shop.
khaki,
Soon my headache cleared. The seagulls were gone, and we were mounted on mules with our equipment, picking our way around the ragged, rugged coast towards Mount Sneffels. It was the calends of July.
Axel, where have you been, boy? You can't lag behind when we're on the ground or you'll get lost.
I was just studying the hardy flora and the mineralogical curiosities, most especially the volcanic tufa and other eruptive phenomena.
So, you still think the Earth's core is nothing but lava?
Yeah, and 2 million times, yeah.
I didn't believe your nephew is losing weight, Professor.
You will desist at all times, madam, from making personal remarks. Damn these clouds! If you do not disperse, the guys will not be able to show us the entrance. We'll have to come back next year.
Oh, God.
Frau McNabb spent this cloudy time performing calisthenics. Her swinging limbs gave me new thoughts, while I scratched the surface of the earth with my boot heels, waiting for the sun to escape the clouds. And then the sun was in my eyes, and I could see nothing but light. The sun slipped behind the sharp peak of Skartaris, and in a moment the crater was all yellow highlights, indigo shadows. One long shadow, like a finger, grew and grew, pointing and pointing, then stopped.
It's there! The entrance! Skartaris points the way! On the moon! Follow the moon! Yes, quickly before the finger moves! Look here. Look, Frau McNabb. These marks on a stone. Runic letters. Arne Sagnason. He has signed his name here 400 years ago. He gave this way. Exit! Yes, Uncle. Oh, we're not turned down there, are we? Of course we are. Good. Gosh.
Our longest rope was 400 feet. The chasm was, it turned out, 14 times this. So we looped the rope over a rock and went down 200 feet at a time. It was most unpleasant. They made me go first, because they were cruel.
Please stop kicking your grate onto me.
I do not believe I had ever heard my uncle more cheerful. But I was not cheerful. 200 feet at a time, each rope's length taking half an hour from ledge to ledge. That made 7 hours, plus 14 quarter hours for rest on the ledges. We started at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was 11 before we reached the bottom. I ate a packet of biscuits and fell into a deep sleep. I awoke hours later not knowing where I was. Something was writhing in the darkness at the bottom of the 3,000 feet tube we had descended. Far above, a bright point of light, a star twinkling in heaven. What was writhing?
You fatty speck noodle. Have you ever spent a more peaceful night in our little house in Hamburg? Hey? No carts rumbling past, no hawkers screaming about their wares.
I had a most disturbing nightmare.
Bacon sandwich, Lidenbrock, our last cooked meal.
Yeah, well, thank you, I will. Of course, we'll all be cooked like this bacon soon when the lava gets us.
Excel. I will allow no more such talk. This volcano has not erupted since 1229, and the Earth's core is cool. Cool!
The lava must have forced its way along these tunnels. See how shiny the rock is? Which tunnel do we take, Professor? They're all so enticing.
Look for Zachnasson's mark, madam. I will come with my lamp. Eat your breakfast quickly, you dumbcob.
What have I done to be called a dumbcob?
Yes.
Our expedition was equipped with 2 Ruhmkorff electric lamps. Naked flames, of course, could be fatal underground with so many explosive gases seeping about. The Ruhmkorff's lamp's dull filament caused a sunshine of brightness as its light bounced off the shiny walls of the tunnels.
I have found it! Zachnasson's mark! Hey, it's real! It makes an opposite pack! Come on, will you? Now our real journey begins! Alone!
What? I'll never carry this. 3 steps, never mind in the centre of the earth. It's as big as yours, and I'm half your size. Not nearly so fit. The giant was scratching his groin. I remembered my nightmare, the thing that writhed. What's so funny? Hey, you! Jolly Giant! You can't leave me here! It was 8:17 a.m. on Monday the 29th of June, 1864. The barometer said sea level. The temperature was 6 degrees centigrade. I hurried after the others, catching the end of their light down a smooth gallery. We were heading east-southeast into the bowels of the earth.
Gosh.
What is this infernal gosh?
Oh, Professor, it's so gorgeous down here. The deserts of Arabia do not compare. Nothing compares. These round blisters of glass on the wall.
Quartz! Opaque quartz.
Like the tears of half-forgotten sorrows, gone hard and buried underground.
Women's talk.
I'm sorry if this does not appeal to the aesthetic of the Teutonic male.
This Teutonic male thinks it's magnificent, Colonel McNabb. I can see your reflection 1,000,000 times.
Thank you, Axel. I hope you find it pleasing.
Yes, madam, it is beautiful, magnificent. It is the greatest sight I have ever beheld. This moment, right now, is the finest of my life. But my very next step takes me to a finer moment.
Oh, Professor, I'm sorry. I've been misjudging you. You're as romantic as Schiller, as Goethe.
My uncle was so excited that he forgot to stop. No rest for 10 hours. Hunger and fatigue had made me incapable of reasoning. Dreams flitted from my eyes and ran ahead up a corridor into the dark,
where the diamond-studded walls were waiting to gleam in our approaching lights.
I can't go on. I want rest. I want cakes. Sandwiches.
Oh, poor thing. He's worn out.
Yeah, so, let us rest here. Axel, do not drink so much water. We have only enough for 5 days.
Oh, God, we'll die of thirst.
9. We shall find an underground stream somewhere and replenish our supply. A leak somewhere.
We won't.
Axel, write this down into your notebook. Temperature, 15 degrees. Huh? A rise of only 9 degrees since we set off. Depth, 10,000 feet below sea level.
That's impossible.
It is so. Read your instruments for yourself, boy. Am I right or am I right?
Oh, my eyes are fuzzy, but yes, it does seem. But it should be, should be 81 degrees at this depth.
According to your theory, baby donkeys. Oh. And Axel.
Yes, Uncle.
No matter how tired you become, do not show weakness in front of that woman. You do not wish me to be ashamed of you, do you?
No, Uncle. I will try my best. Do we have any cakes left?
June the 30th. After 2 days in the lava gallery, a gentle sloping walk, down and slowly down, we stepped out into a gigantic cavern full of looping arches of stone. Like the religious architecture of 100 bizarre cathedrals scrunched together, their floors strewn with church, quartz and dull emeralds. We searched for a way out all day, then found Saknussum's mark in a side chapel, and beside it a tunnel like a beaver's hole. We crawled.
We're all in housemaid's knee.
Armigen good. Lutherai.
It's in a world of its own, isn't it?
Aber jetzt das Vergeltungstag.
Thank you.
Urinating while on all fours is most unpleasant. But at last we crawled out of that miserable little tunnel and stood straight again, my poor bleeding knees. The new tunnel was of old red sandstone, streaked with marble, reaching upwards as if each streak hoped to reach the surface and be made into a Greek warrior. It offered us a choice: left fork or right fork. Saknussum's mark was nowhere to be seen.
To the left! Quick march!
Why not to the right, Uncle? Uncle?
Yes, Professor, why not? To the right.
Left! You will go to the left!
My uncle could not be seen to hesitate in front of Frau McNabb, but it was just a guess, I knew, and our water was running dangerously low. Walking in the Tyrol, often I had come across fountains in the village squares. Wasser ist Leben was carved in the wood above the fountains. Water is life. For a while we were distracted from our thirst.
Look! Axel! Trilobites! Everywhere! Trilobites! I, madam, am the world's foremost authority on trilobites.
I'd be more impressed, Professor, if I knew what a trilobite is, or rather was.
An ancient creature who inhabited the Devonian seas in vast numbers. Once, madam, they had the world almost to themselves. Amazing! New trilobite species. Wherever I look. The babe in his cradle is closing his eyes. The blossom embraces the bee. But soon his ancestor arise.
We had taken the wrong fork. Now the path was up. The long marble walls, exhibiting their display of dry dead fossils of saurians and ganoid fishes, gave way to a buried alive blackness, which smelled like an old yard. Coal. It crunched under our steps. Dry coal. Our water almost gone. On the evening of our 5th day, we rested and stared at the coal walls, full of the imprints of ferns. Frau McNabb walked ahead to do her toilet. After a few moments, Hans walked into blackness and followed her.
I'm thirsty. Really thirsty now. I know, my boy. Hold on. We shall find water soon.
Uncle.
Yeah?
You've never married.
Yeah, Axel, neither of you.
Yes, but soon Grauber and I guess you're so much older.
I have never been in love, Axel. Not once. Not ever. I wanted a woman who would be my equal. There is no such thing.
But Frau McNabb,
She is an English woman.
Of course. Entschuldigung. What does that sound like to you, Uncle?
Constipation. She is constipated.
I think they're copulating.
Filthy-minded little spinal.
We were far deeper into the earth than man had ever reached before. I slept with coal all around me, coal never to be shattered by a miner's pick, tasting coal dust on my dry tongue. Tossing in a deep dream where Grauben and my friend Heinrich wandered naked along the quays of our native Hamburg.
Oh, Grauben, how clever you were to forge that runic document and send those woods to that death in the earth's bowels.
Now we can be together forever, darling Heinrich. Wandering naked along the quays of Hamburg.
No, Grauben, you're mine! I shall return!
When I awoke, the others were standing over me, looking grim.
Professor, Siklamitlis Gersobori. Hans looked ahead, Axel. This tunnel is a dead end. We must go back the way we came.
But it's days and days, and we've hardly a drop of water left. We'll die.
Joyce, lad, remember, you are a hamburger.
We walked back, past the same trilobites we had greeted with such excitement days before. But now we were dying. Hans showed no emotion. My uncle swore through his thirst. Frau McNabb was brave. But when she turned to check on me, the straggler, I saw the terror in her eyes. She expected to die.
She not right. Whatever happens to her? See how beautiful it is here. What an inspiration for the poetic soul. In its pain and struggles. Even more than in its tranquility.
Heaven and blither.
I can only think of the beauty of my Grauben. My pretty Grauben. Splashing in her bathwater.
Courage. Excellent boy. Bitter. We must go on or die right here. There's nothing else we can do.
We passed the place where we had chosen the wrong fork and pressed on with all our remaining strength the other way. A breeze breathed through the tunnel. We smelled it for water. Another 10 hours of walking, and my legs failed me. I sat down. I had decided to die.
Poor little cherub. I said, didn't I? He was not up to this.
Here it is! My dear boy, please hold on a little further. Come!
It's no use to leave him. He's had enough. Let him die.
I'm sorry, my boy, for everything. It's all over.
It was the only affection my uncle had ever shown me in all our life together. From the first day I arrived in his house as a little pudgy boy, the first signs of love for me. Then and now I am profoundly moved by this. As darkness crowded in on my eyes, I watched him stroking my hair. I saw Frau McNabb with her hands on his shoulders, her swollen lips and a sad smile. Then the lights went out, and I thought I had died. Only a sound remained. A mocking sound in my ears like newfangled plumbing.
What?
It's water! It's water!
I'll stay with Axel.
They took the room-corp lamps. That's why I was left in the dark. It was an hour before they returned. My uncle stroked my hair while I slept. There was chatter I could not hear. Then I was being carried. Perhaps I was in my coffin on my way to a Hamburg churchyard, and Glauben weeping somewhere behind.
It's in the wall. Axel, an underground stream trapped in a tunnel parallel to this one. Hey, the pickaxe man.
But the force of the water, if it's releasing, it just carries us away to hell.
Axel, wake up. Wake up. There's water. Water.
Wasser ist Leben.
Now there was an abundance of water. We filled our flasks, but we did not need to. The hole in the wall caused a stream to flow down our tunnel. We christened the stream the Hansbach, in honor of our big friend. It followed us on our way, itself seeking out the Earth's center. Down and down and down. Our past sufferings were quickly forgotten. Then I remembered that in all the excitement, Frau McNabb had kissed me. I skipped along, enflamed.
Not if I told you this, but when I was a girl, I once went for a walk around Lake Windermere with Wordsworth, the nature poet. In many ways, Professor, you remind me of him.
I am a scientist. Poets are idiots. The future belongs to science.
Of course, he was very old at the time, but I still expected poetic comments about the sky and hedges and whatnot as we ambled along. Not a sausage. All he did was pick his nose and hammer the indigestion out of his chest. Not a gem past his lips.
Madam, if you are hinting that you expect me to give you a running commentary of the geological highlights of our journey, you will be disappointed.
Your head, Professor. Be careful.
On the afternoon of Friday, July the 10th, I noted down my uncle's calculations. We were 75 miles southwest of Reykjavik and 7 miles underground. Frightening shaft had opened at our feet. So steep. Most unpleasant. But my uncle was delighted. He held Frau McNabb's hands and danced.
What has come over you?
Oh, 1,000 excuse me, madam. But now we shall make real progress. And with no great effort. See how the projections in the rock form a kind of staircase, huh? Alles schon in Ordnung. Off we go. All right.
Come on, let's go.
When Glauben and I were children, Uncle Lidenbach took us to the top of the spire of the St. Petri Kirche in Hamburg. I was most wicked in those days. I stole a bun from my darling girl and ran away with it, down and down the steps and the spire, around and around. I could not stop. There seemed more and more steps, turning, twisting. Without breath, I tripped and ran, stepping on the thick part and the thin part of the steps, suddenly frightened that the devil would be at the bottom with his mouth wide open to eat me. And so, on that other day, down and down we went, the Hansbach following, showering upon us, wetting our way. My calves were numb and sore, my clothes loose because I was losing so much weight. For 4 days we walked down the staircase. Saturday, 18th of July, we arrived downstairs at a huge grotto. I searched my pockets for the stale crumbs of cakes. 213 miles southeast of Sneffels. Depth, 48 miles. Uncle!
Yeah?
48 miles is it not 1/100th of the Earth's radius, no? In 28 days. Therefore, I calculate that if we keep on at this rate, it'll take us 2,000 days, or 5.5 years, to reach the center.
Mein Hund, the buggering blazes with you and your calculations. You forget. Another man has done this. Saknussemm. Now, I, Lidenbrock, shall reach the center of the Earth.
And 5.5 years back again. If the heat at the Earth's core doesn't kill us first. My uncle beat me repeatedly about the head with his manometer. Then, in order not to further damage this valuable instrument, he pulled trilobites from his pockets and bowled them at me. A most unpleasant experience. But suddenly he stopped, looked at my face in what I can only describe as awe, a look I had otherwise only seen upon his face in art galleries, and he stomped away, deeply moved.
Exit. Exit. My boy.
Are you all right?
I've hurt my uncle grievously, but what have I done except to point out scientific truth to a scientist?
It's not science that hurts him. It's your face, Axel.
My face?
The journey has used up your puppy fat. Your pudgy cheeks are all but gone. You've only one chin left. It's quite amazing, really. The two of you look so alike. When I met you in Hamburg, not a bit alike, but now, same face. Your uncle, it must be like staring at his younger self.
I never knew we were at all alike. I never knew.
The Hansbach led us past another one of Arne Sassnussen's signatures into a steeply sloping corridor. We were all quite fit now, making a good pace. By August the 7th, we were 75 miles down and 500 miles from Iceland, with Scottish towns far above our heads. I wished to defecate, so allowed the others to get ahead of me. Then I hurried after, holding my Ruhmkorff lamp in front of me, granite walls flying past.
They can't have got so far ahead. Uncle? Uncle? He's playing games with me. He's punishing me for defying his opinions. But am I not also Lidenbrook? Am I not allowed to think for myself? Uncle!
The Hansbach was not at my feet. I had taken a wrong turn somehow. I was lost and alone. I did not like this.
Well, it's good. No need for panicking. All I have to do is walk back the way I came until I find either the Hansbach or the place where I committed my defecations. So, alles klar. I am safe and cozy and okay. Uncle! Uncle! Help! Oh!
In my panic, I had tripped and fallen down a hole. As I climbed out of it, I saw that my Ruhmkorff lamp was damaged. It flickered and went out. No man has ever known such darkness. I was alone, miles underground, lying in the pit of the abyss.
Wake up, Axel. Wake up. Graben is next door. You are asleep in Hamburg. Who is it? Who is it? The ghost of Arne Sassnussen. That's what? Oh, bitter. I didn't kill your descendant. My uncle did, not me. Not me.
I lost my reason and ran from the devils inside of me and the spirits and the stones. I dashed and fell and bruised myself and ran with blood running down my face and...
Axel?
Darling boy. Axel.
I had smashed myself into a solid wall. Extremely unpleasant, I promise you. Now I awoke in a darkness that would make any child mad all its life long. I could hear voices.
Who is it? Hello?
Who is it? Jump up! Who is this 75 miles around? Hold your breath! Where are you, boy?
I'm lost in the dark.
Where is your lamp?
It's gone out and broken. Where are you?
Morning, sir. I am somewhere else, away from you. Sound is being conducted along the walls of the lamp. Peter, go, la, so that I might calculate the exact distance between you and us with my chronometer.
Yeah, my uncle. La, la, la. La, la, la. La, la, la.
20 seconds, Axel. I'm afraid the sound traveling
Alone in the dark with cackling ghosts!
Excellent! Listen, Charlie, one day when I am dead and gone, you shall be Professor Lidenbrock.
Yes, Uncle. I'm listening.
We are in a huge cavern. Hundreds of tunnels leading down into it. There is every reason to suppose that your tunnel will lead down here also. Right. Roll, stagger, however you can, down. I love it. Albert loves it. Frau McNabb loves it. And loves it. On your way, my boy. On your way.
I dragged myself along. Soon the slope was very steep, and I went feet first, sliding down. The strange acoustic effect which allowed my uncle to talk to me no longer worked. But for moments I heard snatches of chatter.
Oh, it's so long since I was strong, like a woman in my arms.
We have awaited such obscure place will be ours forever.
Darling, I never dared dream of such happiness.
It's a feeling of these animals. I believe in that. To finish the man every day, or I don't I myself. You understand?
Oh, I understand.
It's a bit like Wordsworth, really, or not?
Oh, my exterior is gruff and cold inside. I am warm. I am. Besides, I love the earth. I love Reliving. And you. I from the first moment in the lecture hall, sunlight people floating most of the then you.
Down and down I scrambled, my hands snatching at loose rocks, stroking the walls for a hold. I was sliding away, unable to stop myself. The worst of nightmares, like an evil thought dropping deeper into a black brain. A fall! A fall!
Professor Lidenbrock! Axel, he's coming round!
Excellent, lad.
Careful, dear, your head is bandaged.
Where am I?
You came through caverns measureless to man, shooting down upon us with a shower of stones. Nothing broken, though. You're in a pretty little grotto. Quite safe again.
I can hear...
No. Don't move. Stay there. You've some nasty bumps.
But I can hear... Yes. I must see it.
Come, excellent. Come outside and see.
Impossible. C'est une impossibilité. Incroyable.
May I introduce you, dear boy, to the Lidenbrock Sea. I, Lidenbrock, have discovered it. Who will dispute that I should name it after myself?
Not I, Uncle, not I.
Lidenbrock.
Level water stretched away out of sight. An underground sea. Or an ocean. And here we, jolly explorers like two Columbuses, standing on a beach strewn with strange shells. Holding one to my throbbing ear, I heard the cries of monsters. Above us, a vault, or sky, composed of huge clouds, floating away from us like sailing ships. And everywhere a brightness, caused by an electrical phenomenon. It was a light that shone from no distant source, but broke out from the air itself, a continuous cosmic event. A sunless sea, indeed, but covered with the clean brightness of a saint's halo. My astonishment revived my battered flesh.
No more tunnels. Air. Light. Mushrooms.
Mushrooms. Come and see. Now, baby donkey, aren't you glad you came?
Beside the shore was a vast forest of giant mushrooms, as tall as pine trees.
Magnificent, no?
Splendiferous. Never has a botanist beheld such a feast for the eye.
And for the belly. Taste, huh? I recognize the species. Quite safe.
The best mushroom I've ever tasted. The flavor fills my very soul. Uncle Otto? Do you hear?
Yeah. There's something in the forest, snuffling among the mushrooms.
Not a French shed, is it?
I don't think so.
It's coming. What? Let's go. Hey!
I'll be my feet and see what it is. It's your right
Hans had found a large petrified mushroom lying on the shore, its head 15 feet in diameter. It floated most satisfactorily. By turning it upside down, its stalk became a mast. Its head became a coracle. Meanwhile, a huge pig-like creature had lifted on, twice the size of the biggest elephant, was charging across the shore towards us. We put to sea in a mushroom. We did. We put to sea in a mushroom, leaving the creature pawing the earth and threatening us with its many horns. With a blanket for a sail, the fair breeze caught us and took us across the Lidenbrock Sea, with the creature watching us until we were a speck to it, and it to us. In all this time, every one of us was too astonished to speak a word.
Bonnie lies over the ocean. My Bonnie lies over the sea. My Bonnie lies over the
Please take down my calculation. August 30th. Horizontally, we are 875 miles from our starting point in Iceland. Depth, 88 miles.
This is most unpleasant for me, but I must apologize. Obviously, I was wrong to believe in the concept of a molten core.
Well, science is full of mistakes. Look, what do you make of the compass?
It's pointing straight up. But, this must mean that the magnetic pole is somewhere above us. Up there.
Well said. My best student.
Sky, Professor! It's hard at you!
Of course, like
It's like some kind of sturgeon.
Nine. But it certainly belongs to the family that became extinct. This fish has been extinct in the upper ocean since Jurassic time. Observe, it has no eyes.
Oh, we couldn't eat it, could we?
No, look, yum, yum.
There was a steady northwest wind. Our unusual craft sailed fast and straight. Coast 75 miles to leeward. Nothing on horizon. Weather fine. Hans was an excellent fisherman and cook. We sampled all manner of impossible fish which no man had eaten before. For the first time in our journey, I was content, comfortable. But one thought crept in to disturb me.
Uncle?
Yeah, baby donkey.
Well, we've seen a pig the size of Hamburg Town Hall.
It was a glyptodon, not a pig.
Yeah, so. We are also consuming long-extinct fishes.
We could not be consuming them if they were extinct. Hans, have you another of those little blue ones? Ah, yeah. Good. Thank you.
Now, what I'm saying is, well, if you've seen these creatures, perhaps all the bones in our dinosaur room back at the Johanneum are down here. I mean, walking around inside their flesh and skin, alive.
Yeah. Old giant, old fairies, old Goethe still writing his poetry. Rose, you hear the boy?
Oh, the water looks so inviting. Perfect in its remote, languid beauty. A beauty that has brought no tear to human eye. Oh, ye, who hast thy eyeballs vexed and tired, feast them upon the wide.
You set her going again? Poetry.
We had eaten a great many fishes, and Hans, having gutted them for us, had thrown the guts overboard. This, unfortunately, acted as a bait for other creatures who ascended from the depths of the Lidenbrock Sea. We awoke from a snooze during the endless warm light to see a huge black shape approaching us.
A ship without sails! A ship!
What is it? Run, drive them! Grab them! Harvey! It's like nothing I've ever heard of, like a huge busty shark!
What's on this mushroom is so seaworthy! Oh no, it's coming back!
The creature was heading straight for us, its great mouth open, sucking in the sea. Hans stood with his pickaxe ready in his hand. My uncle fetched the pistols from his pack and we steadied ourselves on the mast.
My uncle wore the sour grin he had for stepping out in a duel, but he had never had such an opponent.
Not yet, Axel. Stay still. It is closer.
Here we go.
But before it reached us, a dozen huge, smiling heads, like the heads of bald, scaly dogs, popped out of the sea between our mushroom boat and the creature.
Creature heads, paddle away or we'll be swamped. We are like a toy boat caught in the middle of the battle of Trafalgar.
We all four paddled with our hands. Most unpleasant because I was sure some other monster was going to bite off the fingers with which I had caressed Grauben's ivory knees. All the time the breeze was blowing us back towards the battle, where the long necks of the plesiosauruses flicked down their snapping heads onto the basking shark creature. It rolled and rolled in the water, strangling its enemy with long tentacles attached to its flippers. A saving breeze collected us and took us away. I was shivering with fright. Frau McNabb pressed my head against her chest. I kept pulling it away to watch the end of the battle. More basking shark creatures were sailing up. Would they be in time to save their kinsman? The air was warm and smelled of a butcher's shop. For miles around, the seawater was pink with the blood of the combatants. Thursday, 20th of August. Wind north-northeast, variable. Temperature high. Speed about 9 knots. All my troubles had returned to me and my mind was coming off its hinges. I felt sure that in the unlikely event I ever returned to the surface of our world, I would end my days in that ivy-covered madhouse on the Lubeck Road. There I would be, beckoning passers-by to the railings to tell them of my journey to the center of the earth. But my uncle and Frau McNabb, our dearest Rose, they sat in the mushroom playing footsie in bare feet. If they loved each other, I said to myself, I will be safe. Always and always.
God, what is it now? I can't stand anything else. I want to go home.
I had expected to sleep with him in another shore.
Doesn't it?
I do not think so. No.
When Hans shook us all by the hands, as if saying goodbye, I knew this was it. I fell to my knees and prayed.
Oh, God, I apologize for all my new thoughts and actions about women and cakes, and the things I've done to myself privately. Today my soul shall flee through rock and be at your side in heaven.
Stop praying. Hold the same. No God. No God.
Oh, God.
The Lidenbrock Sea ended in a waterfall, a huge slide of water spinning and splashing towards the center of the earth. I knew this was the end of us. As I watched my uncle and Rose gripped together in their final embrace, so passionate and so full of Lebensfunke, I dug my nails into the mushroom and remembered my uncle's vision of the future of mankind, a future of which I would not see one more day.
Garden of Eden.
Look, the sea. It is above us.
The sea curved from the pools at our feet until it sparkled far above our heads. It was like being wrapped in a wave of the blue Aegean, a wave which never reached for shore. Flitting shadows crossed this sea that was also the sky, sea monsters swimming upside down. We had fallen into a land of turquoise grottos and golden sand, cliffs full of caves all around us, and at the foot of the caves, huge bones among palm trees.
Look what I found. A human skull?
Yes. There's some more over here. big one.
Uncle, I hate to bring this up at this most exciting scientific moment, but how are we going to return home?
We will find a way. Excellent. Look at the size of the skeleton. A human skeleton. See why? When this personage was alive, he must have stood 12 feet tall.
I admit that's big. Oh, I wonder what could happen is doing right this minute.
Can you imagine what they will say in Germany when I write this? They will never believe. They will burn me at the stake.
Also, if you'll excuse an amateur's observation, all these skulls, they had their heads caved in. I saw something similar in the Burmese jungle.
Yeah, you're right. Ritual killing, perhaps. See how they have all the same hole in the tablet. Fascinating.
I want to go home.
Voor eerst in die elten, namelijk in den komen. Stoor, Veter, Sandor. Hey, kom!
What is it, Rose? What's he found?
Human footprints. Gigantic human footprints.
No, I refuse to believe it. This has all gone too far.
They have dinosaurs and other ancient creatures down here. Why not people? Oh, don't be such a scaredy cat, Axel. Perhaps they'll be friendly.
No interest, you know that, don't you?
Rose and myself had a most pleasant walk along the beach, hopping through the rock pools. We held hands and I had tears in my eyes. I was remembering mein Mutter. Often she had taken me for walks by the sea at Cuxhaven, even when she was very ill. I put my arms around Frau McNabb, Rose, and held her tightly.
Axel, let go. Look! The awesome boat, it's gone! And the professor and her hands!
We could see a long way up the beach, but nothing, and no one was there. No footprints either. But palm leaves were lying here and there. Perhaps the footprints had been rubbed away with one of those.
Professor!
Uncle Otto!
Otto!
Hands! Uncle Otto!
Hands!
And then he came, running fast across the sand from the cliffs. A huge man, 12 feet tall, a prophet's black beard, naked and hairy. I climbed a palm tree, up it like a monkey I was, as far as the coconuts, too scared to find any problems in such an exercise. Along came the giant, holding Rosemary limply in one hand, sniffing at her as he looked about for me. I hadn't sneezed since I arrived in Reykjavik. Why, just then, and the worst possible moment. Now he was under the palm tree, smiling up at me with his broken teeth.
Go away, leave me alone. I'm a geology student.
My mind was all confusion. I felt like a suicide being talked down from a ledge. How kind his face was. How gently he held Rosemary, stroking her abdomen with his little finger. But suddenly, I knew he would. He started shaking. I was in Hamburg, in a cake shop, and had eaten all but one cake. I was just about to bite into it when I awoke with a thumping headache into a reality far less real than my dream. I was flying, weightlessly, in a cave. Frau McNabb was nearby, reaching out to me. She caught my hand, then we rolled together, our legs entwined, most sexily. We flew together, like angels.
Axel! Over here! Axel!
And there was my uncle, weightless, hands holding him by the legs, waving at us in a floating mushroom. Our mushroom boat. A vast grotto, sand fizzing at its many entrances, and floating in there with us, tamely looking our way, were brontosauruses, iguanodons, brachiosaurs, pachyrhinoceros, triceratops, and 100 smaller feathered lizards who clucked like chickens.
Keep with your feet. Come on, flap your arms. Come on, Axel.
I'm flying. Uncle, I'm flying.
Hold down to the top of it, they'll catch you! Hold on to the mushroom tight! Hey, dig in your fingertips!
What is this place?
Excellent, my boy. We have arrived. This cavern is the center of the Earth. I was a fool not to realize before. Obviously, the center of the planet will be weightless. The effect of gravity pulling in all directions causes weightlessness. We've done it. We've arrived at the little hollow seed at the center of the Annecy Pole. Unfortunately, our giant friends use this as a kind of larder.
Fresh dinosaur steaks, eh?
Yeah, well. And they have put us here for the same reason, I suspect.
Professor! Hey!
Yeah, Hans, I see them. Our giant friends has brought along his tribe to see us. See?
The giants released lassos into the weightless grotto. They floated towards us. Their lunch.
In New Guinea, back in 59, I saw an Anglican bishop eaten alive. It's not a death I care to suffer, Otto. Do we still have the pistols?
Yeah, in my pack, strapped to the mushroom stalk there. My God, has there ever been such a brave woman? Rose, I love you. You are my equal in every way.
I love you too, Otto. Now, let's get on with it. They're both poetic and practical.
Angelica, are you seriously saying that after all these fiendish torments we've been through, we're going to shoot ourselves?
This is the greatest triumph we'll ever know, Axel. We have reached our objective, the center of the Earth. After this, what will the rest of our lives be too dull to endure? Alice in ordine. Who wants to go first?
My uncle was mad. He was going to kill me. I screamed to the giants to help me.
Help! Stop talking about it, Axel! Help! Let me get a clear shot in! Help!
I grabbed my uncle's pack and held it before myself as a shield. At the same time, I floated away, past the eyes of dinosaurs resigned to their fate.
Auf Wiedersehen, Axel! Dearest boy! I am going to shoot you now!
No!
I collided with one of those giant chicken dinosaurs at just the right moment. Its vicious peck knocked me out of the line of fire. My uncle's bullet hit his pack and ignited the box of explosives he carried all the way to the Earth's core. The explosion cracked the floating chamber. The air was sucked away, light was shattered like a mirror, and a terrifying rumble was the latest fright to assail us. The sides of the chamber collapsed and lava broke through. It was so hot, we couldn't breathe. I floated with my hands gripping my face. When I looked through my fingers, I saw the others in the mushroom and my uncle's hand raised towards me in a gesture of a man releasing a dove. On a cushion of air, we were forced upwards. The lava insane below us, pushing upwards, searching violently, desperately for the surface. Faster and faster and faster upward. I rolled and rolled, my hair on fire. Upward and upward. The mushroom boat followed me through the bloodstream of our Mother Earth.
I will let you hold my wrist while I put the star onto the tree.
The stones that stole my hope and I must serve you.
Oh, but Esther!
We shall go to ice.
the hillside. You want to be buried alive, huh? Oh, my head. My aching head.
Hey, who are you?
I am Axel Liddenbrock of Hamburg. I came out of a volcano. Where the hell am I?
Hands up. Give me all your money or I will kill you.
You want money?
What is so funny?
I'm alive! I'm alive!
Crazy gringo.
What did we do with the rest of our lives? I don't know. My uncle, Rosemary McNabb, and Hans Bilker, our Icelandic guide, were thrown onto the surface of the earth through the volcano of Stromboli off the coast of Sicily. I, somehow, was spat out of a volcano far away in Mexico, the Sierra Madre Mountains. I didn't like it at all. I was lost for some time, the prisoner of bandits. Oh, I hated the food. It was a year before I returned to Hamburg, sailing up the waters of the Elbe, my face streaming with tears. Home. Home. Thinking me dead, my beloved Grauben had married my friend Heinrich. The shock of seeing me caused her waters to break, and the twins were born prematurely. They have grown into sickly fellows. Frau McNabb and my uncle had what the English call an understanding, but they never married. She continued her adventures and died of fever in Jerusalem in 1869.
Stop me if I've told you this before. But it was the most beautiful experience of my life. A journey to the centre of...
Hans settled in the fatherland. He opened a bar down by the docks and makes a point of always being more drunk than his customers. My uncle was not believed when he spoke of his journey to the centre of the earth. The scientific community laughed at him.
What? He can't expect us to believe that.
The poor man is quite insane.
The interior of the earth is molten. Molten.
Herr Liddenbrock, my name is Jules Verne. I am interested in your story. You know the one.
In the end, he sold his story to a French writer, and though the book was a great success, no one seemed to know it was based on truth. My uncle suffered a number of apoplexies brought on by his bad tempers. Last year, 1874, at the age of 60 and still a vigorous man, he locked himself in the dinosaur room at the Johanneum and shot himself. Count Saknussemm's curse was fulfilled. These days, I am Professor Liddenbrock, a roly-poly bachelor, haunting cake shops. Alles klar.
In Jules Verne's Journey to the Centre of the Earth, recreated for radio by Steve Walker, Axel Liddenbrock was Nathaniel Parker, and Professor Liddenbrock was Nicholas Lefebvre. Rosemary McNabb was Kristen Millwood, and Hans Oliver Senton. Grauben was Deborah Berlin. Count Saknussem, Peter Yaps. The headmaster, Michael Tudor Barnes. Von Klimstein, Joshua Taub. Martha, Eva Stewart. And Heinrich, Steve Walker. Technical presentation was by Roger Dane, Ian Harker, and Rebecca Curtis. Journey to the Centre of the Earth was directed by Owen O'Callaghan.
Afternoon Theatre. Himself, a comedy play for radio by Anthony Gray. A fantasy set in a strange world, inside the human body. This particular body happens to belong to an up-and-coming young business executive, known to the living cells that serve him as himself.
There you are, Super. Calcium estimates to maintain 206 bones, 29 teeth, and 20 finger and toenails in good order for himself during the coming month. All present and correct, sir.
10047. Since you are new here, I should perhaps remind you, it is not appropriate for a cell in the calcium products unit of parathyroid subdivisions to employ military terminology.
Ah. No offence, Super.
Hand me the calcium estimates, please.
Be my cellular guest, Super.
Thank you. It seems I must also remind you that a head of department does not expect to be addressed by an abbreviation of his title.
Oh, sorry, Supervisor, Parathyroid Subdivisions.
I will not tolerate sarcasm in my department 10047. Supervisor will be sufficient in future.
Yes, Supervisor.
Oh, by the way, you might make a note that we may be losing one, if not two teeth in the near future. This will, of course, affect future estimates.
Oh, a couple of himself's molars, Dickie, are they, Super? Heard something from upstairs, have you?
Central Executive has informed me that we're to have an inspection of the two relevant teeth soon. They've been giving some trouble. File a copy of this report you've done in the cabinet over there.
Rightio, Supervisor.
Himself, indeed. Upstairs. Young pups have got no respect these days. My father would turn in his grave if he heard such language in his department.
Report filed correctly, Supervisor. Between cacogastric disorders, types of, and cartilage tissue, recent growth rates.
I'll study your report at my desk. It is vital that we derive maximum advantage from calcium output at this time, in view of the two malfunctioning teeth.
Oh, my God. Get him. We won't use any expression except the royal or pontifical we, will we? Silly old fool. Enough to drive you mad. Steady on, 47. He's not such a bad old buffer. Don't push your luck. Not a bad... You're dead right, he's not a bad old buffer. He's a silly old... Hard nice, I'm sure. 47? For heaven's sake, watch it. Super's looking straight over here. Oh, don't be an old worry guts. I can butter him up. Now, look, watch me appeal to his age and superior experience. Where would you say we are now, sir, please?
I beg your pardon, 47?
Where are we, sir, please, now?
Well, those calcium input gauges on the wall are flickering in a certain repetitive way. The lights in the ceiling are swinging slightly but regularly, and if you look closely, you'll notice that the graph on carbon dioxide levels by your desk is tilting gently back and forth.
Oh.
All that indicates a rhythmic travel to one of my age and experience. So I'd say we're in the 850 to Liverpool Street. Quietly reading our newspaper, I shouldn't be surprised.
Roll on. Quietly reading our newspaper, did you say, Super? I thought we were coming apart at our cellular seams, then. What's himself up to, then?
We are given, as you'll become aware, 47, when you've had as much experience as I've had, to occasional bouts of sneezing. This, however, is no cause for alarm.
Bless you, old chap. Can I say it now? Have you really finished?
Yes, I think so, for a bit, anyway.
Thought you were going to come apart at the seams of those well-cut city pinstripes, huh? Most impressive display of sneezing I've witnessed in years.
Yes, I do tend to get a bit racked.
Oh, you don't look after yourselves, you know, you bachelors. That's your trouble. If you had a wife to take care of you, you wouldn't catch colds like that.
Oh, it's not a cold. It's hay fever. I get it regularly every 2 or 3 years about this time.
Really? But I say, you know, there's no need to look quite so worried about it, old chap. People don't usually die of hay fever. Do they?
No, I suppose not. This may sound strange, but you know, these bouts every few years almost always coincided with some cataclysmic event in my life.
Really? Good or bad?
Oh, both. I had hay fever the day I broke my left elbow, my collarbone, and my right shin bone in the school gym display. And I had it again the day I missed a plane to South America, which crashed on the way there.
Good heavens.
Yes. And the last time I had it, I pulled off a deal on a newly built block of flats in Spain, which made me £100,000 profit in one afternoon.
Incredible.
Yeah. But the block collapsed into a pile of rubble before midnight the same day and lost me twice as much. Watch out, I think I'm going to... Ye gods. There we go again. Hay fever, you say, Super? I'd believe you if you said we'd gone raving mad. You think our head's still in place? You're pushing it too far, 47. Hello? What have we here? Red cellular figures bearing gifts?
Go and sign for that consignment of oxygen 47 and count to make sure they only take away the same number of calcium drums.
Your word is my command, O parathyroid supervisor.
Just put your signature on this clipboard, young fella, me lad, for another growth of oxygen capsules.
Right, Colonel. And how are the heroes of the Red Corps today?
Yeah, not so much of your cheek, young man. Red Corpuscular Delivery and Transportation Service personnel to you. We may do a menial job, but the Union doesn't allow us to be insulted. And don't you forget that.
Oh, flipping heck. Another old fool standing on his dignity. I hope he trips over it at the next corner.
What was that, 47?
Nothing.
Here, what was that, 47?
Well, is that all you can do, you dim string of cellular material? Sit there with your mouth open asking, what's that, 47?
No, but what was it?
Well, in addition to the hay fever, mate, it seems likely we're becoming afflicted with what himself would term hiccups. Watch these walls for hints of further horrendous convulsions. He must have been on the binge last night, I should think.
13, do the hourly gauge readings for me, please.
Certainly, Supervisor. Gauges 1 to 10, all steady on their norms at 9 a.m. Check, Supervisor. No trouble.
Thank you, 13.
The ancient futility rights of the parathyroid subdivisions. I'll die of boredom, I know it. Nothing ever happens in this wretched department.
Now, what could that be?
It's more lads of the White Corps sailing up the canal outside in their amphibious assault craft, actually. Off to the front to fight the foreign foe. Lucky devils. At least they see some action.
Really, 47? Where exactly are they off to, these lads of the White Corps, who should more correctly be called the White Corps?
Well, there's been a bit of trouble up on Nape of Neck. It's been on a few days. Small invasion of foreign bods. Getting under our skin a bit. A little local conflict, you know. Himself, I believe, calls it a boil, or some such quaint term.
Do tell us more, 47.
Well, we lost a few cells. It's mostly cleared up now, though. Now, these boyos will just be mopping up. Their CO's in a bit of a flap, apparently. Just when he wanted lots of fresh air to help him seal off the area, himself goes and bangs something called a plaster on it. Upstairs, they're trying to get it torn off.
How interesting, 47.
Yeah, well, you know what upstairs are. We can only advise and recommend.
LC 10047. Since it's physically impossible for you to leave this department or its adjoining dormitory, I must ask you to tell me how you came by this classified information which has not been imparted to me, your head of department. I'm waiting for your explanation.
Yes, well, it's like this. See, I may as well be honest. I've got a pal in one of the departments upstairs.
And the only way to contact him is by a most serious breach of our strictest security regulations. You use a communications network illegally.
Well, yeah.
Conduct of this kind by an ordinary cell like you is unheard of in the history of the entire establishment.
Yeah, well, we only have chats on the old sensory or voluntary motor systems when they're absolutely quiet. There's no other traffic, Super. There's no danger on it.
I need hardly remind you of the seriousness of your offence. Who is your pal?
BC 1474729.
BC, A brain cell, no less. Not a common or garden living cell, not an LC like yourself.
I know it was wrong, Sugar, but think. My contact might be useful to you sometime. Short-circuit some of the red tape clogging normal channels might help the department.
I should think over my course of action, 47.
I mean, Super, we don't get much idea of what's really going on from here in parathyroids, do we? Now, for himself, to understand what we feel like, he'd have to be trapped in a submarine on the seabed without any communications to the surface, wouldn't he?
I'm not fond of that analogy, 47, and I don't think it's entirely accurate.
No, on second thoughts, I don't think I am. At least himself would have a chance to escape from his submarine. There's no escape for us from here, is there? Except feet first.
I won't tolerate that kind of defeatist nihilist talk in my department. And anyway, on a point of fact, recent progress in medical science has made transplants possible.
Transplants, Supervisor? What's them?
A relocation of departments or even entire divisions with their attendant personnel in entirely new establishments. But enough of this time wasting. Let's all get on with some work.
Hear that, 47? Transplants. They sound fantastic.
Yeah. sounds blunt. The opiate of the cellular masses, if you ask me. Now, you take my word for it. There'll be no life hereafter for the likes of you and me. Feet first we'll leave here, down the usual distasteful disposal shafts.
No harm in hoping, 47.
Oh, face facts, 1-3. Until you shuffle off this cellular coil, this dingy office workshop is your lot, mate.
You know, 47, I'm getting bad vibrations from you today. You're in a funny mood. Talking about submarine disasters and being generally pessimistic. I'm getting a funny feeling in my saliciferous corns that something nasty's in store for us today.
Nothing ever happens here, 1-3, you dicko. It's totally boring. Now listen to those pipes humming their deadly routine hum. The old plumbing's doing its usual dependable job. All systems go. Oh, that's an expression I picked up, by the way, from my pal upstairs. He got it from one of himself's American friends.
47?
Oh.
You are deliberately neglecting your work.
Oh, no, I'm not really, Super. See, all I've got to do is absolutely dull and routine. Now, rather than spread the tedium thinly over the day, I prefer to pack it all off in half an hour later on.
There are limits to what I will tolerate from my subordinates in this department 10047. You are very close to those limits now.
But look, Super, now what I mean is the work here isn't very exciting, is it? Now, I'm a bright young living cell, but my biggest job in the month is a calcium estimate. It's pretty damn dreary stuff, isn't it?
Your work is important, if unspectacular.
Yes, but just imagine now, if I was somewhere like adrenals, concerned only with excitement and danger, or waiting to shovel the old adrenaline out into the network. Oh, you lash it out and the pipelines constrict, the old gauges quiver upwards. The whole works throb at a faster level. Bang, 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 going for liftoff.
Perhaps one thing you've forgotten here is the department's superior situation. We enjoy a high frontal position in area neck. Adrenals division, on the other hand, are in a low position at the rear, in the lumbar region to be precise, immediately adjoining the decontamination and filter plants at area kidney.
Placing where you live above what you actually do is a bourgeois middle-aged attitude, if I may say so, with respect, Supervisor.
Yeah, but Supervisor's surely got a point, 47.
Well, for my cellular money at least, the overhead noises here make these highly desirable premises much less desirable. No cell in his right mind would want to live near a busy air duct.
Oh, well, that lets you out nicely, 47, because you're clearly not in your right mind.
Now, you watch it, 1-3, or I'll punch you up your flabby, saliciferous throat. You know, if I was in my right mind, I'd be upstairs. More fitting for my intellectual qualities up there.
Ah, first Adrenals Division, now Central Executive. It seems you'd rather be anywhere than here, 47.
Oh, boy. Upstairs would be great. Power, influence, respect from yobbos in the minor departments. The grey, computerized corridors of power. Cranium House, the White Hall of our cellular world. Hello, hello. What's happening to the old plumbing then?
Look, the lights are all burning brighter. Yeah, the gauges are going now. If they go on like this, they'll go to the red danger zone.
We can assume that nothing in the nature of a crisis is occurring as long as that red emergency sign remains unlit and the action station sign remains silent. Be quiet and wait.
Talk of the devil. That was clearly the boyos and adrenals division getting the action moving. I wonder what it could have been. Didn't last long. Perhaps some nutty cell fired off a dose into the network by mistake.
That's hardly likely, 47. Mistakes are not common in any department.
Yeah, well, I'll have to check with my pal upstairs. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if we might hear something later on.
It's time to return to our duties. This department wouldn't be informed in the normal way of such a minor adjustment to our metabolism. It would be interesting, of course, to know exactly what happened.
Hey! Don't just sit there like a duck in a cellular thunderstorm, 1-3. This could be the bit of excitement we've been hoping for.
My premonition's stronger than ever now. Something horrible's going to happen today.
Oh, great. Well, anything to break the monotony. I think I'll get onto my pal upstairs, just to see if he knows anything. Is the old fool watching?
No. He's gone behind the hormone intake filing cabinet.
Oh. Well, right. I'll dial my mate BC 1474729 on the voluntary motor circuit.
I consignments go, today's has been good, I think, Chief Engineer.
Aye, sir, it has, right enough. Bacon, eggs, coffee. They're all continuing to arrive steadily down the chute, sir.
Whoops. Got a cross line there, 1-3. Bit dodgy. Have to wait till later. Sniffy brain, sir, upstairs, talking of fuel refinery and processing division by the sound of it. You know, the old sploosh, plop, splash lot.
Sorry, sir, I didn't catch that for the crackling.
Oh, that's funny, Chief. We haven't sent down any crackling today.
I meant on the line, sir.
Haha, Chief, I know. Just my little joke. I think we got crossed with another call.
I see, sir. Very amusing, sir.
Anyway, Chief, all of us up here in Central Executive are interested to know your reaction to today's first fuel and raw materials delivery.
Aye, fine, sir. Just fine. In itself.
We had more time than usual to think of you today.
Well, it's certainly a pleasure, sir, to see bacon, eggs, butter and coffee in the first consignment again. It's a wee while since I've been as fortunate as that.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
We've become accustomed to less, sir. Much less. And even to no morning delivery at all most of the time.
I sense a note of polite grievance in your voice, Chief, do I not?
Aye, well, sir, with all due respect, the recent consignments have been erratic.
Well, Chief, you know how it is. We're a frantically busy up-and-coming bachelor business executive. We do things in a hurry, work late, sleep little.
Aye, well, that is maybe, sir. But with due respect, with all due respect, sir, it's not going to be good enough.
What exactly do you mean?
You know, sir, as well as I, that it's not only the morning delivery that's been a bit haphazard. 2 large measures of whiskey and a small quantity of bread and butter and ham at midday, hurriedly consigned, doesn't make the most of the processing equipment at our disposal.
The problem, as you must know, Chief, is simply that we don't have the time.
Now, to put it bluntly, sir, the processing equipment's underemployed for most of the day.
But, Chief, it's often made up for later. Good, rich stuff, too. Your truffles, your caviar, your good wines. You can't complain at that, surely.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, sir, but I can. It's the wrong time late evening. And again, with due respect, it doesn't help us with richness ratios. And another thing, I have to keep the lads up on overtime instead of giving them steady shifts.
But surely, Chief, during the day you've got pooled glucose reserves at the liver pool to call on, haven't you? That's what the pool's for.
Aye, sir. Aye, we've been calling on them frequently, and they're practically out of reserves. We're already converting fat stock from all other points, and that, as you must know, means an overall weight loss.
Surely it's not that bad, Chief.
Aye, sir, it is, I'm afraid. And my people dealing with alcohol don't get enough time off. Also, you know, it's not good for the pipes, all that whiskey.
I can see your point, Chief Engineer, of course. But the decisions are made up here, remember that. I hope you're not forgetting your station.
I hardly think I could do that, sir.
Quite so, Chief. Quite so.
Well, what we'd like to see down here, sir, with great respect, is regular balanced deliveries 3 times daily. It's in our best interest. Otherwise, there might be trouble in the duodenum section of a pipeline.
Okay, Chiefy, I'll do what I can. But you know the position up here. All real decisions originate from the inner sanctum of ego, and that's a mysterious law unto itself. We brain cells can only
advise and recommend. Aye, sir, thank you. I must get on now. There's plenty to do down here.
Giving you a hard time today, Chief, are they?
Aye, snooty, toffee-nosed, chinless wonders. Always throwing their officers and gentlemen's weight about, but try to get a decision out of them.
No joy, then, on more regular consignments, Chief?
No. The usual. We can only advise and recommend rubbish. For all the supposed intelligence and polished manners, they haven't a clue what or who really runs the show.
Frightening, really, isn't it, Chief? We all do these jobs every day, yet nobody really knows why, or for whom in the end, whether there's any point to our cellular lives.
Aye. But you can bet your cellular boots that idiot I've just spoken to is sitting there beside his quietly humming computer now, writing an advise and recommend memo, and not having a clue where he's sending it.
Chiefy is carping again about regularity of supplies. I suppose I'd better have a go at it. Chuck the advise and recommend memo pad over. There's a good chap.
Awful bore for you, old man. Then that's the lot of us brain cells here in Central Executive. Those in authority must do their duty, I always say.
If only we knew where these damned memos actually go to. Where, who, or what is our mysterious ego?
Oh, don't start philosophizing at this time of the morning, old man. It's far too early.
You have it. Another memo to ego inscribed in deathless cellular prose. Down the chute with you. Off you go, little memo, into the maze of grey computerized corridors never to be seen again. To where ego resides, place of eternal mystery. I suspect even himself doesn't know. Nobody knows where ego resides in anybody.
Steady on, old man.
Cut open the entire establishment and you'll probably not find the vital center of our bureaucratic machine. At least that's what I've heard some of my egghead colleagues say. Baffling, really. Worries me, you know. Can't probably find your nucleus equally elusive.
Oh, do desist, old man. You're beginning to give me the collywobbles today, you know.
Mysterious, ubiquitous, omnipresent, evanescent ego, where are you?
Look, old man, you're really giving me the creeps. You don't pack it in, I have to punch you smartly on the aminonucleic acid bag.
Charming. Fine manners for a senior brain cell to display to a colleague of equal rank.
I think we shall get our minds back to our work. Oh, and by the way, while I think of it, that new young cell in the department, what's his name?
BC 1474729.
Yes, that's him. Have you noticed how much time he seems to spend on the phone to those below stairs? You might check sometime what he's doing. Look, he's gossiping on it again now.
Yes, all right, old chap. I'll check on that sometime. But right now, I've got to do a report on the thalamus control computer. It's going on the blink.
Thanks, matey. Keep your snooty bosses on their toes up there. Yeah, bye for now.
Well, 1-3. What news do you think I bring to the parathyroid subdivisions from on high? I can't begin to wonder, 47. Please bring light to our darkness. Well, it'll surprise you. It was Adrenals Division firing off earlier on. Oh, okay. Come on, out with it. What was it? New secretary. What do you mean? What was it? Oh, what did you say it was? New secretary. What we were treated to, or should I say shaken out of our wits by, was himself's reaction to the first sight of his new secretary. She'd just come into the office. She's a temporary. The straight-laced old dear who normally does for him is ill. Oh, what's she like then, this new one? Well, according to information received from the observation outlets in the mighty Twin Optics Unit, LCs are really stacked, lads, really stacked. Oh, go on, 47. Was that really what it was? Yeah, sure. She's a regular dish of the most appetising variety, I'm told, lads. Blonde, tall, leggy, hippie, you name it, she's got it. And all beautifully cooked. From what we noticed here, I should think it was a case of lust at first sight. Now, watch it, 1-3. 47 does the funnies in this department. Now, shut up and show off all of you. I want to think about herself. Who? Oh, crikey, you're so dim. Herself, the new secretary. Oh, that's what you call her, is it? Now, just imagine. A gently undulating, soft, fragrant, warm assemblage of feminine LC. Oh, shut up, 47. You're making me hot under my cellular collar. I wouldn't at all mind getting involved with something in that direction myself. Of course, to do that, I'd have to change direction in looking for a new job, wouldn't I?
I'm not quite with you, 47.
Oh, super. It's yourself. Well, oh yes, you know, I was talking about a job upstairs in Cranium House earlier. I was just thinking that now, if instead I wanted to mix it a bit with a few female LCs, I'd have to go down instead of up.
Down where, exactly?
Oh, to the old glamour department, of course.
If, 47, you're referring to the specialist propagation units, I would be glad if you'd refer to them by that name. Your immoderate nomenclature is not becoming. Now, the rest of you, back to your desks at once. 1-3, give me the midday gauge readings.
Right, Supervisor. Gauges 1 to 10, normal at 12 midday readings, Supervisor. No trouble.
Thank you, 1-3. I'm pleased with your work. You're a good example to some other cells.
Oh, duffer. You'll never understand what goes on outside these 4 parathyroid walls. He's not even curious, really. Not like you, 47. You're a very curious cell. I'll ignore your pathetic attempts at humour, 1-3.
but I'd give a lot to know what's going on outside there in himself's office. I wonder if he's dictating to her.
Just sign it yours sincerely and do 2 copies. You got that all right?
Yes, sir.
Well, that you'll no doubt be glad to hear is the last letter until after lunch.
It's certainly been a busy first morning, but I've enjoyed it. I find I'm happier with a lot to do. I don't like sitting around painting my fingernails.
Well, in that case, I think we can make you very happy indeed while you're here. My regular secretary has been away 4 days and things have rather piled up.
Would you like me to work on through my lunch hour to get this batch done before this afternoon?
Would you? That's awfully kind. I tell you what, I'll send one of the juniors out for some sandwiches for you. Oh, please excuse me.
Shall I ask the junior to get something for your cold?
No, really, thank you. It's all right. It's only hay fever. It'll pass. I wonder if I dare ask you if you have anything arranged for this evening.
No, I haven't, as a matter of fact.
Well, I was wondering if you'd be willing to stay late. I've got these 2 enormous reports that should really be done tonight, as well as this pile of letters.
Oh, I'll gladly stay on.
I say you're really most kind. Might I afterwards show my gratitude by taking you out to dinner? I know a rather nice little French restaurant.
That would be lovely.
You know, 1-3, if ever I get transplanted, I know exactly where I want to go. Right into a soft, curvaceous mass of herself's deliciously feminine LCs. Live like a sheik in a harem, I would.
What's led you to this flight of fancy, 47?
1-3, could you do the hourly gauges check, please?
Go on, then. Run along, you cellular goody-goody. I'll tell you when you get back. I've got a juicy bit of information from upstairs for you.
Coming, Supervisor. Gauges 1 to 10, all normal, and hourly check for 9 p.m.
Thank you, 1-3.
Yeah, all's normal, 47. It looks as if I was wrong about my premonition of impending doom.
Maybe. Maybe not.
What do you mean? Here, what's this juicy bit of information?
Well, the two things might not be unconnected. Well, you'll never guess, actually, unless I tell you.
Don't be so long-winded, 47.
Well, it's like this, you see, now. Himself, shy, lumbering bachelor that he is getting at it.
Getting at it? What do you mean?
Having a go, lining it up, pulling a bird. Don't you understand plain cellular English?
No, if that's plain, I don't. Can you be more specific about your call upstairs?
We're taking herself to dinner. Yes. Well, you've got to hand it to the clumsy great vertebrate. He hasn't let the grass grow under his feet this time, has he?
Well, he doesn't have much choice, does he? In the grip of his adrenals, isn't he? Just like all of them.
I told you, though, didn't I? Something was going to happen today. Right now, boring lives a bit. Now, this could be it, lads. This could be it.
When's all this due to happen, then?
Well, judging from the steady rhythm noticeable overhead, which experience and my pal upstairs have taught me to recognise as the mastication process, I'd say we were already at the restaurant beginning to nosh and knock back a bit of the old vino.
Very good, 47. You really think it's all begun?
Yes, of course it is. Looks like a spot of overtime tonight. At least for Chiefy and his morons down in the fuel refinery and processing. And, who knows where else?
Looks like a gala night, doesn't it, Chief?
Yeah, it does, right enough. There's something else new. What are the results of the tests you've done so far? You've not chalked up anything on the arrivals board.
Well, that, Chief, is because of the sudden deluge. I've got the preliminary analysis here on my clipboard, though.
Sing about.
To start the consignment, there was sherry, amontillado, approximately 1 gram. Other liquids, wine, German white Niersteiner, 8 fluid ounces. Now beginning to arrive, wine red, not yet positively identified. But early tests indicate Mouton Rothschild 29.
That's a rare good wine. This must be a very special night.
Under solids, we have confirmed beluga caviar, a few grams only. One of my chaps has made a guess at the so far uncertified main consignment, Pheasant Valley Doge.
Well, it looks like another long spell of overtime tonight. And, I'll have a wee bet with you, Assistant Chief, that you'll be talking champagne on your blackboard before the night's out.
Right, Chief, you're on for a couple of drams.
Hello, Fuel Refinery and Processing Division. Overtime shift.
Well, Chiefy, my boy, trust you're happy with what Central Executive is doing for you tonight.
Aye, sir, there's some good quality raw material arriving, right enough.
I'm glad you're pleased because there'll be plenty more before the night's out.
Very good, sir.
Oh, yes, indeed, Chief. In addition to goodies already arrived, there's Descent d'Alsacienne with oyster stuffing, apple wings, buttered celery bundles, settle potatoes. After that, probably crepe Suzette. And to finish with, guess what?
Champagne, sir.
Fantastic, Chief. How did you know? Yes, to finish with champagne. How about that?
Very good, sir. If that's all, I'll be getting back to work. There's a lot to do down here.
Quite, Chiefy, quite. Must keep the cellular nose to the duodenal grindstone, eh? And, talking of things duodenal, that point you made earlier today, I've written the memo. Can't do more, can we? Bye, Chief.
You look puzzled, Chief. What is it?
It's most peculiar. That plummy-mouthed note upstairs sounds as if they're off their heads. If I didn't know it was too early, I'd say they were all sloshed.
Sloshed, Chief?
Aye, drunk. Stoned out of their minds. Only we haven't had enough booze for that. There must be some other explanation. Oh, by the way, it's Fessin d'Alsacienne, not Ballydoge, so cut down on the alkali reagents.
Right, Chief. You know, I can remember my old dad telling me something once. He said, any time himself goes off his head, and there seems to be no other logical explanation from down here, chances are he's got it bad for a sort of himself of the opposite sex, as it were.
I don't know anything about that. I only know it sounds as if they've all gone daft up there in Central Executive tonight. And they're continuing the heavy bombardment of this division.
Would you like a spot more champagne?
Thank you. Oh, you really are spoiling me.
It's no more than you deserve after slaving over that hot typewriter all day and half the night as well. It was far above and beyond the call of duty for a temporary secretary.
I've really quite enjoyed it. And being plied with champagne, caviar and roast pheasant afterwards is a pretty good reward. Do all your secretaries get this treatment?
No. No, this is my very own, once only special award to industry. Your industry today on my behalf.
Then thank you, kind sir.
I'm not sure it isn't partly a kind of design award as well.
Design award? You're not, I hope, accusing me of having designs on the box.
No. This award's probably in recognition of the considerable decorative effect you've had in my office today. Very eye-catching secretarial design.
Oh, working with you is certainly good for a girl's ego. I'll soon be purring like a cat who's had the cream.
Like one who's had the crepe Suzette would be more accurate, wouldn't it?
All right.
I say, that's very realistic. You must have had practice.
Yes, I've got a very happy cat waiting for me at my flat called Maxine. I've brushed up my imitation listening to her.
Ah, and would she like a crepe Suzette if you took one home for her?
No, she'd definitely prefer cream.
All right. Waiter, could I have my bill, please? And as a special favor, do you think you could wrap up a small carton of cream from your kitchen for us to take home with us?
Certainly, sir. With pleasure.
Oh, really? Not content with spoiling me, you want to spoil my cat as well?
Well, at least I'm not sending her caviar. While we're waiting for the cream to come, perhaps we'd better finish off the champagne. And then I'll drop you off at your flat.
Gauges 1 to 10, all slightly above normal, but well within safety limits. 11 p.m. check.
Yes, all right. Yes, okay. Thank you. 1, 3, fine. Bye-bye.
Here, what are you up to, 47?
I'm just calling upstairs. It's like a madhouse up there tonight.
What do you mean?
Well, all the BCs seem to have gone spare. My pal, too. You know, bright, frivolous, terribly clever and on form.
Why is that?
Ah, well, it's like this here, you see. Our dinner in the posh restaurant was a roaring success. We seem to be making not half a big impression with herself, We were right at the top of our wits tonight. We were entertaining and amusing and charming and attentive and suave and debonair, all rolled into one.
But what's happening now, 47? Where are we at present?
Well, we have been invited back to herself's flat, Super. When I rang off, himself was demonstrating his obnoxious charm in a manner that was causing herself great giggles. He was, I ask you, playing with herself's pet Siamese kitten, Maxine.
I'll just open the window, I think. It's such a lovely warm night. Was that lovely, Maxine? Aren't you a lucky cat to have cream brought home for you?
What do you say, Maxine, for that lovely present, eh? Come here, let's see this beautiful cat. Ah, what a sleek beauty you are. Oh, yes, you like that, don't you?
What a nice man he is, isn't he, Maxine? To bring you that lovely cream.
Oh, yes, Maxine, you're a beauty, all right. Just like your mistress, aren't you?
Oh, Maxine, come on!
Oh, thank God, I forgot my hay fever. Cat's fur always aggravates it.
Are you all right?
Yes, I shouldn't have picked up the cat with his hay fever, that's all.
But you're all right now?
Yes, I'm quite all right.
Would you please come and look at Maxine?
Oh, yes.
Well, it looks like that sudden outburst of hay fever's stopped now. What next?
Well, I would say we can now return our attention to the main business of the evening. Hello. Talk of the silly the devil. Looks like we're moving in. I strongly suspect the kitten has now been cast aside, and our attention turned to the smooth, sensual LCs of herself.
What?
Now, steady on, 1-3. You're not really in the right department for this.
Do you really think, 47, we are going...
I'm a bit worried by these gauges. They're standing rather high.
Oh, I can't resist it. I'll have to ring upstairs.
Those lights are burning very bright, Super, I may say.
You can forget your erotic theory, 47. From experience, I say this activity denotes an approaching emergency of quite a different...
Yeah, righto. Thanks. Right, sir. It's all because of that bloody cat.
What happened?
Well, the godly little creature took fright when himself did his explosive hay fever bit. He jumped straight out of the window. It's now mewing pitifully on the ledge outside. And the fearless male person in whom we reside is attempting, despite his hay fever, to impress the lady by rescuing it.
But that doesn't explain all this.
Yes, it blooming well does. The flat is 14 stories up. And we, God help us, are now crawling out along the ledge to rescue the idiotic creature.
Oh.
I want you all to watch the emergency sign closely and listen for the action station, Hooter. You all know what's expected of you in a crisis situation.
Yes, Supervisor. I've got an horrible feeling those two things are going to go off soon.
Oh, God. We're going to fall off that ledge, I know it. I want to be transplanted. Now, quick.
Now, be quiet. Prepare yourself for the emergency procedures.
Remember what I said about how it felt in a sunken submarine now?
The gauges are moving into the red danger zone.
Remember, the role of this department in an emergency is a secondary one. We shut down consumption of all vital fuels to assist those departments directly involved.
Look, the red emergency sign, come on.
Action stations! All hands to control levers now! Cut oxygen intake to minimum!
Oxygen intake minimal, Supervisor.
Stop production!
Production closed down, Supervisor.
Close calcium and carbon dioxide outlets.
Outlets closed.
Muffle outside sounds and lights to dim.
Roger, Supervisor.
All right. All back to your places and fasten your seatbelts.
I wonder what the devil's happening out there.
Quiet.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, over.
Good heavens. An all-stations announcement from the 6th Sense wall tannoy. First time it's ever been used in my lifetime.
Stand by for absolute priority message from Ego. An extremely serious situation has arisen. We are at present hanging by our fingertips from a ledge 14 stories high above London. He came close to falling. Assume the present unfavorable position. I want to ask all of you to make the greatest possible effort to contribute to the attempt to hold on until help arrives.
Well, what can we do? We're flipping helpless in here.
Silence, 47. I know that you run yourselves most of the time, independently of anything I might do. But now a supreme joint effort is required. Otherwise, there will be no question of your running yourselves in future. Thank you, everybody.
You see now, 47, the importance of your work. The strength of your well-maintained 206 bones is vital to our endurance.
Yes. Yes, of course. I hadn't thought of it like that. It's murder not knowing. You were right, 47. It's like being in a sunken submarine. If only we knew what was going on out there.
Oh,
Do try to hold on.
Get back. You'll fall out of the window yourself if you try to pull me in.
Oh, please try to hold on. I've called the police and the fire brigade.
The blasted cat's gone back in on her own, look.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Oh, dear.
I don't know how long I can hold on. My fingers keep slipping.
Oh, please try, please. Please.
Oh.
Shut up, Maxine.
My right hand's going numb.
Oh, I could get a grip on it.
No, please get back and let go.
Oh, good heavens. I just can't help you. I'm sorry. Do try to hold on.
Oh.
Nothing seems to be happening. And this silence is eerie. I've never known parathyroid so quiet. Well, thank your lucky stars, 1-3. At least we're alive so far.
My God! What the earth is that? We're falling! We must have slipped from the ledge!
We're turning end over end!
Oh! Watch out for the flying furniture! Hey! What goes on now? We should be going up again!
Yes, Daddy! Oh, look! You're falling again! We seem to be turning! Over and over! We seem to have made it.
Wait, listen. Unfasten your seatbelts and move to lever positions. We'll try to switch the lights back up. This is a crucial test. If they don't come on, we'll know for sure. Wait till I give the order. Now, light! Oh, good. The lights are okay. Back to your seat.
Thank heavens. At least we're alive.
Yeah. Hey, wait! What's happening now? The lights are flickering again. You spoke too soon. Oh, hell! Now they've gone out. I can't see a thing.
Try not to be alarmed. It's not total darkness, you know. I detect a strange blue quality in it.
Oh, I think we're dead. And this is hell. Stand by to repel demonic cellular borders.
I can't help thinking. This is not the deep indigo darkness that one remembers from total unconsciousness experienced on the rugger field. Perhaps a soft impact was achieved.
Yeah, but that's not possible, Super, with a solid pavement below. I can't see a thing. I can't see. I do hope we're not dead. Super, do you think himself has any idea what we're like?
He's aware of our existence. He knows his cells have individual lives. But I don't suppose he knows much more. They're still researching into our nature and the work we do.
Do you think he really cares about us?
About as much as himself's government cares about him, I will guess. And that always seems to be more at times of national emergency, like now when a joint effort is needed.
Yeah. And I suppose we need him too at times like this. Oh, come on, himself. Make a big effort. The lights have come on!
Stand back there. Stand back, everybody, please. The ambulance went through.
I bet you look pale if you've fallen 100 feet into a fireman's sheet.
Bring him this way, Scifi, please, so they can bring this gentleman through.
Thanks, Inspector.
Well, they made a good catch from that height.
I
think he's coming round.
Oh, what in God's name happened to me? Oh, yes, that blasted hay fever. I should have stayed at home.
Well, lads, you're all right. You fell, but the fire chief here managed to get his men underneath in time to field you cleanly. We're just taking you to hospital for a checkup. You were very lucky, sir.
Darling? Oh, darling, are you all right?
I'm not sure. I think so. They're going to give me the once-over in hospital.
You can travel with him in the ambulance to the hospital, miss.
Oh, thank you. Are you sure you're all right?
Yes, I'm a bit shaken, but I'll be all right. Especially if you keep on calling me darling.
Hey, there's a lot to be said for hospital, you know, Chief Assistant. The right richness ratios, protein and carbohydrate stocks balanced, supplies consigned as regular as clockwork. Hello? Fuel refinery here.
Just thought I'd let you know, Chief, we're leaving hospital tomorrow. Just 3 days observation, you know. No serious damage.
Thank you, sir. I hope this won't mean a return to erratic supplies again.
No, Chief. There's more good news yet. You'll be pleased to hear the entire establishment is being merged.
You mean there's been a takeover bid for us, sir?
In a manner of speaking. We're being merged very soon with an establishment known popularly as Herself. The name was coined by some bright spark in parathyroid subdivision, I think.
Very interesting, sir, but how will that affect us down here?
Well, Chief, I believe these mergers tend to change the whole style of one's operation. The regular consignments of high-quality supplies to you 3 times a day and manufactured exclusively by Herself.
Sounds very good, sir. I am a chap's very pleased to be back on regular shifts.
Beg pardon, Chief.
Granted, sir. Bye for now.
Some more nice hot weak sweet tea, Chief. None of your corrosive scotch these days. Good, eh?
But I hope he doesn't go in the wagon altogether. However, in case he does, I do have a contingency plan.
Contingency plan, Chief?
Aye. In this cupboard with the enzyme gauges. A bottle of the best scotch kept for my own medicinal purposes. You lost your bets about the champagne, but I'll allow you a wee nip, and I'll have one myself.
Well, 1-3. We're leaving hospital today. Also, as I predicted, nuptials with Herself will follow shortly.
Were you under your pal upstairs?
Pal, upstairs, 1-3. Like myself, my contact in Central Executive has been promoted. Several elderly members of his department died of shock in the crisis, too. He is Assistant Supervisor of Environmental Studies Department. I'll thank you to refer to him as such.
All right. Yeah, it was sad about our old super, wasn't it? Not a bad old stick. And even you went grey overnight, 47. I mean super.
Supervisor, please. 1-3. No, he wasn't a bad old sort, really. Oh, I miss him a bit. What do you think of our new recruits, by the way?
Well, young looking, of course, but I expect they'll shape up.
Yes, but that pair at the back, now, they're always muttering together. What are they up to?
No idea, 47. A super. Why not creep over? They got their backs to you.
Yeah. Oh.
What a complacent crowd of boring old cronies. We got ourselves into a right useless job here.
I heard that, LC 100654. You may be new here, but there are certain things you may as well learn quickly. Now, the work done by myself and this department played a very large part in our surviving the recent major crisis. Hardness of 206 bones.
Hello, the cat rescuing moron is up and about again. Sounds like his old lady has just arrived and popped behind the screen for a quick snog.
Enough of that disrespectful language. Get on with your work. I want those calcium estimates for the next month finished by the time we are to start.
In Himself by Anthony Gray, Living Cell 10047, the bright spark of the parathyroid subdivision, was played by Nigel Anthony. and his friend, Living Cell 10013, by David Valler. Supervisor, Parathyroids, James Thomason. Chief Engineer, Fraser Carr. His assistant, Anthony Vickers. First brain cell, Rolf Lefevre. Second brain cell and ego, John Rye. And Living Cell 100654, a brash new cell, Sean Probert. Himself was David Timpson, and herself, Diana Bishop. Other parts were played by John Bull, Anthony Vickers, Sean Probert, and Stephen Thorne. Special effects were by the BBC Radiophonic Workshop. Other effects by David Greenwood, and technical assistance by Jock Farrell. The play was produced by Betty Davis.
The Hobbit.
In a hole in the ground, there lived a hobbit.
Not a nasty, dirty, wet hole, nor yet a dry, sandy bare hole. My hole was a hobbit hole, and that means comfort.
It had a perfectly round door, painted green, which opened onto a tunnel-shaped hall, with panelled walls and floors tiled and carpeted, and lots of pegs for hats and coats.
But I'm very fond of visitors, you see.
And he was quite well-to-do. The long hall wound on and on, going into the side of the hill, and many little doors opened out of it, and all going upstairs for the hobbit. Bedrooms, bathrooms, cellars, pantries, lots of these. Kitchens, dining rooms, all were on the same floor.
Yes. By the way, my name is Baggins, B-A-G-G-I-N-S, Bilbo Baggins, at your service and your families.
Yes, I suppose hobbits need some description nowadays, since they have become so rare. Hobbits were smaller than dwarves.
Oh, yes, we may be smaller than dwarves, but at least we don't have those silly beards.
They're inclined to be fat in the stomach.
Well built, I think.
Very well, very well. They're inclined to be well built. And dressed in bright colours, chiefly green and yellow. They wear no shoes because their feet grow natural leathery soles and thick brown hair like the stuff on their head, which is curly. They have long, clever brown fingers. Good-natured faces. And laugh, deep, fruity laughs.
Especially after dinner.
Which they have twice a day when they can get it.
Yes, well, my mother was the famous Belladonna Took, one of the three remarkable daughters of the old Took, the head of the hobbits who lived across the water, and she met my father.
Yes. There is little or no magic about them, but it has always been said that long ago, one or other of the Tooks had married into a fairy family. Once in a while, members of the Took clan would go and have adventures.
Not, of course, that Belladonna Took ever had any adventures. I mean, after she married my father.
Although it is probable that Bilbo got something a bit strange in his makeup from the Took side. Something that only waited for a chance to come out. One morning, long ago, in the quiet of the world, Bilbo was standing at his door after breakfast, smoking an enormous long wooden pipe that reached nearly down to his neatly brushed woolly toes, when Gandalf came by.
I saw an old man with a tall blue hat, a long grey cloak, a silver scarf over which his long white beard hung down below his waist, and immense black boots. The sun was shining, the grass was very green, and I was feeling extra friendly, so all unsuspecting, I greeted the stranger cheerily.
Good morning. What do you mean? Do you wish me a good morning, or mean that it is a good morning, whether I want it or not? Or that you feel good this morning? Or that it is a morning to be good on?
Well, all of them at once. If you have a pipe about you, sit down, have a fill of my tobacco. We've got all the day before us.
You may have all day, but I do not. I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure I'm arranging, and it's very difficult to find anyone.
I should think in these parts. We are plain quiet folk, and we have no use for adventures. Nasty, disturbing, uncomfortable things make you late for dinner. You might try over the hill or across the water.
Good morning. What a lot of things you do use good morning for. Now you mean that it won't be good until you've got rid of me.
Oh, no. Not at all, my dear sir. No. Let me see. I don't think I know your name.
Yes, my dear sir, but I know your name, Mr. Bilbo Baggins. I am Gandalf.
Gandalf, yes. Gandalf. Good gracious me. Not the man who used to make such particularly excellent fireworks. I remember those. Oh, I do. I do beg your pardon. I had no idea you were still in business.
Where else should I be? All the same, I'm pleased to find that you remember something about me, even if it is only my fireworks. Indeed, for your old grandfather Took's sake, and for the sake of your mother Belladonna, I will give you what you asked for.
I beg your pardon? I haven't asked for anything.
Yes, you have. Twice now. My pardon. I give it to you.
Thank you very much.
I will go so far as to send you on this adventure. Very amusing. And very good for you. And profitable, too. Very likely, if you ever get over it.
If I ever get... Oh, no. No, I'm sorry. I don't want any adventures. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, not today. Good morning.
I have already...
please, come to tea. Come to tea, you know. I mean, any time you like. Why not come tomorrow? Yes, that's right. You come to tea tomorrow. Goodbye.
Gandalf was left standing outside. After a while, he stepped up, and with the spike on his staff, he scratched a sign on the Hobbit's green front door. Then he strode away.
The next morning, I'd almost forgotten about Gandalf. I don't remember things very well unless I put them down on my engagement tablet. The day before, I'd been too flustered to do anything of the kind. And it wasn't until just before tea time that I remembered. Gandalf! Tea! Oh, I must get another cup and saucer. Coming. I'm so sorry to have kept you.
Good afternoon. Dwalin the Dwarf.
The Dwarf? Oh.
At your service. Excuse me.
Yes, hang your coat on the plate. My name is Bilbo Baggins, B-A-W... Oh, yes, at your service.
Is that tea ready in there?
Yes, I was just going to...
These cakes look delicious. I'll have one or two if I may.
Oh, please do. Have three if you like. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Mr.
I see Dwallin's cloak hanging in your hall. I put mine next to it. Shall I?
Yes,
There. Balin, at your service.
Thank you.
Balin? Yes. Come in here and have some tea. A little beer would suit me better, if it's all the same to you, my dear sir.
Well, I
don't mind some cake, some seed cake, if you have any.
Lots. Go on in, yes.
Thank you, sir.
I'll... Oh, Gandalf for sure this time.
But this must be the house.
What can I do for you, my dwarves?
Tea at your service. And freely.
Oh, at yours and your family's.
Let us join the throng.
Throng? I don't like the sound of that.
Come on, bring your cloak up. I can smell fresh cut bread and butter.
Yes?
Norrie, at your service. Norrie, at your service.
Oh, yes.
Norrie, at your service. Owen, at your service. Norrie, at your service.
At yours and your... Oh, well, I suppose I'd better get out some more cups and saucers and plates and knives. Oh, that's more dwarves out. Mr. Gandalf.
Come, Bilbo, it's not like you to keep friends waiting on the doorstep and then open the door like a popgun. Let me introduce Befor, Bofor, and Bombor. At your service. Yes. At your service.
At your service, yes.
And especially Tarin Oakenshield.
Baggins. Oh, at yours and your family.
Well, shall we go in? I think we must be the last to arrive.
The last? Yes. Yes, of course. Frustrating the bum of these dwarves. Mr. Gandalf, why have you brought
Bilbo? You must not speak disrespectfully of these 13 dwarves, especially of Tarin.
Oh?
He is the great Tarin Oakenshield, grandson of their last king under the mountain.
King?
Come, let us join the merry gathering.
Yes.
What's the price going?
Dwarves? 8? and talk about mines and gold and trouble with goblins and the depredations of dragons and lots of other things which I didn't understand. I didn't want to. They sounded much too adventurous. My appetite was quite taken away.
That was a very good tea, Mr. Baggins.
Tea for weeks. Oh, thank you. I suppose you will all stay to supper.
Of course. And after. Colleen Oakenshield and the Frame gladly accept your kind invitation. We shall not get through the business till late, so first let's have some music. I trust you've all brought your instruments. Come in. On board. Please. Right, now sit down, everybody. Sit down. Buddy, I'm ready. Now for our song. Far over the misty mountains cold, to dungeons deep and cavern we must away ere break of day to seek the pale enchanted moon. We must away ere break of day to seek the For ancient king and elvish lord, there many a gleaming golden hoard. They shaped and wrought, and light they caught, to hide in gems on hills of sword. The bells were ringing in the dale, and men were armed with faces pale. The dragon's eye, a fierce vampire, laid low their stars and houses prey.
As they sang, I felt the love of beautiful things made by cunning and by magic arise within me. A fierce and jealous love, a desire of the hearts of dwarves. Oh, it must have been something tookish waking up inside me, for I wished to go and see the great mountains, and to see pine trees and waterfalls, and to carry a sword instead of a walking stick. Through the window, I could see the stars in a dark sky, and I thought of the jewels with the dwarves in their dark caverns. Suddenly, in the wood beyond water, a flame leapt up. Well, probably somebody lighting a wood fire. And I thought of plundering dragons settling on my quiet hill and kindling it all to flames. Ugh.
Where are you going, Baggins?
What about the light?
We like the dark.
Dark for dark business.
And there are many hours before dawn.
Oh, yes, of course. Of course. I'm so sorry.
Let Torine speak.
Gandalf, dwarves, Mr. Baggins, we are met together in the house of our friend and fellow conspirator, this most excellent and audacious Hobbit.
Audacious?
May the hair on his toes never fall out. All praise to his wine and his ale. We are met to discuss our plans, our ways, means, policy, and devices. To the estimable Mr. Baggins, and perhaps to one or two of our younger dwarves,
The exact situation at the moment may require a little brief explanation. We shall soon, before the break of day, start on our long journey. A journey from which some of us, perhaps all of us, except our friend and counselor, the ingenious wizard Gandalf, may never return.
Never return?
It is a solemn moment. Our object is, I take it, well known to all of us.
Never return!
Stop backing.
Stop my lightning! Stop my lightning! Stop my lightning! Stop my lightning! Excitable little fellow, yes, funny fits, but he is one of the best. As fierce as a dragon in a pinch.
But will he do you think?
Do what, Gloin?
Well, it's all very well for you to say this Hobbit is fierce, but one shriek like that in a moment of excitement would be enough to wake the dragon and all his relatives and then kill the lot of us. Yes. I think it sounded more like fright than excitement. As soon as I clapped eyes on the little fellow bobbing and popping on the mat, I had my doubts.
Gloin, let's have no more argument.
Argument? All I want
You all asked me to find a 14th for your expedition, and I chose Mr. Baggins. Yes. There is a lot more in him than you guess, and a deal more than he has any idea of himself. You may, or possibly, all live to thank me. But if you really think, let anyone say that I chose the wrong man or the wrong house, and you can stop at 13 and have all the bad luck you like, or go back to digging coal. No more argument. Yes. Well, first of all, I should like to know a little bit more about things. Things? Yes, things. I mean about the gold and the dragon and all that, and how it got there, and who it belongs to, and so on. And further.
Oh, bless me, didn't you hear us now? Haven't we been talking about all this for hours?
Yes, well, all the same, your Tory, yes. I should like it all plain and clear. I mean, I should like to know about risks and out-of-pocket expenses, time required, remuneration, and so forth.
Oh, very well. Long ago, in my grandfather's time, our family was driven out to the far north and came to a mountain called the Lonely Mountain. There they mined and tunneled and made huge halls and workshops, and in addition, I believe they found a good deal of gold, a great many jewels, too. They grew immensely rich and famous, and my grandfather was king under the mountain and was treated with great reverence by mortal men of the merry town of Dale. It was undoubtedly the gold and jewels which brought the dragon to the mountain and to Dale. Dragons steal treasures wherever they can find them and guard their plunder as long as they live, which is practically forever. There were lots of dragons in the north in those days, and one was a most especially greedy, strong, and wicked dragon called Smaug. Yes, Smaug. One day he flew up in the air and came south. The first we heard of it was a noise like a hurricane coming from the north, and the pine trees in the mountain creaked and cracking in the wind. We saw the dragon settle on the mountain in a spout of flame. And then he came down the slope, setting the woods all afire. By that time, all the bells were ringing in Dale, and the warriors were arming. The dwarves rushed out of their great gate, but there was the dragon waiting for them. None escaped that way. After that, there were no dwarves left alive inside the mountain, and the dragon kept all their wealth for himself. The only ones to escape were those of us who happened to be outside at the time. Since then, we have had to earn our livings as best we could up and down the lands, often sinking as low as blacksmith's work, and even coal mining. And even now, when I will allow we have a good bit laid by and are not so badly off, we still mean to get back our stolen treasure, and to bring back our curses to Smaug, if we can.
Yes, well, a little light now, I think. I want you all to look at something.
I'll get a lamp.
No need. My staff will serve the purpose.
Your staff?
Certainly. Naren Edrayasamen. Oh, now, everyone, what do you make of this?
Well, the map of the mountain.
It is indeed, Gloin, a plan of the Lonely Mountain. And it was made by your grandfather.
Let me see. I don't see that this is going to help us much. I remember the mountain well enough, and the lands around where the dragons bred.
There is one thing about the mountain that you do not know, and that is the secret entrance.
Whither?
Look at these runes marked here.
Runes?
Runes are the ancient letters of a half-forgotten language. Now, that rune marks the secret entrance to a hidden passage.
So that's how my father and grandfather escaped from the dragon. How did you get hold of this map, Gandalf? Why did it not come down to me, the rightful heir?
I did not get hold of it. I was given it. Your grandfather was killed, you remember, in the mines of Moria by a goblin.
Yes, the goblin, yes.
And your father went away on the 21st of April, 100 years ago, last Thursday, and has never been seen by you since.
True.
Your grandfather gave this map to your father before he went away to the mines of Moria.
Yeah?
After your grandfather was killed, your father went to try his luck and recover the treasure. And lots of adventures of a most unpleasant sort he had. But he never got near the Lonely Mountain.
And where did you find him?
How he got there, I don't know. But I found him a prisoner in the dungeons of the Necromancer. I tried to save your father, Taurine, but it was too late. He had completely lost his wits and had forgotten everything except the map. The only thing your father wished was for his son to read the map. Now, I've shown you the secret entrance.
It may have been secret once, but how do we know it's secret any longer? Old Smaug has lived there long enough to find out everything there is to know about those caves.
Perhaps maybe so, but what it says on the map, I should guess there's a closed door which is being made to look exactly like the side of the mountain. That is the usual dwarves' method, is it not, Taurine?
Quite right.
Also, Taurine, I forgot to mention that with the map your father gave me this key.
A key?
Here. Take it.
It is of silver and most curiously wrought. Is it the key to the secret door?
Perhaps. Keep it safe.
Indeed, I will. Now things begin to look more hopeful. We must get on and make some plans.
At last.
I think we should go east. As quiet and careful as we can as far as the Long Lake. After that, trouble might begin.
That would be no good.
Why not?
It would be useless to face Smaug without a mighty warrior. I tried to find one, but all the warriors are busy fighting one another in distant lands.
Oh?
That is why I settled on burglary, especially when I realized the existence of the secret side door. And here is our little Bilbo Baggins, the burglar, the chosen and selected burglar.
Burglar?
If I say you are a burglar you are, or will be when the time comes.
Oh, very well then. Supposing burglar expert gives us some ideas or suggestions.
Yes, well,
Speak up,
well, don't you know, I think we've talked long enough for one night, if you see what I mean. What about bed? And an early start and all that? I will give you a good breakfast before you go.
Before we go? You mean Bilbo Baggins?
Huh?
Before we go?
I went to sleep with the dwarf's song running round in my head. And it gave me very uncomfortable dreams.
It was long after the break of day when the little hobbit woke up, put on his dressing gown, and went into the kitchen.
That's better. And, just one more piece of toast, I think. And then...
My dear sir.
Oh, Gandalf.
Well, how are you going to come? What about that early start?
Early start?
Here you are, having breakfast, or whatever you call it, at 10:30. The dwarves left you the message because they couldn't wait.
Message? What message? What are you talking
Great Oliphant, you ought to told yourself this morning. I can tell that you haven't dusted the mantelpiece.
Dusted the mantelpiece? Well, I don't know what that's got to do with it. I've had enough trouble with all the washing up for 14.
Had it dusted the mantelpiece, you would have found this under the clock.
What's that? Oh, a note. On my notepaper, too. Taurine and Company to Burglar Bilbo, greeting. For your hospitality and for your offer of professional assistance, our thanks and grateful acceptance. Terms, cash on delivery, up to and not exceeding 1/14 of total profits. If any, yes. All travelling expenses guaranteed, funeral expenses to be defrayed by us and... Funeral expenses? I asked.
or our representatives if occasion arises. Thinking it unnecessary to disturb your esteemed repose, we have proceeded in advance to make preparations, and shall await your respected person at the Green Dragon Inn, Bywater, at 11 a.m. sharp. Trusting that you will be punctual. We have the honour to remain yours deeply, Torrin and Company.
That leaves you just 10 minutes. You'll have to run. No time for it. No time for that either. Off you go.
To the end of his days, Bilbo could never remember how he found himself outside, without a hat or walking stick or any money. He left his breakfast unfinished, had pushed his keys into Gandalf's hand, and found himself running as fast as his furry feet would carry him, down the lane, past the mill, and across the water.
Very puffed I was, too, when I got to Bywater on the stroke of 11, and then found that I was without my pipe and tobacco, and without a pocket handkerchief.
Just finished loading the ponies.
Ponies? But provided I've never rid a pony in my life.
You'll soon get used to it. Up you get.
Oh, no.
Give it a hand.
Don't put it down. It's awfully high. I could fall off and hurt myself. Dear, in any case, I'm afraid I've left my pocket handkerchief behind, and my hat, and I haven't got any money.
You'll have to manage without many things before you reach journey's end, my little friend. Oh, as for a hat, I have a spare cloak and hood in my luggage.
Oh, how convenient.
Yes, Gandalf.
Here you are, Bilbo. Oh, my pipe, yes. And my tobacco. Very thoughtful of you, Mr. Gandalf.
Some pocket handkerchief.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
And now, the adventure starts. My friends, off we go.
Yes, but where, Torrin?
Where, my little hobbit? Why, there, back again. Far over the misty mountains cold, through dungeon deep and cavern cold, we must away every day, who sings the tale and count and go. We go!
Yes, but where, Torrin?
Where, my little hobbit? Why, there, back again. Far over the misty mountains cold, through dungeon deep and cavern cold, we must away.
And they rode along very merrily all day.
Except, of course, when we stopped for meals. And although these didn't come quite as often as I would have liked, I began to feel that perhaps adventures weren't so bad after all.
But after a time, they came to places where people spoke strangely and sang songs which Bilbo had not heard before. The roads grew worse, and inns were rare and not good. Also the weather, which had often been as good as May can be, even in tales and legends, took a turn for the worse.
Hold hard, ponies! It's growing dark, my friends. The wind is rising. We can't reach an inn for hours, perhaps not at all. So we must stop here for the night. Keep found, everyone!
Where shall we get the dry patch that we got?
We probably can't, Balin. We shall just have to make do.
Perhaps Gandalf can help us. Where is he?
I thought he was with you. Dwalin! Have you seen Gandalf?
No, Torrin, I haven't seen him for 2 hours.
Fili! Going! Hey, I wonder where he's got to.
Just when a wizard would have been most useful, too.
Hurry! Over there! Through the trees! A light!
Where? Oh, yes, I see it. It looks like a fire.
Maybe it's not, it is a fire.
Let's go and see.
No. I think Mr. Baggins ought to go and explore the light. After all, he is the burglar. Gandalf said so.
Well, I know he said so, but...
Good idea, Barlin. Mr. Baggins. You must go and find out all about that light and what it is for, and if all is perfectly safe and canny.
What I really...
Scuttle. And come back quick if all is well.
What?
If not, come back if you can. And if you can't, hoot twice like a barn owl, once like a screech owl. And we will do what we can.
Off you go, Mr. Baggins.
But I don't know how to hoot. I don't know the difference.
Get along there, Baggins.
I can't hoot. I don't know anything. Dear. Oh. Very well. If Gandalf says I'm the burglar, I suppose I ought to be the one to go. Oh, well, even if I can't hoot, at least I can move about quietly in the woods. That's one thing we hobbits pride ourselves on. We can move absolutely quietly. And that dwarvish racket, Now, where's this light? Oh, yes, I can see it quite clearly now. It's definitely a fire with three creatures sitting round it. Yes, as if they're toasting meat. With their fingers? Are they? Shaped like huge men, but they've got great, heavy, ugly faces and strange-shaped arms and legs. Oh, trolls.
Mutton yesterday, mutton today. Blimey, if it don't look like mutton tomorrow.
Never a blinking bit of man flesh we've had for long enough. Shut your mouth, Tom.
Hey, what?
William, you let the village and all between us since we come down from the mountains. How much more do you want?
Here, Tom. Bird.
What is it, William?
Don't look round. But just behind you, there's a little hand coming out from under the bushes. Just about to make off with one of our choicest cuts. Looks as though it might be a pesky dwarf.
A dwarf? Right. I'll count to 3, and we'll jump in. 1, 2, 3.
Got him! Come here, boys. What are you? Stop making that racket. What are you?
Bilbo Baggins, B-A-G-G-I-N-O. A hobbit.
A hobbit? What's that then, you?
Can you cook 'em?
You can try.
No, but he wouldn't make above a mouthful. Not when he was skinned and boned.
Perhaps there are more like him around and we can make a pie.
Oh, no, please don't cook me, kind sirs. I'm a very good cook myself, you know. And I cook better than I cook. if you see what I mean.
Poor little blighter. Just let him go.
Oh, yes.
You're a fat fool, William, as I've said before. What is he then?
Oh, well, you're a lout bird, I can use you.
Oh, am I? You? One shot and you and all.
Well, you asked for it this time. Come on, Tom.
This, of course, would have been the time for Bilbo to leave, but his poor feet had been so squashed in the troll's big hand that he could only lie bruised and panting where he'd been thrown when the fight started, just outside the circle of fire.
Mr. Baggins. Bilbo, are you all right? Quiet.
There's not another of them.
Where are you? Mr. Baggins.
Get it, boy.
I'll get a sack.
That's all, Master. Here, bird. One taste of dwarf.
Let me get it over him while I die the job. The fool is coming yet, and I'm hiding it.
And so they were. As each dwarf came up to the fire looking for Balin and Bilbo, a smelly sack was thrust over his head. Soon, Dwalin led by Balin, Dory by Nori and Ori, Oin by Gloin, Beefur and Beaufort by Bombor, and little Keely and Feely in one sack together both.
I could only watch helplessly as even Torin succumbed to the troll's great weight and strength.
Stand away! I am Torin! Let's roast him now.
Ah, take on now.
Not hungry.
It's just a great deal of fun.
Shut up, arguing! Who's arguing? You are. You're a liar. Don't come on now, Ross. We've had enough fighting for one night. I say we sit on the sacks one by one to squash them. Let's do that now and then boil them in the big saucepan. Yeah, all right then.
Who should we sit on first, yeah?
Let's squash the last one first. He's the biggest.
No, the biggest one meant the blue stockings. This was grey.
They wasn't grey. With a grey with yellow. Oh, yeah, you're right, Tom. They was, you know. What did you say they was grey for? I didn't. Who said they was grey? I never did. That was you. To the ones that shut your mouth. Oh, you are talking to The night's getting on, so let's get to it. The dawn comes early.
Dawn teach you all and bestow to you. Gandalf? Over here.
Bilbo, are you hurt?
No, I'm just a bit bruised and winded. You're right in a few minutes. The dwarves are all tied up in those sacks.
Yes, we'd better let them out before they suffocate.
Another few minutes, we would have all been squashed and boiled.
Bombur! Wake up! You're out of your sack now. Out you come. There you are. And you. Come on, little one. You're free now.
But what happened to the trolls, Gandalf? Yes, well, what did you do?
They seemed to turn to stone.
That is exactly what did happen, my dear Bilbo. I thought everyone knew that for trolls, daylight is death. They must be underground before dawn, or they go back to the stone of the mountains they're made of and never move again.
Well, it was your voice that made them keep arguing until the dawn came.
Exactly, Balin. I thought the impersonation very convincing, didn't you?
Exactly.
Oh, Gandalf.
Yes?
The trolls must have had a cave or a hole nearby to hide from the sun in.
Quite right, Thorin. We must look for it.
Their tracks shouldn't be hard to find or follow.
Torin! Gandalf! Over here!
Oh, come on, everyone. Quick, over here, this way.
Come on. There. You can see the trail going up the hill.
I'll lead with Balin. The rest of you follow.
Gandalf. Gandalf?
Yes, my Hobbit.
Please don't think that I'm criticizing Mr. Gandalf, but where did you get to during our encounter with these trolls?
Yes, I'd like to know that too. Where were you?
Looking ahead.
And what brought you back in the nick of time, eh?
Looking behind. Oh,
yes, of course.
Torin, we found the cave.
Good, Wallet.
You can see where the tracks lead right to the door.
But be careful, everyone. Make sure it's all clear.
Excellent. Let us go in.
It's big cave.
Now. Ooh. What a horrible smell.
Look at all those buttons and that food and ale. They are gold. Thousands and thousands of golden buttons.
Look. These swords. They have jeweled hips. The most beautiful flowers.
They look like good blades.
Yes.
They were not made by any troll, nor by any set among men in these parts and days. I should know more about them if I could read the runes on them. Take them with you.
I will.
I wonder, could I have they all look a bit big to me. Oh, this little one. This little one. Just the right size for me. I'll take that.
What about the gold?
Yes, what about the gold? Oh, we can hide the gold in a safe place against our return. Now let us eat and drink our fill.
After which they slept, for the night had been disturbed somewhat, and their struggle with the trolls had made them very tired. Then they buried the gold, loaded up the ponies with fresh supplies from the trolls' bread and cheese and bacon and ale, and jogged along again on the path towards the east.
The next few days were uneventful, but we began to feel that danger was never very far away. We forded a river, and from the top of the far bank, we looked down over a green valley, on the far side of which lay the misty mountain.
You are now come to the very edge of the wild. Ahead of us is the fair valley of Rivendell, where Elrond Harvelven lives in the last homely house. We are expected... is Elrond an elf? No, Bilbo, he is an elf friend, which is good enough for our purposes.
It smells like elves. It is elves. Where? Oh, you won't see them unless they want you to.
Well, just look. Bilbo the Hobbit on a pony.
Thank you.
Have they nothing better to do than laugh at us?
I could be some enchanting. Dwarves never really get on with elves. Elves are too full of themselves, if you ask me, just because they have more magic than us.
You are a little out of your way. If you are making for the only path across the water and to the house beyond, we will set you right. But you had best get on foot until you are over the bridge. Don't dip your beard in the fountain.
Magic yourself off.
Bilbo, don't eat all the cake.
Feckless elves!
Be quiet, Cory. We shall soon arrive at the last homely house. Good night, good people. Valleys have ears, and some of you have over-merry tongues. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Good night, elves.
You said that Elrond was an elf friend. Baggins, that curiosity of yours will land you in a lot of trouble one day. There are still some people who have both elves and heroes of the North for ancestors, and Elrond half-elven is their chief. He lives now in the last homely house, and never was there a more apt name. There, see? There it is. Tarim, knock on the doors.
Welcome to my house. Enter.
Elrond was as noble and as fair in face as an elf lord, as strong as a warrior, as wise as a wizard, as venerable as a king of dwarves, and as kind as summer. His house was perfect whether you liked work or sleep, storytelling or singing or just sitting and thinking. Or eating. The adventurers stayed at the last homely house for 14 days, until Midsummer's Day. It was hard to leave. Bilbo would have gladly stopped there forever. Gandalf had still not been able to discover the meaning of the runes on the troll's swords. So, on the eve of their departure, he asked Elrond what they might mean.
These swords are not troll-made. They are old, very old, made by the elves of Gondolin for the Goblin Wars. They must have come from a dragon horde or goblin plunder, for dragons and goblins destroyed Gondolin long ago. This sword, Thorin, according to the runes on the hilt, is called Orcrist, the Goblin Slayer. It was a famous blade. Yours, Gandalf, is Glamdring.
Glamdring? The foe hammer? Then this was once worn by the King of Gondolin himself.
Indeed it was. Orcrist and foe hammer, two ancient and powerful weapons. Keep them well.
I will keep this sword in honor. May Orcrist soon cleave goblins once again.
I do not know that I altogether approve of the fierce love of gold which you dwarves profess. But Smaug must be destroyed, and the merry town of Dale avenged. So I will see if I can help. Show me your map, Corinne. Gandalf tells me it was made by your grandfather. The plain runes indicating the secret door in the side of the mountain say, 5 feet high the door, and 3 may walk abreast.
Is there anything else that the map can tell us?
I'm not sure. Let me take it to the window. Now then. Yes, I thought as much.
Moon letters?
Yes.
What are moon letters?
Moon letters, Bilbo, are runes which can be seen only when the paper on which they are written is held up to the moon.
Oh, thank you.
Fortunately, there is a moon tonight.
Yes, I see, but...
Bilbo. The moon letters read, stand by the grey stone when the thrush knocks, and the setting sun with the last light of Durin's day will shine upon the keyhole.
Well, what's Durin's day?
Durin was the ancestor of my grandfather. We call it Durin's day when the last moon of autumn and the sun are in the sky together. But this hidden message will not help us, since it passes our skill nowadays to guess when Durin's day will occur next. It may not be for hundreds of years.
That remains to be seen. Is there any more writing, Elrond?
None to be seen by this moon. Now, my esteemed friends, let us watch the elves dance and make merry on this midsummer day. There will be songs and speeches, and the people in the valley will outbid each other to do you honor and wish you good speed. It will hearten you for the next stage of your journey.
Midsummer's morning held out as much promise as the night had been gay. Blue sky with never a cloud and the sun dancing on the water. Gandalf and the dwarves and burglar Baggins took their leave of the fair people of Rivendell and started up the foothills of the ominous Misty Mountain. Long days after they had climbed out of the valley and had left the last homely house, they were still going up and up. It was a hard path and a dangerous path, a crooked way, lonely and long.
Far away in the west, where things looked blue and faint, I knew that there somewhere lay my own country of safe and comfortable things, my cozy hobbit hole.
It became bitter cold, and the adventurers were comfortless and chilled.
Especially at night, when we dared not sing or talk too loud, for the echoes were uncanny. The silence seemed to dislike being broken, except by the wail of wind and the smashing of boulders down the hillsides, loosened, or so Gandalf said, by melting snows on the heights above.
Look at those thunderclouds ahead, Corinne. The storm will be on us soon, and a great storm it will be too, if I am not mistaken.
But a storm can't hurt us.
Perhaps not, but it may well frighten the ponies, and you can't afford to have them running amok on this narrow path. Look at the drop.
That's true.
Also, the storm may bring the stone giants out. If we get in the way of one of their boulders, it'll be the end of you.
Balin! Dwalin! Go on ahead and see if you can find some shelter. Perhaps there's a cave or even a cliff edge we can crawl under. This won't do at all. If we don't get drowned or struck by lightning, we shall be picked up by some stone giant and kicked sky high for a football.
And I have a feeling that this storm has not come upon us by accident. You must get under cover as soon as possible.
Kareem, we found a cave. Just a next door. It's big enough for all of us, even the post.
Oh, good work! Everyone follow Balin and Dwalin! on, Marlin and Rock.
Yes, indeed.
It's a splendid cave, eh? Dry as a bone, too.
Too large and mysterious. Let's get right inside and light a fire.
No.
But we are cold and wet through.
No fires be rolled by me. I will give you a light from my staff. Nar and Edrai Ethan
I'm so tired.
Aye, Feely, and so we all. Let us do as Gand downstairs and bless. As soon as the storm passes over, we must all be on our way. Let's hope that when the thunder and lightning goes, the stone giants will go too. We shall never get out of here.
Horrible dream. I dreamt that there was a crack in the wall at the back of the cave. It got bigger and bigger, opening wider and wider, and I was too frightened to cry or to call out. Oh, dear. What's that? Oh, there is a crack. It's as wide as a passage. My dream's come true. Or was it a dream at all? Oh. Where are the ponies going?
Dragons, all you want to dwarf. You are outnumbered 6-1. Take them inside. Close the door. Anyone through? Everyone through. Get along, Paul. I panic.
Where's Gandalf? I just saw four goblins about to take him prisoner. When he raised his staff, there was a blinding flash. The goblins fell dead.
Good. But what happened to Gandalf?
I don't know. He just vanished.
Vanished? Where to?
I don't know.
Gandalf. Gandalf, where are you? Oh, where are you?
Four goblins back to take him prisoner. When he raised his staff, there was a blinding flash. The goblins fell dead.
Good. But what happened to Gandalf?
I don't know. He just vanished.
Vanished? Where to?
I don't know. I don't know.
Gandalf. Gandalf, where are you? Where are you?
dragging Bilbo and the dwarves along with shouts and insults and cracks of the whip. Down and down they went into the heart of the mountain, where it was stifling hot and stuffy. The goblins were very rough and pinched unmercifully. And Bilbo was even more unhappy than when the troll had picked him up by his toes.
I wish I'd never left my hobbit hole.
It was a deep, deep dark, such as only goblins can see through. Here, the passages in the depths of the mountain were crossed and tangled in all directions, but the goblins did not hesitate or stop for 1 second. Now there came a glimmer of red light, which became stronger and stronger, until at last the dwarves stumbled into a vast cavern with torches round the walls and a great red fire in them.
The cavern seemed to be filled with hundreds of the hideous creatures. While in the shadows, on a raised flat stone, surrounded by ferocious-looking guards armed with axes and bent swords, sat a tremendous goblin with a huge, bloated head.
Who are these miserable persons? You are no great goblin! And sheltering in our front porch, you mighty one! Our front porch? What do you mean by it?
Well, I'm really
Who are you? Murderers and friends of elves, not unlike them. Come, what have you got to say? Not that it will do you much good. I know too much about you and your folk already. But let's have a truth, or I will prepare something particularly uncomfortable for you.
I am Corin Oakenfield, the dwarf and yourself. We were on a journey to visit the descendants of our grandfathers who live on the east side of these truly hospitable mountains.
He is a liar! So truly tremendous one! Several of our people were struck by lightning in the cave when we invited these creatures to come below. And they are as dead as stone. Also, he has not explained his sword. Sword? Yes. Let me see. Oh, Chris! Oh, Chris. The goblin cleaver, the fighter. This accursed god has slain hundreds of my people. You murderers and elf friends. Slash them, beat them, bite them, kill them! Molly, what's happening? I can't see. Fire and the torches, they seem to explode in all directions. All the sparks are burning up the goblin nest. Here goes. I can see a sword gleaming in the dark. Yes, I can see it. It's floating in the air. There's nobody holding it. It's making for the great goblin. It's cutting clean, too. Follow me quick. Follow the sword. It's done now. He's invisible. Are we all here? I'll light my star so that we can see. Nar en edrai ethamen. Now, Tarin.
By your side, Gandalf.
Good. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yes.
Well, where are Keely and Edith? That makes 13. And Mr. Baggins, 14. Yes. Mr. Gandalf, it might be worse, and then again it might be a good deal better. No ponies, we shan't see them again, and no food. No knowing quite where we are, and hordes of angry goblins just behind us.
At least I've rescued our Chris, Gandalf. See how it glows, just like your sword clambering.
That is a warning, Tarin. The brighter those swords glow, the nearer the enemy. Come, on we go. Mr. Gandalf, hurry!
And on they went. They began to hear goblin noises and horrible cries far behind. And it soon became clear that the goblins were quickly gaining on them.
Oh, Mr. Gandalf! Mr. Gandalf! Oh, sorry!
Yes? What is it?
I can't run as fast as you.
Oh, well, then we'll just have to carry you out. Bombo. Oh, no. You take him first.
Oh, come on, Mr. Baggins. Yup.
Yes.
Oh, my. Oh,
Hurry, come on. You and I will draw our swords. Fitz and Glanville will keep them at bay while the rest of you try and get away. Go away!
And well named were those two magic swords by the ancient high elves of the West who wrought them. They hewed and hacked at the goblins until the evil creatures were driven off, and it was some time before they dared turn that corner again, by which time the adventurers had gone on, a long way on into the dark tunnels of the goblins' realm. As soon as the goblins realized where their prey had gone, they put out their torches, slipped on soft shoes, and chose their very quickest runners with the sharpest eyes and ears. These ran forward as swift as weasels in the dark, and with hardly any more noise than bats.
Yes, and that's why none of us, not even Gandalf, saw or heard them coming. But we must have been seen by the goblins coming up behind, for Gandalf was letting his wand give out a faint light to help us as we went along.
Quite suddenly, Balin, now at the back carrying Bilbo, was grabbed from behind. As Balin fell, the hobbit rolled off his shoulders into the blackness, bumped his head on hard rock, and remembered nothing more. When Bilbo opened his eyes, he wondered if he had.
Huh?
But it was just as dark as with them shut.
Oh, yes. Yes, and just imagine my fright. I could hear nothing, I could see nothing, and I could feel nothing except for the stone of the floor. Very slowly, I got up and groped about on all fours till I touched the wall of the tunnel. My head was swimming. There was no sign of Gandalf or the dwarves, and I was far from certain even which way we'd been travelling. Still, I guessed as well as I could, and I crawled along for a good way, until suddenly my hand met on the floor of the tunnel what felt like a little tiny ring of cold metal.
It was a turning point in the Hobbit's career. Not that he knew it at the time. He put the ring in his pocket almost without thinking. Certainly it did not seem of any particular use at that moment. He did not go much further, but sat on the cold floor and pondered.
I thought of myself at home, frying eggs and bacon in the kitchen. But that only made me miserabler, for I could feel inside that it was high time for some meal or other. How could I have been left behind? How did the goblins miss me? I must have been lying unconscious out of their way. What if the goblins came back?
But then Bilbo remembered the sword he had taken from the troll's lair.
Ah, it glows. So this is an elvish blade, too. Its light's only pale, so the goblins are not very near. Yes, and yet not far enough away. Still, it gives me a little light to see by. Now, what shall I do? Go back? No, that's no good at all. Go sideways? Oh, no, impossible. Go forward. The only thing to do. On we go.
So, with his sword held in front of him and with one hand feeling the wall, he groped along, fearful but determined as only a hobbit can be when his mind is made up. The tunnel seemed to have no end. On and on he went, and down, not daring to stop. On, until he was tireder than tired. It seemed like all the way to tomorrow and over it to the days beyond. Suddenly...
Water! Icy cold! This must be a pool or a lake. Or is it an underground river? Well, now what do I do? It may not be very deep, and I might be able to wade over to the other side. Wherever that is. But if it is deep, I can't swim. Oh, dear. My precious. At least a tasty morsel, and it may trust me. Who are you? What is he, my precious? Me? I am Mr. Bilbo Baggins, B-A-G-G-I-N-S. I've lost the dwarves, and I've lost the wizard, and I don't know where I am, and I don't want to know. If only I can get out of here.
He sits here and chats with it up to my precious. It likes riddles. Perhaps it does it?
This strange creature wanted to appear friendly, at any rate for the moment, until he found out more about the Hobbit. His name was Galoon, although he always called himself Precious. He was small and slimy and as dark as darkness, except for two big, round, pale eyes in his thin face. He lived on fish, and goblin, too, when he could get it. He could see that Bilbo was no goblin, but Galoon was always very hungry. When he said he wanted to play riddles, Bilbo was anxious to agree, until he found out whether this odd creature was fierce or friendly, or whether he was in league with the goblins.
Riddles? Very well, then. You ask first.
Go. Goodness. What has roots that nobody sees, is taller than trees. Up it goes, and yet never grows.
Oh, yes, well, that's very easy. A mountain.
Does it get easy?
Go.
We must have a competition with us, my precious.
A competition? Yes, well, all right. Provided that you show me the way out of this place afterwards.
If Precious asks, and it doesn't answer, we slit, my precious. If we don't answer, then we does what it wants, We shows it the way out, yes.
Well, yeah, I there doesn't seem to be very much else for it. Look, eat me. Oh, dear. Yeah, very well. Now, yes, now let me see. Try this one. A box without hinges, key or lid, yet golden treasure inside is hid. Very easy, old chestnut, is it?
Box without hinges, yet golden treasure.
Gold. Oh, come on, let's have your answer.
Now, precious time. This thing all things devours, birds, beasts, trees, flowers, gnaws iron, bites steel, grinds hard stones to meal, slays king, ruins town, and beats high mountain down.
Oh, dear. It's a hard one. Oh, perhaps a magician. No. Oh, dear. It definitely wants to eat me. I must think. Oh, I need more time. Time.
No more riddles, no more.
No, all right, certainly. I'm rather tired of that game, too. But now, do you think you could show me the way?
It's got to ask us a question, my precious.
Oh, but I just asked you.
Yes. Just one more question.
Well, I just can't think of anything. No, something. What have I got in my pocket?
Not there!
Well,
not there to ask us what it's got in its nasty little pocket.
Well, all right. Yes, what have I got in my pocket then?
It must give us 3 guesses, my precious.
Yeah, well, all right, go on. Guess away.
What's it got in its pocket? Hanses.
Wrong. Guess again.
Not hanses. What can nasty hanses have in its pocket?
No, wrong. Last guess. Wrong. Come along, time's up.
String or nothing.
Now, that's not fair. You worked 2 guesses in at once. Anyway, they're both wrong. Well, what about your promise then? I want to go and you must show me the way.
It must wait. We can't go up tunnels, they're so hasty.
We must go and get some things first. Yes, things to help us.
Yes, well, all right. Well, hurry up then.
We must get our birthday present. Let it wait there till we get our birthday present.
Good as it's gone. I don't think he means to come back. All that talk of things to get and a birthday present, just excuses to get away.
But Bilbo was wrong. Gollum did mean to come back. He was angry now and hungry, and he was a miserable and wicked creature, and he had a plan. He paddled out to his island, where in a hiding place he kept a few wretched oddments, and one very beautiful thing. Very beautiful, very wonderful. A golden ring. A precious ring. How he had come by that ring ages ago in the old days, when such rings were still at large in the world, perhaps even the master who ruled them could not have said.
Where is it? Lost it. My precious lost. Cursed and precious, my precious is lost.
What's the matter? What have you lost?
It mustn't ask us. Not its business. It's lost. Oh.
Yes, well, so am I, you see. And I want to get unlost. Yes, and I won the game, you know, and you promised. So come along. You come along and let me out, and then you can go on with your looking.
No. Not yet.
Yes, but you never answered my last question. And you did promise, you know.
But it's lost. Tell us that. It must tell first.
He's coming back. He's just very, very upset. Yes. What have I got, I wonder? Oh, it's just that ring. Oh, it feels very cold on my fingers. Oh, his eyes. Oh, shining like green fire. Oh, goodness. He's going to kill me.
It mustn't run away.
Terrified, Bilbo tried to run faster as he heard Gollum's hiss close behind him, but suddenly he struck his toe on a snag in the floor and fell flat with his sword under him.
He's gone past. Well, how could he have missed me? He has, and that's a good thing. Yes, but what now? No good going back to the lake. He's bound to return there sometime. I suppose I'd just better follow him. Perhaps he'll lead me to some way of escape.
It's gone. Oh. Found it. My birthday present. How do we lose it? My precious baby. It must have been when we came this way last, when we twisted that tasty young cock. It slipped from us after all these ages and ages. It's gone.
The ring. That's what he must have lost. But why does he want it so badly?
The nasty notice has found it unsafe. But he doesn't know what the present can do, does it? It doesn't know. But it's flexible. Yes, supposing the right copy is just. Goblins. If they get it, they will get the present. Precious present. They'll find it, and they'll find out what it does. One of the goblins will put it on, and then no one will see him. Not even our clever eyes will see him. And he'll come creepy and tricky and catch us.
So it's a magic ring. Well, it's made me invisible. That's why he rushed straight past me when I fell.
Let's stop talking, Princess. Let's find a way through the back door. Yes, that's it. The back door.
The back door? Well, maybe I can get out there. If this ring really does make me invisible, it should be easy. I suppose I better follow this smelly creature. I'd much rather be getting away from it.
The further they went, the slower Galoom walked. He began to get shaky and weepy. Goblins might be about, and he had lost the ring. At last, he stopped by a low opening in the left-hand side of the passage.
Yes. But we just have to go on very slow. Goblins is down there. Lots of goblins here.
He's sitting right in front of the opening. Oh, I can see his great shining eyes. How can I get past him?
We hears it. We knows it. Here's it, my precious. The nasty begging is here. He wants to get out, but we won't let it, my precious. When we catch you, then we get our busty presents back.
I must get out. I must get out of this horrible darkness while I've got any strength left. I'll kill it. I'll kill it with my elf blade.
But a sudden understanding, a pity mixed with horror, welled up in Bilbo's heart. A glimpse of endless days without light or hope, hard stone, cold fish sneaking and whispering. He trembled. And then quite suddenly, as if lifted by a new strength and resolve, he leapt. Straight over Galoom's head he jumped. 7 feet forward and 3 feet in the air. Too late, Galoom sensed what was happening. He threw himself backwards and grabbed. But his hands snapped on thin air, and Bilbo, falling fair on his sturdy feet, sped off down the new tunnel.
Forever. It is taken our Come back! Come back! Crush it and crush it! We hate it! We hate it forever!
Scuttling as fast as his legs would carry him, Bilbo turned a corner and came suddenly into an open space where he saw, with a wave of relief that left him almost dizzy, a ray of bright sunshine streaming through a great stone doorway. Blinking in the dazzle, Bilbo failed at first to see the guards, goblins in full armor and with drawn swords.
They can see me.
Whether it was an accident or a last trip before he took a new master, the ring was not on his finger.
The ring. Where is it? Oh, here it is. I must get out.
I can close the door! But lady, unless you want to be vexed with a spider!
Must get through that door before it closes.
You can see the really side of the creature.
It's almost done. Here we go. Now I see it. Just about three. He's back. My coat buttons caught on the edge of the door. I'm stuck.
I'm stuck. Oh, no! What's stopping it? There's a shadow there! Something's trying to get out!
You can see my shadow in the sunlight.
Stop it! Put your door through it!
must get away quickly. I've escaped.
So there I was. Yes, but where was I? The sun was shining brightly and the air smelled clean and fresh. But I'd no food, pony, hood, cloak, no buttons on my coat, and not the slightest idea which way to go. Nor had I any friends. I was still quite alone.
So, trusting to his luck,
which hadn't been too good up to then,
Bilbo took off the magic ring and began to walk in the first direction his fancy dictated. As he wandered on, the sun began to sink behind the mountain.
Good heavens. The sun sets in the west, so I must be to the east of the Misty Mountains. I must have walked right through them, right to the edge of the land beyond. Oh, the land beyond. Oh, where can Gandalf and the dwarves have got to? Perhaps now that I've got the magic ring, I ought to go back into those horrible tunnels and look for them. Yes, there's nothing else for it. I must go back. What's that? Voices? Coming from behind those bushes. I'll creep nearer. See who they are. They might be friendly. Oh, thank goodness, it's the dwarves. I'll put the ring on. It'll give them all a surprise.
Shelter down here.
Without the burglar confiscating us.
Here I am.
Look, there he is.
My dear Bilbo.
Where did you get to and where did you spring from?
Well, that's a little secret. I told you there was a lot more in our burglar than you guessed.
And that's your adventures, Bilbo. What happened to you after we lost you? How did you get to this spot?
Well, you see, after I fell
No time now. We must be getting on. The goblins will be out after us in their hundreds when nightfall, and already shadows are lengthening. Oh, very well. You can tell us your tale on the march, Bilbo. Yes.
As they plodded onward, the dwarves plied Bilbo with question after question about his adventures. He told them over and over again everything he could remember.
Except about the finding of the ring. But Gandalf gave me more than one strange look from under his bushy eyebrows, and I remember wondering if he had guessed that part of the tale without my saying.
The way grew rough and treacherous, and at one point the whole party found themselves slithering helplessly down a long, steep slope of fallen stones, the remains of a landslide. The sun had long gone down behind the mountains. The company limped along as fast as they were able, and all the while the forest gloom got heavier and the silence deeper. Suddenly they came to a clearing where the bracken ceased and the pine needles were thickly carpeted upon the ground.
Can't we rest here? Must we go any further? I'm dreadfully hungry. What's that?
Wolves? Rather worse, I'm afraid. The evil wolves of these parts are called wargs. We must climb the trees. All of you, quick! Up the trees!
But I can't. I'm only a little hobbit.
Is everyone safe?
I think so. Yes, all are safe for the time being.
Gandalf, we can't stay perched in trees forever. And look, there are hundreds of them.
Quiet. We may discover something to help us away from here. Look, in the middle of the clearing, there's their leader, the great grey warg.
What? All this noise? This howling and scattering. We found strangers here, oh great one. We chased them up those trees. What strangers? A pack of dwarves, my lord. And a thing like a man with a long beard. And a smaller thing. And a smaller thing? Is it an elf? Not an elf, my lord. We don't know what it is. We've never seen one before. Are the goblins here yet? No, oh great grey one. Not here? Why not? We don't know. Oh, mightiest of prowlers. We haven't seen hide or whisker of them. Well, find them, you killers. We shall. Find them. And one so scared of the forest. I'll deal with the strangers later. You will soon have your chance to tell.
shall we do, Gandalf? I mean, how shall we ever escape?
Only chance, I think, is fire.
Fire?
Yes. Wargs are mortally afraid of fire. You two, collect as many pine cones from this tree as you can, and I'll set light to them with my staff. Quick! Now then, Now then.
Here you are. It's a big one.
Good. They're dry and should catch light easily. There. I think the great tree was. Should have the first honor and be the first target.
Good shot, Gandalf! You got him right on the nose.
Yes, let's see what a few more fiery cones can produce. Here.
Here's a present for you.
Pipe and smoke it wood. Look! The coats are on fire.
They're right to each other.
They're running away!
There are still far too many of them unharmed for us to think of escaping yet. We'll have to...
Look! Through the trees there!
Goblins. As I feared, we were too late. The goblins have arrived.
What's going on, Gandalf? What are they doing?
Holding a council of war, Yes, I thought so. Goblins, unlike wargs, are not afraid of fire. See? They're putting dry fern and brushwood round our trees. They're going to make bonfires on us. Oh,
It's carrying Gandalf in his claws.
Oh, eagles! They've come to rest us. Stop trying to look up the trees.
I can't. I'll go in here.
Then let yourself be carried away. Whoa! The eagles! The eagles!
I can't.
Come on, Bilbo, come on. Come on, brave burglar. Let yourself be carried up. Oh, fail now. The things are nearly on us. Lord, Bilbo, it's your only chance. Hold on. Farewell, goblin. Farewell, Lord.
And so the band of adventurers was borne away to freedom and to safety. As they flew on, the pale peaks of a mountain loomed ahead, with spikes of rock sticking up out of black shadows. At last, the great eagles deposited their passengers safely on a wide ledge of rock, halfway up the sheer precipice which seemed to form one whole side of this inhospitable-looking mountain.
Where are we, Gandalf? Are the eagles friendly? I mean,
one question at a time, my dear Bilbo. First, we are on the Great Shelf, the home of the Lord of the Eagles.
Oh.
And secondly, yes, they are friendly.
Oh.
They aren't always, I might tell you. But it so happens that I once healed the Lord of the Eagles through a very nasty arrow. Quiet. Here he is now. Show the greatest respect.
Gandalf, my old friend. What a pleasant surprise to see you again.
I am honored, Lord of the Eagles. May I present Toreen Oakenshield, son of Thrain, son of Thraw, and his followers.
Son of Thrain, son of Thraw. It is a great pleasure to meet the head of such a famous family of goblin slayers. Gandalf, my friend, you must tell me where you have come from and where you are going to, and what is your mission? It was as well one of my patrols spotting the fires from afar, was it not?
Indeed it was. We all owe our lives to you and to your eagles. But before I tell you of our adventures, may I crave one more favor?
You have but to ask.
Can your eagles take us where and as far as you will?
In which direction?
Eastward.
Eastward, great wind. Your for you to wish to go eastward, we will carry you to the Karok, but no farther, Gandalf. There are too many perils beyond that point, even for eagles. Loot for the crab and my lord. Eat your fill, then you must rest for the morrow's journey.
The following morning, they bade a courteous farewell to their hosts who had treated them so kindly, and again were carried aloft, this time on the backs of the eagles, which was a good deal more comfortable and less frightening, although at least one member of the party still found it not at all to his liking.
I just shut my eyes and held on as tightly as I could.
After a good while, the eagles spied the Karok and began to go down in great spirals. The Karok was a rugged hill of stone sticking up out of a plain of wide grassland and with a river meandering round its foot. Quickly now to the top of this rock, the eagles slipped one by one and set down their passengers.
Wherever you fare, till your ears receive you at the journey's end.
May the wind under your wings bear you where the sun sails and the moon walks. Farewell.
Farewell, my lord.
Goodbye. Farewell.
What now, Gandalf?
Very few people live in these parts of the land beyond, but there is somebody that I know of who lives not too far away. It was he who named this hill Karok, and it was he who carved out those steps down to the plain. He doesn't come here often, certainly not in the daytime, and it is no good waiting for him. In fact, it would be very dangerous.
Why?
We must go and find him, and we must all be very polite when I introduce you, which I shall do slowly, 2 by 2, I think. And you must be careful not to annoy him, or heaven knows what will happen.
Why?
Because he can be appalling when he is angry, though he's kind enough when humored. Still, I warn you, he gets angry easily.
Is this the person you are taking us to?
It is.
Couldn't you find someone more easy-tempered?
No, I could not.
I think, Gandalf, you'd better explain it all a bit more clearly.
His name is Bjorn. He's a skin changer, which is to say he changes his skin. Sometimes he is a man, and sometimes an enormous black bear. Some say that he's descended from the ancient bears of the mountains that lived there before the giants came.
Yes, but what's
And, Bilbo, he is not the sort of person to ask questions of.
Why'd you tell me?
His house is a great wooden mansion set in an oak forest, which, incidentally, is a good walk from here.
But why
So
can't I-
let us save our breath for marching. Follow me.
Don't like the idea of it at all.
It was late afternoon before they came to a belt of tall and very ancient oaks. Gandalf led the way along the thick thorn hedge to a wooden gate, high and broad. Through it they could see gardens and a cluster of barns, stables and sheds, and a long, low wooden house.
You had better wait here and follow only in pairs, mind, at intervals of about 5 minutes. That will give him time to get used to the idea of visitors. Come on, Mr. Baggins. We'll go first.
Oh, will we?
Good luck, then.
Good luck,
Mr. Baggins. Oh, thank you.
Take care. See? The way those horses looked us over and trotted off.
Yes.
They have gone to tell Bjorn of the arrival of strangers.
I hope they liked what they saw.
Now, be on your best behavior, Bilbo. And try not to ask any questions.
Soon they reached a courtyard, in the middle of which stood a huge man, fully half as tall again as Gandalf, leaning on a large axe. He had a black beard and thick black hair and great bare arms and legs with knotted muscles. The horses were standing by him with their noses at his throat.
Well, here they are. They don't look dangerous. Who are you, and what do you want?
I am Gandalf, the wizard.
Never heard of him. And what's this little fellow?
This is Mr. Bilbo Baggins, a hobbit. Of good family and unimpeachable reputation. At your service and your family's.
Yeah.
Well, I have heard of you, even if you have not heard of me. But perhaps you have heard of my good cousin Radagast.
Oh, yes. Not a bad fellow as wizards go. I used to see him now and again. Well, now I know who you are, or who you say you are. What do you want?
We have lost our luggage beyond and are in need of help and advice. I may say we had rather a bad time of it with goblins in the mountains.
Goblins? Oh, so you've been having trouble with them, have you? Oh. Well, then you better tell me your tale, if it won't take all day. Now, what did you go near goblins for?
I was coming over the mountains with a friend or two.
Or two? Well, I can only see one. And a little one at that.
Well, I didn't like to bother you with a lot of us until I found out if you were busy. I'll give a whistle, if I may.
Yes, go on. Whistle away.
Torin Oakenshield, at your service.
Nori, at your service.
103, you mean, I see. But these aren't hobbits. They're dwarves.
Well, yes.
I am not over fond of dwarves. But if you are really Torin, son of Thrain, son of Thror, and you are enemies of goblins and are not up to mischief in my lands, then what are you up to, by the way?
They are on their way to visit the land of their fathers, east beyond Mirkwood, as I was about to tell you.
Well, go on telling them.
We were crossing the high pass when we took refuge in a cave from a terrible storm. The Hobbit and I and several of our...
Several? You call two several?
Well, no, as a matter of fact, there are more than two.
Well, go on, whistle again.
Yes. There are Dory and Ori.
At your service.
Dory, at your service.
All right, stand still and keep quiet, or it'll be supper time before this tale is ended.
Well, while we were resting in a cave, some goblins took the Hobbit and the dwarf.
And so Gandalf, by keeping Bjorn enthralled with the story of their adventures, was able to introduce all the dwarves into his formidable presence. And by the time the wizard had finished his tale, the shadows were long in Bjorn's garden.
Bumpy flight. The eagles put us down. On Karok.
That's a good tale. It's a very good tale. It's the best I've heard for a long time. You may be making it all up.
I beg your pardon?
But you deserve a supper for the story all the same. Let's go in. Have something to eat.
Yes, please. I remember your manners.
In Bjorn's house, we had a supper such as we had not had since we left Elrond half-Elven in the west. Bjorn told tales of the wild lands this side of the mountains, and of the dark and dangerous wood which barred our way to the east, and through which we had to pass. The terrible forest of Mirkwood.
After many tales had been told, and many songs had been sung, Gandalf, Bilbo, and the dwarves, by now so tired that they could hardly see, sank wearily into a deep, aimless sleep. Bjorn himself disappeared. Where to, no one knew.
Get up, lazy bones. Get up, or there will be no breakfast left for you.
Breakfast? Where's the breakfast?
Must be inside out.
I say, let's drink.
There's some there for you.
Oh, good. Thank you, darling. Where's Gandalf?
Oh, out and about somewhere. I think he may be looking for Bjorn.
Well.
There's no sign of him either.
Gandalf coming now.
Good morning, Torin. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Bilbo.
Where is our host, Gandalf?
Where have you been? One question at a time, please. I will answer the second one first, which I think will also answer your first. I have been following bear tracks. I followed them quite a distance, and you know where they appeared to be leading to?
Where to?
To that clearing just this side of the mountains where we had our pleasant little party with the wargs and goblins last night.
Bjorn! Bjorn! I mean to lead those evil creatures here.
We shall all be caught and killed.
Don't be silly. I said Bjorn was an enemy of goblins and all things evil, and so he is. But he also had to satisfy himself as to the truth of our story.
Yes, but I...
Now, here he comes.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
All well? That was a good story of yours last night. And I like it better still now that I know it's true. Well, forgive my not taking your word, but if you lived near the edge of Mirkwood, you would not take the word of anyone. I shall think more kindly of dwarves after this. Well, I'm told you killed the great goblin.
Oh, that's...
The great goblin! Well, now, you will want to be getting on with your quest. I shall provide ponies for each of you, and a horse for you, Gandalf, to carry you to the start of the forest path at the edge of Mirkwood. I shall give you food and water, bows and arrows. Not that you are likely to find anything in Mirkwood wholesome enough to eat. Wild things are dark, savage. And 2 pieces of advice I give you. The first is not to drink any of the water of the stream which will cross your path, for it carries enchantment and a great drowsiness and forgetfulness. The second is not under any circumstance to stray from the path. That you must not do for any reason. Now, your mounts are loaded and ready. I suggest that you start now so as to reach Mirkwood before nightfall.
Come on, everyone. My thanks, mighty sir. We shall be ever at your service.
You have been more than generous.
Let me know that you will to the end of the Let me lift you up, Mr. Baggins. I can see that hobbits are not made for pony back.
Oh, well, I have... Thank you, Mr. Bjorn.
Everybody mounted.
All ready, Bjorn.
Good. Gandalf.
Yes?
At the gate of the forest, I must ask you to send back my horse and my pony.
Of course.
I wish you all good speed. My house is open to you if ever you come back this way again. Farewell.
Farewell. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Bjorn.
Swiftly and surely the travellers were borne to the eaves of Mirkwood, and by late afternoon were resting almost beneath the great overhanging boughs of its outer trees. Their trunks were huge and gnarled, their branches twisted, their leaves dark and long.
You can see the entrance to the path through that gap in the trees. I hope you like the look of it. And now you must send back these excellent ponies you have borrowed.
Send back the ponies?
Right.
What about your horse, then? You don't mention sending that back.
I don't, because I am not sending it back. I am riding it back.
No.
It's no use arguing. I have some pressing business away south. In any case, I'm sending Mr. Baggins with you, and I told you that he has more about him than you guessed. You will find that out before long. So cheer up, all of you, and think of the treasure at the end. Come now, dismount and unload the ponies.
Dismount, everyone. Stop.
Off you go, back to your master.
Are you really leaving?
Yes, my little burglar, I really am. Oh, but courage, Bilbo. This is your legend, your adventure. Don't fail me.
I'll try not to.
Goodbye, then.
Goodbye.
Farewell, Taurine. Whoa!
Farewell, Gandalf. Hurry back, you ass.
Goodbye, Mr. Gandalf.
Goodbye.
Come, friends, shoulder your packs. Let us march into Mirkwood. Far over the misty mountains go, to dungeons deep and caverns low. We must away and break our way. mountains cold, through dungeons deep and caverns old. We must away at break of day to keep the pale and sunset soul.
The elf path through the forest was narrow, and wound in and out of the massive tree trunks, black and gnarled with age and heavy with ivy and lichen. Twisted branches and blackened leaves met above their heads so that the adventurers felt as though they were walking down a long, gloomy tunnel, while all the trees leaned over them and listened. All was dark, green, and menacing. The nights were the worst. It then became pitch dark, so dark that they really could see nothing.
Yes, I tried flapping my hand in front of my nose, but I couldn't see it at all.
They slept huddled close together and took it in turns to keep watch. In the inky blackness, eyes would appear. Gleams of yellow and red and green fire, and horrible, pale, bulbous eyes.
Insect eyes, they were. Huge insect eyes.
Eventually they reached the enchanted river. Crossing it presented no problem, for, to their surprise, they found a boat moored to the bank. But even so, misfortune struck. Bumbo,
the heaviest and the fattest of the dwarves,
managed to fall into the water. As Bjorn had warned, he drifted at once into a deep sleep from which nothing would waken him. So for days and days, Bumbo had to be carried.
Yes, and what a weight he was, to be sure.
Finally, the moment arrived when the last morsel of food had been eaten and the last drop of fresh water had been drunk.
And the night was setting in.
The outlook could scarcely have been bleaker. The only scrap of comfort came unexpectedly from Bumbo. He woke up.
Oh, well, what a lovely sleep. What a simply gorgeous sleep. Bumbo, what's to eat? You're awake.
Are you all right?
Certainly I'm all right, darling. But I'm jolly hungry, though. Oh, I can't ever remember being so hungry.
Nor can any of us, Bumbo. There is no food left.
No food?
No, not a crumb. We've been carrying you for days, and all the food is gone.
For days? No wonder I'm so hungry.
You're hungry.
Oh, I was having such beautiful dreams. I dreamt that I was in a forest, and there were lamps swinging from the trees and fires burning underground. A woodland king was there with all his people, and there was a great feast going on forever.
What is it, darling?
Look through the trees. There.
A light.
And there. Another.
Yes.
Another.
Twinkling red light, just like in my dream. Come here, Bumbo. Bumbo, come back here. A beast would be no good if we never get back to it alive, would it? Without a beast, we shan't remain alive much longer anyway.
I can't go any further. Let's go and eat, Harry.
Let's go. In my dream, there were pies and ale, jellies and breads and jam and cakes, tarts and cream.
Very well, Bumbo. Let us go.
Let's go quickly. Everyone, go very carefully and quietly and keep close together. Story. It is a beast.
Wood elves. Not quite the same as high elves, more dangerous and less wise. Good people. Bilbo, you and I will go first. We will announce ourselves to the king and ask for food. Are you ready? Ready? Let us show ourselves. I am Thorin, son of Thrain, son of Thor, first king.
It's gone dark. They vanished.
Wait! We are friendly. We mean no evil.
Where are you? Raphael?
No, dwarves. Dwarves, come back.
Wait, dwarves! Please! I'm only a little hobbit. I can't walk as fast. I shall get lost. I'm over here. Over here.
All of you, here by me. The wood elves have gone.
Why can't we have
Look, please be quiet, all of you. Now, does anyone know the way back to the park?
Hurry!
Yes, what is it?
The lights again over there.
Well, we'll catch them this time. Come on, Come back, you foolish wolves! Come back! Come back here!
Just like my dream. There's the feast.
Oh, what a scrumptious spread. I will ask them for some. Excuse me, please. May we have some food?
They've gone again. They've gone.
Darling, where are you?
Here, Tony, over here.
Where?
Here, Bumble is with me.
Oh, Doreen, it was such a lovely feast.
Yes, I know. Poor Bumbo. Poor all of us.
Dwarves!
Dwarves! Come to your king! Owen! Finny!
Yes, Tony.
Owen! The wood elves have gone. There is no feast.
Where did they go this time?
Why don't they help us?
Are they frightened? Call again, Tony. Call again.
It's no use, it's no use. Now we are really lost. The wood elves have tricked us into leaving the park.
But you said they were not evil.
Perhaps they are not. But they are not to know what we are.
Tony, the burglar is missing.
Huh? What?
The rest of us are all here, but no Mr. Baggins.
The burglar lost. This is grim news. Grim news indeed. We must find him.
Oh, yes.
For Bilbo, this was one of his most miserable moments. He had blundered around in the darkness, calling for the dwarves by name, one after the other, time after time, until quite exhausted. He was alone in Mirkwood. He made up his mind that it was no good trying to do anything until daylight.
And with no hope of breakfast to revive me.
He sat himself down with his back to a tree, and not for the first time fell to thinking of his hobbit hole with its beautiful pantries. He was deep in thoughts about eggs and bacon and toast and butter when he felt something like a strong, sticky string touch his hand.
What's that? Huge spider's thread. Oh. There it is. Right up on the tree above me. It wants to get me in its web and eat me. Horrible thing. It's huge. Well, my old blade was meant for goblins. Let's hope it works against spiders. Ah, it's going to jump on me. You idiot thing. You see how you like that. It's dead! It's dead! I've killed it! All alone I've killed it! No Gandalf or dwarves to help me, I've killed it! Well, my trusty soul, you saved my life. I'll give you a name. I shall have to call you, yes. Sting. Sting, that's what I'll call you Sting. That's a good name for a sword. Oh, dear. Now, I must explore. Which way? Which way? Yes, well, I'll just have to guess and trust to luck. Why didn't we remember Bjorn's advice and Gandalf's? What a mess we're in now. We? I only wish it was we. Oh, it's horrible being all alone. Oh, more spiders. What are they doing? What are all those bundles they've got there hanging from that branch? They look like cocoons or something. Not of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 13? 13! They captured the dwarves. They must have surprised them and knocked them out with those poisonous stings. What can I do? I'll put the ring on my finger. If it made me invisible to goblins, it should make me invisible to spiders. Time to wait.
Oh, well, I was always good at throwing stones. Let's see what those horrors make of this. Good shot, Mr. Baggins. Knocked it clean over his perch. Dead, too. I shouldn't wonder. Stop moving. Old fat spider spinning in a tree. Old fat spider can't see me. Abigot, thank you, stop. Stop those spinning and look for me. Now, I must try and get the dwarves and cut them free before the spiders give up the chase. It's me, Bilbo. Oh, mustn't forget to take the ring off. I'll get you all three, don't you worry. Now, which one is this? I should know this nose. Oh. Darling, should have known. You all right? You look a bit blue.
Yes, I am all right. Thank you, Mr. Baggins.
Look, have you got your knife?
Knife?
Yes, your knife. Yes. Good. Well, look, cut some of the others loose. It won't take the spiders long to realize they're chasing a will-o'-the-wisp and they'll be rushing back here. Next. This way. Get on. Thank you. There you are, Bomber. You're the last. Of course. Glad you leave me to last. What are these horrible friends? They'll be back in a moment. Now, look, all of you. You get stones, sticks, your swords and knives, anything you can lay your hands on. Come on. It's going to be a stiff fight. There are hundreds of them. But with a bit of luck, there should be a match for them. Now, I'm going to disappear.
What? Disappear?
With this, my magic ring.
With a magic ring?
Well, yes, I was going to keep it a secret, but I found it in the Goblin's cave. When I put it on, it makes me invisible. That's how I managed to rescue you.
Well, what's your plan?
Well, I'll disappear. Yes, I'll disappear. I'll try to draw the spiders off in this direction, you see, and you run that way, and then I'll try and meet up with you later.
No, we can't let you...
No, time. Here they come. Go on, quick. I'll do this thing. Come on, up you go.
Run, my dwarf!
Spiders have turned back. They have given up.
Sure, darling.
Yes, you can see them going back.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, now we can rest.
What are you cutting through? Bilbo!
You've outrun them, then?
Yes, we've escaped, thanks to you.
Well done, Mr. Baggins.
A cheer for our burglar.
Let's get it.
What a battle. We must have killed hundreds between us.
This is a battle for the legend.
Ahead of us. No, don't look.
What is it?
I think it's wood elves. Armed. Armed? But we are too weak to fight anymore.
I don't think they'll harm us, darling. They are elves, after all. Look, but I'll put my ring on, just in case. And get out of the way a bit.
Good idea. What is it you want, wood elves?
Our king wishes to talk with you. You will come with us. Lay down your arms.
I say we fight them.
No, perhaps they'll be kind and give us food. Oh, very well, then, very well.
We mean no harm, elves. Come, dwarves. Now let us go with the elves. At least they may guide us out of this accursed forest.
Follow us, then. no ropes here. There is no escape from my magic door for those who are once brought inside.
What have we done, O King? Is it a crime to be lost in the forest, to be hungry and thirsty, to be attacked by spiders? Are spiders your pets, that killing them makes you so angry?
It is a crime to wander in my realm without leave. Do you forget that you were in my kingdom, using the path that my people made? Did you not twice attack my people?
We never did.
You attacked my people at their merrymaking in the forest, and roused the spiders with your riot and clamor. Now, I have a right to know what brings you here. Well, as you wish. I shall keep you all in prison until you have learned sense and manners. Take them to the cells. Take them away.
And what of Mr. Baggins? True, he had managed to slip inside the Elf King's palace. But once inside, what was he to do? For days on end, he wandered about, trying to discover a way of rescuing the dwarves.
But I did manage to discover where the dwarves' cells were.
Yes, and in the deepest and gloomiest dungeon of all, he found Torine.
Torine? Torine? Torine, are you in there?
Bilbo! Thank goodness. You found me. Where are the others?
They're in cells just above yours. I managed to keep out of sight of the ring.
Well done, Bilbo. Gandalf was right. You certainly have proved your worth.
Oh. Thank you, Torine. Thank you very much.
Has the Elven King discovered the reason for our quest?
So I don't think so. I haven't heard any mention of Smaug or our treasure.
You mean my treasure? The dwarves' treasure. I don't trust these wood elves one little bit. If they think they can get a share of our gold, they... Well, when do we escape?
What?
What's your plan?
When do we... What's mine? My dear Torine, I may have a magic ring, but I'm not a wizard like Gandalf.
No, of course, Mr. Baggins. But I know I can rely on you to free us.
I'll do what I can. But I'm making no promises, you know. First of all, I have to do some more exploring. And then I'll come back and report.
Good luck, Mr. Baggins. For all our sakes.
What's this place? Oh, those barrels. Goodness. Wonder what they're for, those places.
Someone's coming. You to drag me all the way down here. Oh, it's good, all right. The finest barrel of wine you've had yet. I shall be hard at work tonight, clearing the cellars of the empty barrels. So I want you to join me in a drink to help the labor. The finest barrel, eh? Well, it wouldn't do to send up poor stuff for the feast. But perhaps it's my duty to take it. Over here. Mind the trap door. It's rotten, and I shouldn't like to see the chief of the guard falling through into the street. You must get it mended then. All in good time. Now here, taste this.
Then this is the wine cellar. And they tip the empty barrels through the trap into the stream below. And where does the stream lead to?
Excellent, Galleon. Truly excellent. Yeah. The Elf King's feast will be all the merrier for this Lake Town brew. Those lakemen are surely the masters of wine making. They are. Oh, a precious little
Lake Town. Well, if the barrels come from there, maybe the stream carries them back. That's a chance. I can't see any other, anyway. I wonder what Torine will think of it.
Well, it's a desperate plan, Bilbo. But then so are circumstances. But how will you get the keys to the cells?
Tonight, the Elven King is giving a feast. All elves are very fond of wine, and I imagine they'll all sleep pretty soundly when the banquet's over. I hope to get them then.
I know we can rely on our burglar. Good luck, Bilbo.
There you are, Tony. You're the last.
Good for you, Bilbo.
Quiet, all of you. What is the plan, Bilbo? I shall take you down to the wine cellars.
Oh, good.
Yes, Bombo. There are dozens of empty barrels there due to be dropped through a trapdoor into a stream which flows underneath the palace. You will be in the barrels.
Oh, that's all very well, but... well, what then?
What then? Well, I don't know. I can only hope that the current will float the barrels to somewhere. I mean, where the lake men who make the wine will pick them up.
But we might be drowned.
For bruised and battered to pieces, I'm not going into any battle.
It's impossible.
All right. Very well. You go back into your nice cells and I'll lock you in again and you can sit there comfortably and think of a better plan.
There is no other way. And our quest must be fulfilled.
We will follow you, Tony.
Oh?
We will follow the king.
All right, then. Come on. You must get busy. Follow me and be very, very quiet. Bombo, you watch for the guards. Yes, the rest of you to the barrels. They're over there. Quiet. Barley, Johnny. Get the straw. Good idea. Over here.
Here you are, Bilbo.
Good. Now, all right. In you get, all of you. Come on in. Get yours back. Barley, come on. In you get.
I'm sorry.
Come on.
Well, there seems to be plenty of room. I only hope I'm not in there too long.
So do I. Mind your being. Now, tuck down while I put the lid on.
My hood.
Get down. Can you breathe? No, well, never mind.
Goodbye, Bilbo.
Bye-bye. Now, quick, Bombo. Bombo. Push him, Bilbo. Now. Very good. Bombo. Breathe in, Will. Quickly. Breathe in. No, breathe out. That's it.
That's just you and me, Bilbo. Someone's coming.
Quick, go on, in you get. There's just time. Listen, but what about you? I'll be all right. Get in. I'll put the ring on him.
You ought to be here to show us what's to be done.
Oh, let's start without it. I've no wish to wait down here while the feast is still on.
All right. These must be the barrels.
Yes.
Hungarian's own head be. The king's best wine is pushed into the river.
Let's open the trap door. Oh, looks cold, doesn't it? Glad I'm not a barrel tonight.
Give us a hand, eh?
Well, what shall I do? I have to creep to the edge of the trapdoor. Oh, it's one of the barrels and it drops down. Oh, dear. I wish there was a better swivel. But I can't be left behind.
Albert, let's be glad of another cup of wine.
It won't be long. One more barrel to go.
Now!
Did you hear something?
What?
I thought I heard footsteps running across the floor.
Footsteps? A rat, very likely. Oh, you had too much wine. Come on. Last one. Over she goes.
Of the current, he managed somehow to keep his grip on the rolling barrel.
I do hope those lids are not tight enough.
Barrels with their dwarvish contents passed swiftly under the elves' palace and out on towards the polished river. After the longest half hour in Bilbo's life, barrels floated gently into the bank at a bend in the stream.
There they are. And about time, too. I thought we'd have to wait here all night. Let's get them on board, then. Right. Come on here. This is a big load. It's all as heavy as this, they'll sink the boat.
Don't climb on board while they're loading up. I hope those lids have stuck on all right. Perhaps the dwarves are all drowned or battered to death.
Right away.
The day grew lighter and warmer as they floated along. After a while, the shores sank to river level. The trees ended, and then Bilbo saw a sight.
A lonely mountain.
Far away, its dark head in a torn cloud, loomed the peak that Bilbo had been half hoping, half dreading to see since the adventure started all that time ago. The home of the dragon Smaug and the dwarves' long-lost treasure. The sun had set by the time they reached the lake town of Esgaroth, the town that had been built after the destruction of Dale by the dread Smaug. The boat gently eased into a little bay between the town and the shore, for Esgaroth was built entirely over the waters of the lake. There the boatmen moored the boat and left wearily for their homes and their beds. And Bilbo set about releasing the dwarves.
You stupid hobbit. I am sure I am black and blue all over.
Wait, now, really? Now, look. Now, just will you listen. Dwarves, listen. Are you still in prison or are you free? Well, I mean, all this moaning and groaning and where's your gratitude? I mean, yes, do you think I enjoyed the trip down the river? Shame on you, shame on you. I'm only a hobbit, and you're dwarves. You ought to know. You're supposed to be brave warriors. Warriors? I see. Now, listen. Now, you stop all these foolish complaints and let us consider what is next to be done.
Well, Mr. Baggins, what do you think is our next move?
I suggest we go into Esgaroth.
What, at this time of night?
Certainly. Perhaps the lake men will give us food and shelter.
Yes, I agree. Let us make ourselves known. I am grandson of the last king under the mountain. Esgaroth and all these lands are part of my domain. I shall enter in upon my inheritance.
That'd be nice.
Come to the gates of Lake Town.
Yes, all right. Come along, all of you.
Who are you and what do you want?
I am Thorin, son of Thrain, son of Thor, king under the mountain. I wish to see the master of this town.
King under the mountain? Who are your companions?
These are my faithful followers of the race of Durin.
Yes,
and Mr. Baggins, the hobbit, who has traveled with us out of the west.
But the master is feasting.
Let us have no more words, or your master may have something to say to you. Come, let your king enter.
Very well. Open the gate. Open the gate.
Now we shall.
The captain of the guard, with 6 of his men, led them over the bridge, through the gates, and into the marketplace of the town. From a great hall shone many lights, and there came the sound of many voices. The dwarves stood at its doors, blinking in the light, and looking at the long, crowded tables.
son of Thrain, son of Thor, king under the mountain. I return.
Captain, what means this? Who are these creatures?
Master, I think these are the prisoners who escaped from the Elven King.
Oh. Is this true?
It is true that we were wrongfully waylaid by the Elven King and imprisoned without cause. But neither lock nor bar may hinder the homecoming spoken of old. Nor is this town part of the Wood Elves' realm, but part of the ancient dwarves' kingdom, which now I claim.
What's this?
He speaks truly, Master. Thor was our king before Smaug destroyed the old town. Our king is come.
There you shall be avenged.
Dwarves were welcomed in the town amid scenes of astonishing enthusiasm. Large house was given up to Thorin and his company, and crowds sat outside and sang songs all day and cheered if any dwarf so much as showed his nose.
Yeah, but I was not feeling particularly cheerful. I've not forgotten the sight of the mountain. Nor could I put thoughts of the dragon out of my head.
At the end of a fortnight, Thorin began to think of departure. Autumn was now getting far on. The leaves were falling and the winds were cold. It would not do to allow the townspeople's enthusiasm to cool with delay. But at least one person was not sorry to see them go. The master of the town.
The sooner this dwarf and his followers have gone, the better. Let them go and bother Smaug and see how he welcomes them. But what if Smaug gets angry and takes it into his head to attack the lake town and destroy us as he did Dale? Yes, the sooner they're gone, the better.
And so, one morning, 3 large boats left Asgard, laden with rowers, dwarves, Mr. Baggins, ponies, and plenty of provisions. The townspeople sang and cheered from the quay as the adventurers started north on the last stage of their journey.
The only person thoroughly unhappy was me.
In 2 days, they rode to the northern tip of the long lake, where the river running led straight to the lonely mountain. They could all now see it, towering, grim, and tall before them. At the end of the 3rd day, they drew into the bank and disembarked, for the rowers would row no further. The ponies were loaded, the lakemen said farewell, and Bilbo, Thorin, and the dwarves set out for the regions known as the Desolation of the Dragon.
We all knew that we were drawing near to the end of the journey, and that it might be a very unpleasant end.
All the same, they reached the foot of the mountain on the 4th day without mishap, and without seeing any signs of the fiery dragon.
Thorin!
Yes, Balin, what is it?
Over there, where the river comes out of that great cavern in the mountainside. That must be the south gate that the lake men told us about.
They also told us that it was Smaug's front door. So let us make our way to the western face of the mountain and look for the hidden side door. If my grandfather's map is true, the entrance will be high up. So we have some climbing to do, my friends. Come, let us move away from these dark birds. They look like the spies of evil. Come, courage, dwarf, forward.
After yet another hard and difficult journey, their spirits lowering by the hour, the company made camp in a long valley on the western side of the mountain. Day by day, in parties, they toiled up and down the craggy mountainside, searching for the secret door. And day by day, they came back to their camp without success. But at last, unexpectedly, they found steps cut into the rock, leading upwards and out of sight.
Oh, this staircase seems to be going on forever. Oh, it's getting very narrow, too.
You can see the ponies down there.
Oh, I'd rather not look if you don't mind. It's rather a long way down.
The steps are opening out into a sort of ledge. Can we rest here, Toddy?
We can't go any further, so we might as well.
Any further? Why not?
Well, look ahead. This is as far as the steps lead, to this little shelf here.
Well, then this must be the secret side door.
What must be?
Oh, yeah, this cliff face.
But there is no keyhole, no doorpost or lintel to be seen. It is as smooth as glass.
Exactly. It's too smooth. The rest of the mountain is rough and pitted. This surface is as smooth and upright as mason's work. I mean, look, even the colour's different. It's grey and the rest of the mountain's black.
You're right, Bilbo. This was fashioned by craft, not by nature. Come, my dwarves. Let us see if we can open it. All push. Now get your shoulders to it. Ready? All together. Now. And again. No.
Don't push me. Push the door.
And again.
It's no good, Toddy.
Now, don't give up so easily. Again, all together. Now.
Never move. Not if we go at it for hours. It is solid rock. Back in and his door. What now, Bilbo? I said, what now?
What now? Yes. Yes, well, that's just what I was wondering. What now? Yes. What now?
That is just what I was... leave him be, Balin. Oh, it's getting colder. Today is the last day of autumn. And winter comes after autumn.
Of course! Durim's Day.
Yes,
What's this about Durim's Day?
When the last moon of autumn and the sun are in the sky together. Today is the last day of autumn, and the sun is still up. And look.
Yes?
New moon.
But what difference does it make what day it is? There's the thrush. The map was right. It's only an old thrush knocking a snail against the rock. Be quiet, all of you.
Magic is afoot. You remember? Elrond told us the moon letters on the map said, stand by the grey stone when the thrush knocks, and the setting sun with the last light of Durin's Day will shine upon the keyhole.
And today is Durin's Day. And there is the thrush knocking on the grey stone. Now we must wait for the sunset. The thrush is waiting too.
The moon is risen. The darkness is closing in. The sun is sinking fast.
It's setting behind clouds. How can it shine upon the keyhole? No, look. There's a gap in the clouds. See, the sun is shining on the stone. A hole. There's a little hole in the rock.
The thrush has gone.
The key, Tony. Your grandfather's key is before the sunset.
Come on, the key.
Here. It fits. Now, everyone, push. Secret door. We found it.
Forget where we are. This is the lonely mountain, and somewhere through that door, I smell.
Yes, you're quite right, as usual, Mr. Baggins. Quite right. Well, my dwarves, now is the time for our esteemed burglar to perform the service for which he was included in our company.
Yes.
Now is the time for him to earn his reward.
Earn my reward? Well, if you mean you think it's my job to go into the secret passage first, oh, Torin Oakenshield, may your beard grow even longer. Well, you better say so at once and have done with it. I could refuse, you know. However,
I don't think I shall. Perhaps I have begun to trust my luck more than I used to. Gandalf often said I had more than my share. So, I think I will go. And have a peep. And get it over. Wait here.
Well, good luck, Bilbo.
Yes, good luck. Good luck. Be careful. Come back safely.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have the magic ring. I shall wear it and I shall go to Smaug's cabin and see what he's up to. Oh, dear me. What a fool you are, Bilbo Baggins. What use have you got for dragon-guarded treasures? Oh, if only I could wake up and find this beastly tunnel was my own front hall at home. What's that light? That must be a fire. Oh, it's certainly getting warm. What's that?
And there, fast asleep, he lay. A vast red gold dragon. Wisps of smoke and flame thrusting from his jaws and nostrils. His huge tail coiled, and his great bat-like wings folded. Beneath him and about him on all sides of the immense cavern which was his home lay countless piles of precious things. Gold, wrought and unwrought, gems and jewels, and silver red-stained in the ruddy light. There were coats of mail, helms and axes, swords and spears, and rows of great jars and vessels filled with a wealth that could not be guessed. Bilbo's heart was pierced with enchantment and with the desire of dwarves, and he gazed motionless at the gold beyond price and cant, almost forgetting its frightful guardian.
Well, I smell you and feel your air. I hear your breath. Thief, help yourself. Very plenty and to spare.
Oh, yeah. No, thank you. Oh, Smaug, the tremendous. I didn't come for presents. I only wished to have a look at you and see if you were as great as the tales say.
And am I?
Truly, songs and tales fall utterly short of reality. Oh, Smaug, the chiefest and greatest of all calamities.
Who are you? And where do you come from, may I ask? I know the smell of dwarfs, no one better.
I am the friend of bears and the guest of eagles. I am the clue finder and the ring winner. I am the luck wearer and the barrel rider.
Lovely titles, to be sure. But what are you, thief barrel rider? I don't know your smell.
Well, you don't know everything. Oh, Smaug the Mighty.
Is that so? Well, I certainly know that you're here to steal my treasure.
Wrong? Oh, Smaug the Dreadful. Surely, Smaug the unaccessibly wealthy, you must realize that your success has made you some bitter enemies. We have come over hill and under hill by wave and wind for revenge.
Revenge? The king under the mountain is dead. And where is him that seek revenge? The Lord of Dale is dead. And where are his sons that dare approach me? I kill where I wish, and none can resist. I
laid low the great warriors of old when I was young and tender. Now I am old and strong. Strong deep in the shadows.
Yes. I have always understood that dragons were softer underneath, especially in the chest.
Your information is antiquated. I am armored above and below, with iron scales and hard gems. No blade can pierce me.
Truly, there can be nowhere found the equal of Lord Smaug, the impenetrable. What magnificence to possess a waistcoat of fine diamonds.
Yes, it is rare and wonderful indeed. Look, what do you say to that?
Dazzlingly marvelous. Perfect. Silly old fool rolling over like a doll at his age.
Look, there's a large bare patch over his left breast.
Flawless. Staggering. Well, I must not detain your magnificence. Ponies need some catching, I believe, after a long start. And so do burglars.
Never laugh at a live dragon.
Thief, I heard you run up the tunnel. It is well for you that it is too small for me to follow. Barrel Rider, I don't know your smell, but if you are not one of those men of the lake, you had to help. They shall see me and remember who is the real king under the mountain.
Bilbo! It is Bilbo!
Come sit down here, buddy.
I think I'll just stand here.
Be quiet, you stupid old brat!
Now, Bilbo, have you discovered anything?
Yes, I have. Smaug has a bare patch in his armor, just over the left breast. A champion archer might be able to kill him with an arrow in there.
Well done, Bilbo. Anything else?
Yes. He's guessed that we came from Lake Town. He'll be going there for revenge. He also knows where we're hiding, so our only hope is to keep well in the tunnel and close the door.
Yes. Tell me, Bilbo, when you saw the treasure, did you see the Arkenstone?
The what stone? Arkenstone? What's that?
It was the dwarves' greatest treasure, a great white gem, the Arkenstone of Thrain. It was like a globe with 1,000 facets. It shone like silver in the firelight, like water in the sun, like snow under the stars, like rain upon the moon.
Bilbo,
Come in! It's Smaug! It's flying this way!
Inside, everybody! Into the tunnel! Stand by the door! Fly away, old trash, before you're caught! Everybody in! Under the door, quickly! The group's giving way! Get further down the tunnel! Down there! Why? Because he's trapped us, that's why. Trapped? He smashed the entrance to the tunnel. Oh, no! We're shut in! Because he's trapped us, that's why. Trapped? He smashed the entrance to a tunnel. Oh, no. We're shut in.
We are trapped. This is the end of our quest. Smoke will make a meal of us. We shall die here. We shall die.
Come along now. Come along, all of you. Come. I mean, while there's life, there's hope, my father used to say. Yes, well, now, look, listen, all of you. Now, look, I'm going down the tunnel once again. Yes, I mean, after all, the only way out is down, isn't it? Yes. So I think this time you'd better all come with me.
Now, come, my wolves, come. Mr. Baggins is right. It is the only way.
Quite right.
Yes, but you seem very cheerful about it, Bilbo.
Yes, I know. I can't explain it. Yes, it must be simply burglar's luck. Now, come along. Down the tunnel, all of you. And be quiet as you can. And do be careful. The treasure cabin is just round this corner. There's no red glow, so I don't think Smaug is at home. All right. Now, all of you, wait here while I go and see. Come on, Terry.
All right.
Yes. Come along, then. It's all right. All clear. You can light the torches.
Light the torches.
But what if Smaug comes back?
Then we'll have to run back into the tunnel.
The torch is ready, Torrin.
Then let us go into the treasure. Hold the torches aloft. The fabled treasure of the race of Durin. Many long years have we dreamed, my dwarves. But never have any of us dreamed of such beauty and the vastness of the hoard. Gold, my dwarves! It's gold! Gold! Fill your pocket. Take all you can carry.
Well, thank goodness you're satisfied about something. What's this? Arkansas. It must be. Torrin described it exactly. Fairest gem of all the dwarfish treasure. Oh, yes, very beautiful. I must give it to Torrin. Yes. No, I'll put it in my pocket. Now I am a burglar indeed. I will tell the dwarfs about it, of course, sometime. But just for a bit, I'd like to keep it to myself. It's really, very beautiful.
Mr. Baggins.
Oh, yes?
Here is the first payment of your reward.
Oh?
Cast off your old coat and put this on.
Oh, but thank you. Oh, what is it?
It's a coat of mail made by elves of silver steel, which they call mithril.
Oh, thank you. It's very light, isn't it?
Yes, and very strong. It is protected by magic. There are few such coats left in these days. So it is worth far more than its weight in gold.
Thank you, Torrin. I'll take my coat. It feels magnificent. I expect I look rather silly in it. I wish there was a looking glass handy.
My dwarves! The treasure is not yet won. Yes, we have found it, true enough, but we have not found a way of escape. Yes, it is 100 years since I was last in my grandfather's halls. But not for 1,000 years could I forget the ways of this place. From here, we can make our way to the great chamber floor, and from there to the front gate. Now, follow me.
All right.
This is where the river comes out of the south side of the mountain.
Well, I never expected to be looking out of Smaug's front door.
Now, we have 4 or 5 hours hard march ahead of us. Yes. There is an old lookout post at the southwest corner of the mountain. From there, we can see in all directions.
But what if Smaug spots us there?
We should be safe enough, Balin. There is a chamber cut into the mountain face behind the ledge. It was made to house a watchman. There is room for us all, and we'll be quite snug there. But it is a hard path, so let us waste no more time. We do not want Smaug to catch us out in the open.
I wonder where Smaug is.
After blocking the entrance to the side door, Smaug was very, very angry. No one had dared oppose him for many an age, and someone would have to pay. The intruders had come from the lake town, and so it was that the fiery dragon turned in all his might and fury and menace towards Escaroth.
Look at the lonely mountain. The lights again. Perhaps the king under the mountain is forging gold. It is time the songs began to prove themselves again.
Which king are you talking about? As like as not, it is the fire of the dragon. The only king under the mountain any of us can remember.
You are always foreboding gloomy things, Bob. You may be the finest archer in Lake Town, but it seems to make you very sour company, my friend. Talk of something cheerful. Don't put those lights now. Until the moon.
You fools! I must go and see the master.
But it's the king! The king under the mountain.
It's like the sun.
Master! Master!
Bob, give the bread back. Here, have some wine. Sit out here at the window and watch the lights in the mountain. Aren't they lovely?
Master, the dragon is coming.
What?
Those lights. It's Smaug, and he's coming here. Or I'm a fool.
Smaug! Oh, no. Salvera! Top the broom! Stand there, man. Get your arches together.
They are drawn up outside, Master.
Good. Good. Drum! Drum!
Stand fast, keep going.
No man can withstand Smaug.
We are doomed. Run and hide. Run for the shore.
Stand to your post. Fight for your town. There shall be avenged, whatever the cost.
Here he comes.
Don't waste your arrows, and don't shoot the light of the world.
He's separating out the light. Shoot.
You have never failed me, and I have always recovered you. What is it, old fast? What tidings do you bring? Of the dragon's left breast. Thank you, good fast. Thank you. I see it. I see the hollow. Like an arrow. To your mark.
Smaug's wounded. Can't be true. Look. He's falling. He's falling on Escaroth.
I'm sure of it. Where is Smaug?
Yes.
And look at those flocks of birds. It is time for their autumn wanderings. Why do they stay?
And all about the mountain, there are many carrion birds. As if a battle were afoot.
Hey, there's that old thrush again. Look. He's trying to tell us something.
If only he were a raven. We dwarves can speak with ravens.
He's gone.
I knew many ravens of the rocks hereabouts when I was a dwarf lad. Just above this very guard chamber, there lived a wise and famous pair, old Kark and his wife. But I don't suppose that any of that ancient breed linger hereabouts now.
Hey, the thrush is coming back for you. Look at him. He's bringing a raven with him.
A very old raven, to be sure. Look at his bald head and see how slowly his wings flap.
Son of Flame and Barin, son of Bondin. I am Rock, son of Kark.
Son of Kark! You are indeed welcome.
It is 100 years and 53 since I came out of the egg, but I do not forget the king of old. I bring you tidings, some of joy to you. Others you will not think so good.
Say on, O Rock, son of Kark.
Behold, the birds are gathering back again to the mountain. The word has gone out that Smaug is dead.
Dead? Smaug dead?
Yes, that. May his feathers never fall. Saw him killed in battle. Men of Esgaroth. He was stopped by Bard, the chief archer, a grim man but true.
Smaug dead! The dragon killed him! You hear, dwarves? My dwarves! Smaug is dead!
So much for joy. Joy in open field. But many are gathering here beside the birds. The news of the death of the dragon has already gone far and wide. And the legend of the wealth of Throg has not lessened in the terrain during many years. Many are eager for a share of the spoil. Already, a host of wood elves is on its way from Blackwood with their king.
Wood elves? Wood elves?
They have gone to give aid to the men of Esgaroth, whose town is no more. Many of the townsfolk have died. By the lake, men murmur that their sorrows are due to the dwarves. They do think to find amends from your treasure.
They must think and get
wisdom must decide your course. But if you will listen to my counsel, you will not trust the master of the lakeman, but rather him that killed the dragon, Bard the Bowman. Somehow he escaped alive from the wreck of Lake Town, and he is hailed as the once savior of his people. They call for him to be their king, but he is loyal to the memory of the race of Reliving. We would see peace once more among dwarves and men and elves after the long desolation, but it may cost you dear in gold. I have spoken.
None of our gold shall they have. Thanks, Rock, son of Kark. If you would earn our thanks still more, I beg of you to send your fastest and strongest messengers to my cousin Dain in the Iron Hills of the North, for he has many fierce warriors well armed and dwells nearest to this place. Bid him hasten to us.
I will not say if his counsel be good or bad, but I will do what can be done. Farewell.
Farewell, Rock. Farewell, Thrush. Now, my dwarf, back to the front gate. I must build our defenses, and there is little time to lose. Bend your backs to it.
The king beneath the mountains, the king of carven stone, the lord of silver fountains.
The dwarves labored hard in fortifying the front gate, but since this was now the only way out of the mountain, it was also the only means of access to the treasure. As they worked, the ravens brought news that the joint armies of the lake men and wood elves were hurrying towards the mountain. In 4 days they would arrive, and in 4 days the hastily thrown up but solid barrier across the front gate was ready. The only way into the mountain was by climbing over the walls. The dwarves did themselves, with ropes and ladders.
I didn't like the way things were going at all.
Who are you that come armed for war to the gates of Thorin, son of Thrain, king under the mountain?
Hail, Thorin! Will it rise that you and your companions are alive beyond our hope? There is matter for a parley and a council.
Who are you? And of what would you parley?
I am Bard, the bowman of Esgaroth, and by my hand was the dragon slain and your treasure delivered.
So we learn.
I am the heir of Girion, Lord of Dale, and in your hoard is mingled much of the wealth of that town which Smaug destroyed. I would speak for the men of Esgaroth, and ask whether you have no thought for their misery and distress. They aided you in your need, and in recompense you have brought only ruin.
We are just in all things, but nothing will we give under threat of force. I will not parley with armed men at my gate. Not at all with the people of the Elven King, whom I remember with small kindness.
The Elven King is my friend, and has succored the people of the lake in their need.
Enough! In this debate he has no place. Begone now, ere our arrows fly.
One moment more. These are our terms. Herald.
In the name of Esgaroth and Mirkwood, we speak unto Thorin Oakenshield, king under the mountain. We bid him consider well these claims, or be declared our foe. At the least, he shall deliver 1/12 portion of the treasure unto Bard, as the dragon slayer and the heir of Girion, from which Bard will himself contribute to the relief of the men of the lake, and to the rebuilding of a new town.
Here is my answer. My next arrow will be aimed not at your shield, but at your head.
We will give you time to repent your words. I declare the mountain besieged. You shall not depart from it until you call on your side for a truce and a parley. We leave you to your goal. Eat that if you will.
Time behind the barricade passed slowly and wearily, until at last news came of Thorin's cousin Dain from the Iron Hills. It was only 2 days' march away, and was bringing with him more than 500 armed dwarves. This was the moment for Bilbo's plan.
Oh, yes. I decided to take the Arkenstone over to the enemy. Not that I thought of them as the enemy, but those dwarves were so stubborn. Thorin had often said that the Arkenstone was beyond price to him. In fact, he made it very clear that anyone finding it and not handing it over to him straight away would be dealt with very sharply. Very sharply indeed.
But so determined was Bilbo to stop any fighting before it started. That evening he took the Arkenstone from its hiding place, wrapped it in a rag, and climbed over the barricade down towards the lower course of the stream. He was nearly across when he missed his footing on a round stone and fell into the cold water.
Who goes there?
What? I'm Mr. Bilbo Baggins, B-A-double-G-I... Companion of Thorin Oakenshield, if you want to know.
Companion of Thorin? And what might be your business?
Yes, well, whatever it is, it's my own. My good elves. And if you ever wish to get back to your woods, you'll take me to the bard or whatever his name is, and to your king as quick as may be.
Brave words, Hobbit.
Yeah.
Very well. Follow us.
Yes, buck up. Frozen.
The dwarf, Hobbit, yes. Dripping wet, in a coat of mithril. What's he doing here? What is he? This is their tent. Enter.
Thank you very much.
It's Bilbo Baggins.
Hobbit. He said he wished to speak with you, my lord.
It is. And what have you to say to us, Mr. Baggins?
Mr. Bard, Your Majesty, Sire, yes. You see, it's about this impossible situation. Smaug is dead. Yes. And there's more than enough treasure for everyone, and yet it looks as though all these people, the men, elves, and the dwarves, are going to fight over it. And if they're going to fight over it, well, someone is bound to be killed.
We are quite ready to accept any reasonable terms that Thorin may offer. He has heard our demands and has not seen fit to reply.
Yes, well...
There need be no battle.
Well, with the humblest respect, the King of the Wood Elves doesn't know the King of the Dwarves as well as I do.
Indeed?
No. You see, Thorin is quite prepared to sit on that heap of treasure and starve as long as you remain here.
Well, let him. Such a fool deserves to starve.
Yes, but do you know about Dane and his followers from the Iron Hills? They're only 2 days' march away, you know.
We knew of Dane, but not that he was so close. Why do you tell us this?
Well...
Are you betraying your friends, or are you threatening us?
No, neither, Mr. Bard, neither. I'm merely trying to avoid trouble for all concerned. Yes. Now, I will make you an offer.
An offer?
What is it?
Well, it's... this. This is the Arkenstone of Train, the heart of the mountain. It is also the heart of Thorin. He values it above a river of gold. I give it to you. It will aid you in your bargaining.
But how is it yours to give?
Well, yes, it isn't exactly. But, I am willing to let it stand against all my claim, don't you know? I may be a burglar, or so they say. Personally, I have never felt the least bit like one, but I am an honest one, more or less, I hope. Anyway, I'm going back now, and the dwarves can do what they like to me. I hope you'll find it useful.
Bilbo Baggins.
Yes?
You are more worthy to wear that coat of Mithril than many who have looked more comely in it.
Yeah, thank you, my Lord King.
But I advise you to remain with us.
Oh, no, I'm...
Here you shall be honored and thrice welcome.
Well, it's most kind of you, I'm sure, but I don't think I want to leave my friends like this after all we've been through together, you know. I really must be going, and quickly.
As you wish. My elves will guide you to a safe ford across the stream.
Oh, thank you.
And set you dry on the other side.
Oh, thank you, most kind. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Baggins.
Good night, Mr. Bard.
Good night, little hobbit. May fortune bring us together again.
Yes.
Soon.
See that, dwarves? They're sending another embassy to parley with us. They'll have got wind of Dane's coming with his troops. I thought that might alter their mood.
They are not sending a herald this time. Bard is coming closer, and there's the Elven King. Old man with them, holding a box. Who is he? And what do you suppose is in the box?
Hail, Thorin. Are you still of the same mind regarding our terms?
Did you come to ask me idle questions? Still the elf host has not departed as I bade. Till then you come in vain to parley with me.
Is there then nothing for which you would yield any of your gold?
Nothing that you or your friends have to offer.
What are the contents of this box? Open it, old man. What of this?
The Arkenstone. The Arkenstone. That stone was my father's and is rightly mine. Why should I purchase my own? How came you by the heirloom of my house? If there is need to ask such a question of thieves.
We are not thieves.
How did you come by it?
Your own we will give back in return for ours.
Where did you find it?
There need be no bloodshed.
How did you come by it?
Sorry. It was me, Thorin.
What?
Me. I gave it to him.
You? You gave it, you miserable hobbit.
Oh, don't strike me, Thorin.
You undersized burglar. By the beard of Durin, I wish I had gunned down here.
I only tried...
Curse him for his choice of you. May his beard wither.
Oh, Thorin, you
I will kill you, you wretched creature!
No, put me down!
Down onto the rocks with you!
It is done down. If you don't like my burglar, please don't damage him. Just put him down.
Very well. Go down to your friends, you descendant of rats, before I change my mind and hurl you down.
Yes, of course. Goodbye.
Doreen, we will give you until tomorrow. At noon we will return and see if you have brought from the hoard the portion that is to be set against the stone. If that is done without deceit, then we will depart, and the elf host will go back to the forest. Meanwhile, farewell!
Doreen, are you going to give in to them?
Give in? Don't be a fool. Send for Roach. Bid him take word to my cousin Dane to come with his dwarves at the greatest speed possible.
Bard, Your Majesty.
What is it, Bilbo?
An army of dwarves is approaching.
Thank you, Bilbo. My Lord King, it is surely Dane and his dwarves. They must have marched double-paced through the night.
Warned by Doreen, somehow, I do not doubt.
Yes, as I thought. Dane approaches. Let the mighty dwarf pass. Hail! I am Bard of the Lakemen. This is the King of the Wood Elves.
Hail, Bard. Hail, Elven King. I and my dwarves are hasting to our kinsmen in the mountain, since we learn that the kingdom of old is renewed. But why do you sit as foes before defended walls?
We are waiting till noon for your cousin Toreen to fulfill his bargain.
Bargain?
1/12 of the dragon's treasure in exchange for the Arkenstone.
The Ark? You have the Arkenstone?
We do. Show him, Gandalf.
There.
Oh. The heart of the mountain. You dare to bargain with the sacred stone?
To avoid battle, I do so bargain.
I ask for passage for my dwarves through your army. The way to the mountain is blocked.
You and your dwarves must stay where you are until midday.
We shall see. On, dwarves!
Yeah, he's very angry.
The treasure will be claiming more lives today.
Do you think he means to fight us?
He is even now giving the signal for the dwarves to attack.
Men and elves, to your post.
To the attack!
Halt! Dread has come upon you all. It has come more swiftly than I guessed. See, to the north, that great black cloud, that's like a sea of locusts. They fly above an army, the army of Bolg.
Goblins.
Aye, goblins in their thousands. They ride upon wolves and dwarves are following. Let Dane come into the council at once with Bard and the Elven King. We must join forces against the evil denizens of the north. The
Upon victory depends not just the treasure, nor only our lives, but the whole future and well-being of Middle-earth. They are forced! Our enemy comes!
Began the battle of my fathers. On one side, the goblins with the bats, wolves, and the wild wands. On the other, elves, men, and dwarves. At first, victory seemed at hand. But sheer weight of numbers was too much even for the combined strength of Bard, Dane, and the Elven King. Slowly, they were driven back.
Gandalf! Gandalf, look! It's Thorin! He and his dwarves have climbed down the mountain.
Carried here long enough. Now my sword blundering must leave goblins once again.
Oh, no, don't go, Gandalf. Don't leave.
Where the magic ring will go. But keep well out of the way. The ring may make you invisible, but it won't save you from a chance arrow or a flying spear. Farewell until we meet again.
Don't go. Keep back, I say. Gandalf will be slain. They'll all be slain. They must be. The eagles are coming. The eagles are tearing the goblins to bits. Not enough of them. What's that? It's Bjorn. Bjorn has come. The goblins. Bilbo Baggins, B-A-W... Oh.
It is well that I found you.
Are you much hurt?
I've a nasty knock on the head, I think.
I will carry you down to the camp in the valley.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
You are needed. The day is won, but Keely and Feely are dead, and Thorin is grievously wounded.
Thorin?
He asked for you.
Come on. Thank you.
Mr. Baggins.
Yes?
Farewell, good thief. I go now to the halls of waiting to sit beside my father until the world is renewed.
Oh, no.
Since I now leave all my gold and silver and go where it is of little worth, I wish to part in friendship from you, and I would take back my words and deeds at the gate.
Oh, no. Farewell, King Under the Mountain. This is a bitter adventure if it was then so. And not a mountain in gold can amend it. Yet I'm glad that I shared in your perils. That's been more than any Baggins deserves.
No. There is more in you of good.
than you know, child of the kindly West. Some courage and wisdom blended in measure. If more of us valued food and cheer and song above hoarded gold, it would be a merrier world. But sad or merry, I must leave it now. Farewell.
Thank you, Torrin. Farewell.
Wielded by a mightier hand.
As I assume my cousin's throne, I now assume his obligations. Torrin has his Arkenstone, and I will honor the agreement of the dead. 1/14 of the treasure shall be given to Bard of the Lake Men. To you, King of the Elves, I give the Emeralds of Girion. And as for you, Bilbo Baggins, although you have laid aside your claim, we would give you something.
Oh, no, really, I couldn't.
I insist. You I would reward most richly of all.
Oh, yes, but I... well, I suppose perhaps just 2 chests, one of silver and one of gold. That's as much as I can manage. Come, Bilbo, all is ready. Farewell, Balin. Farewell, Bilbo. And farewell, darling. And farewell to you all. May your beards never grow thin. Farewell, Thorin Oakenshield. And Keely and Feely.
Goodbye, Bilbo. And good luck wherever you journey.
Thank you.
If you visit us again when our halls are made fair once more, then the feast shall indeed be splendid.
Thank you, Balin. And if ever you're passing my way, don't wait to knock. Tea is at 4, you know. But any of you are welcome at any time. Farewell. Farewell.
The elf host was on the march back to Mirkwood. Bilbo and Gandalf rode behind the Elven King, and beside them stood Beorn, once again in man's shape, and he laughed and sang in a loud voice throughout the journey. At length, they drew near to the borders of the forest, where the river flowed out.
No further, Mr. Baggins, I think.
No. Whoa.
Farewell, O Elven King. Merry be the greenwood while the world is yet young, and merry be all your folk.
Farewell, O Gandalf. Farewell, Beorn, my old friend. We see each other too late.
Maybe we do. The cares of our domain keep us apart.
You must visit me in the spring.
With joy. The misty mountains contain precious few goblins to worry my animals now. Farewell.
Farewell, Beorn. Farewell. Farewell, Gandalf.
Farewell, Elven King.
Farewell, Bilbo.
Oh, farewell. Farewell, good elf. Farewell. Bilbo. Yes, coming. Bye.
By midwinter, Gandalf and Bilbo had come all the way back, along the edges of the forest, to Beorn's hut, where they stayed for Yuletide, and indeed for many weeks after. It was an early spring morning, and a fair one with a bright sun, when they finally took their leave of the ancient and strange creature.
Yes, and with regret, I might add, for though I longed for home, Bjorn's house had been so warm and merry and safe.
It was on May the 1st that the two came at last to the brink of the valley of Reliving. The high elves came out to greet them and led them across the water to the house of Elrond.
The burglar, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Elrond.
There are many eager ears waiting to hear of your adventures. But first, I have news for you. The necromancer has at last been driven from his hold in the south of Mirkwood.
What? By the wizards and masters of law?
The same. You knew of this?
Let us say I had a hand in the happenings in the south. Ere long now, the forests will grow somewhat more wholesome. The north will also be free from horror for many long years, I hope. Yet I wish the necromancer were banished from the world altogether.
It would be well indeed. But I fear that will not come about in this age of the world, or for many after. Now for your tale.
Yes,
and miss nothing out in the telling, mind.
No.
Well, it all began nearly a year ago when I called on Mr. Baggins here one tea time with 13 dwarves led by Thorin Oakenshield. I may say that the Hobbit wasn't at all pleased to see us. You weren't.
When the tale of their journeyings was told, there were other tales, and yet more tales. Tales of long ago, and tales of new things, and tales of no time at all. Till at length, Bilbo's head fell forward on his chest, and he snored comfortably in a corner.
Weariness fell from me in that place, and I had many a merry jest and dance early and late with the high elves of the valley. Yet even Elrond's house could not long delay me now, and I thought always of my own home.
After a week, therefore, Bilbo said goodbye to Elrond and rode away with Gandalf, the elf songs and light voices following them on the morning breeze. day came at last when the travelers were in sight of the country where Bilbo had been born and bred, where the shapes of the land and of the trees were as well known to him as his hands and toes. Coming to a rise, he could see his own hill in the distance. He stopped suddenly.
Roads go ever, ever on, under cloud and under star. Yet feet that wandering have gone, turn at last to home afar. Eyes that fire and sword have seen, and horror in the halls of stone, look at last on meadows green, and trees and hills they long have known.
My dear Bilbo, you are not the hobbit you were. No. No. Come on. Come on, get down. Come on.
One autumn evening, some years afterwards, Bilbo was sitting in his study, writing his memoirs. He had just settled on the choice of a title.
Call it, The Hobbit. No, it's a bit bold. It's there, and back again. A Hobbit's Holiday. Holiday? What a holiday. No? Oh, what do you reckon, be? Good gracious me. Oh, dear. Look at the baby. Wonder if I ought to put my ring on. Oh, Gandalf. Oh, good to see you. Come on in. Come on.
Thank you, Bilbo. I've brought an old friend to see you.
A friend? Old friend?
Hello, Mr. Baggins.
Barley there. Well, my dear Barlin. Come on, both of you. Come in.
Thank you.
Hang yourself.
I know where.
Yes, you know, Gandalf. Hang yourself. Come on. I'll sit down here. You remember? You know where to go.
Very well.
Oh. Well. What? You look here, by the fire. That's it. Sit yourselves down. Go on. Make yourselves comfortable. Your kettle won't be long, and we'll all have a nice cup of tea. And a slice of seed cake. Fill your pipes, gentlemen.
Thank you, Bilbo. You are quite well. Your waistcoat is a little more expansive.
What? Oh. I'm afraid so. Yes, well, your beard is several inches longer, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, tell me, how are things going in the land of the mountain? I think of you all so often.
I am happy to say that things are going very well.
Good.
The lake men have rebuilt Dale, the valley is rich and fertile, and the desolation is now filled with birds and blossom in spring and feasting in autumn. Much wealth goes up and down the running river and the lake. And there is the greatest of friendship between men and dwarves and the wood elves.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I'm so glad. But what of Bard? How's he?
Bard is the new master of the lake men, and very popular. For, of course, he gets most of the credit for the present prosperity. They are making songs which say that in his day the rivers run with gold.
Well, then the prophecies of the old songs have turned out to be true. I mean, after a fashion.
But of course. And why should they not prove true?
Well,
you don't really suppose, do you, that all your adventures and escapes were managed by mere luck, just for your sole benefit?
No, but I mean...
You're a very fine person, Mr. Baggins, and I am very fond of you. But you are only a little fellow in a wide world, after all.
Thank goodness, eh? There's the kettle. So long. I'll make the tea.
Come down, Bilbo, up here.
Right to the cake. Right in here. Tea cake on the left, Hobbit is back on the right.
Well, he would never get the publisher.
And Bilbo took to writing poetry and visiting the high elves.
And though many shook their heads and said, "Poor old Baggins," and though few believed any of his tales, he remained very happy to the end of his days. And these were extraordinarily long.
Won't you come with me beyond this world? Beyond this world, dramatic stories of tomorrow and maybe of today, as told in science fiction. Stories of adventure in time and space, of exciting experiments in science beyond this world. Your guide, the noted authority on science fiction, Astrotor. Welcome beyond this world. Tonight I will take you beyond the realm of knowledge as you know it today, to the boundaries of outer space, and to the story of a rocket pilot who undergoes a strange and frightening experience. First in 1910, then again in 1949 and 50, many claim to have witnessed strange shapes in the sky. Who is there to say that flying saucers are not spaceships from another planet? With our star, Frank Lovejoy, come with me now to a great air base in the desert for an adventure beyond this world with the famous author Graham Dorr and his thrilling tale, The Outer Limit.
Okay, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
All of you will want to know why we took you out of whatever warm bed you were in. You got a reason. The RJX-1. Yeah, that's right, the RJX-1. The top secret experimental rocket jet aircraft. We've been babying it, nursing it, staying up nights with it for 16 months now. This morning, Major Westfall is going to wean it. Bill is going to take her out and beat her up to death. I can't impress upon you men how extraordinary this flight is. It's an 8-rocket ship.
8 rockets?
That's what I said, 8 rockets. 8 rockets designed to take man into areas of space that have never been explored before. And at a rate of speed to which no pilot has yet been subjected. Some of you men have already flown many times the speed of sound, so I don't have to tell you very much. Yo?
Yes, Colonel?
You'll lead the F-86s. You and the other 3 jet boys will be Bill's chase planes. We want observation at 35,000 feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay, here's how it plays. Pull the curtains on the map, will you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
You see it circled here, your rendezvous point. We designate it Point X. It's roughly over Boulder Dam. 0 hour is 0900. Joe, you and your jets will take off at 0 minus 15. You got that?
Yes, sir.
You F-86s will make conventional climbs to 30,000 feet. Rendezvous at Point X and call into me at control at 35,000 feet. Right, Joe?
That cuts it, Colonel.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Not quite. Now we hear about the weather. Pete?
Yes, Colonel. Well, the weather's very pretty out, boys. All clear, ceiling unlimited. Winds aloft at 10,000, 80 mph, 25,000, 140 mph, 40,000, 150 mph. Estimated temperature 45 below at 40,000 feet. There's some scattered clouds northwest of Point X at 15,000 feet. Stratus at 30,000 feet, 30 miles east of Point X, east. We expect no change for 3 hours. That's it, sir.
Okay, Pete. Joe, you and your boys go unwrap your F-86s. Have a nice time.
Yes, sir. Come on, boys.
Major Westfall. Major Westfall, stick around. I want to talk to you.
Okay, Hank.
How you feeling, Bill?
Why? You worried, Hank? Don't worry.
Look, Bill, you've got only 10 minutes of rocket fuel. Get rid of those jets before you fire the rockets. Fire only one
rocket at a time.
Yeah, that's right. Now, look, I'll be listening in on the public address of control. I won't bother you until you're airborne. It'll be between you and the tower until then.
All right, don't worry, Hank. I'm going to fly that baby higher and faster than anybody ever did before, just like you said. I'm going to take it up and I'm going to bring it back. And then you and I'll have dinner together, hmm?
Good morning, Colonel. Mr. Hargrove. He'll be here at the control with me? It's all right with you, Colonel. I wouldn't have it any other way. You've checked the communications equipment, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Major Westfall's been assigned a special radio frequency of 3970.
Good. You'll take care of it, Sergeant. We don't want it to poop out or anything like that, do we?
Yes, sir. No, sir. Sir.
Hargrove, I got a thing on my mind. That boy in the plane you geniuses designed, he's my best boy.
It's our best plane, Colonel.
It better be. Now it's your turn. What do you got on your mind?
Everything's in proper order, Colonel. Recording equipment, the television cameras in the cockpit, everything. Every known scientific device, even some unknown. They've been very...
We're talking about a man, Hargrove. That's all I really want to get back out of this. What about the man?
There may be one difficulty.
Tell me about it. I'd like to know.
The takeoff, with all that load. The jets, the rockets, all at maximum fuel capacity. Never been tested that way before.
Go on, Mr. Hargrove.
Well, it's just that Major Westfall has only 6,000 feet to get his ship airborne. If he accelerates from 0 to 160 miles per hour in 6,000 feet, he should be airborne in 7 seconds.
7 seconds, that makes 0 plus G.
Yes, Colonel. Beyond 0 plus G, well, beyond that, we don't know. We just don't know.
Thanks. Thanks for everything, Mr. Hargrove. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Flip your switch on Major Westfall. I hear he's got a swell program. Flip them all, will you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
RJX-1 to tower. Any change in weather?
Tower to RJX-1. Barometer reading 29.7. Set your altimeter accordingly.
Roger.
Wind 15 miles from south. Take off runway 27. Runway 27.
Got it.
0 minus 130. 0
RJX-1 control. Over.
Control to RJX-1. Go ahead.
This is just for you, Hank. Cabin pressure, okay. Oxygen pressure, okay.
All right. Get off the dime, kid.
Take a pill, Hank. You'll need it to settle your stomach.
0 minus 1. 0
RJX-1 to crew chief, over.
Crew chief to RJX-1. Go ahead.
I'm ready to fire.
Hold it. Okay. All set to fire.
Clear?
Clear.
Starting right jet. Starting left jet.
0 minus 30
Tower to RJX-1.
0 minus 30 seconds.
RJX-1 to tower, go ahead.
Western Airlines Convair reported over Ventura.
Got it.
Eastbound Constellation at 17,000 over Salt Lake.
Roger.
Western Airlines DC-4 on Base Lake at 1,000 over Burbank. The rest of the air is yours.
Thank you so much.
0 minus 10.
RJX-1 to tower. Ready for takeoff.
Tower to RJX-1. Clear for takeoff.
5.
Good luck, Bill.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
He's rolling. Rolling.
C, D, E, F.
Lift it. Lift it.
Bill made it, Mr. Hargrove.
RJX-1 to control. RJX-1 to control. Come in.
Control to RJX-1. Go ahead.
Everything's great, Hank. It's a doll, baby.
Hey, you must have been kidding with that takeoff, weren't you?
It took that long to get off. That makes it a takeoff.
How fast are you climbing, kid?
1,700 a minute, airspeed 550.
Retract your landing gear. It'll help.
Oh, sorry.
Call me at 20,000.
Heading is 87. Everything is real good. Come in, Hank.
How do you feel?
I like it here.
Pressure okay?
Okay.
Control to F-86, leader. Go ahead.
F-86 observing RJX-1. He's really tearing, Colonel. Over point X at 35,000.
On schedule, Joe?
On schedule.
RJX-1 to control. RJX-1 to control, come in.
Control to RJX-1. Go ahead, Bill.
40,000 feet, Hank.
Still a down, baby?
Still is. Ready to pressurize. Can you hear me okay, Hank?
Coming in fine.
Pressurize. Ready to prime rocket system in 5 seconds. Primed. Dropping right jet. Dropping left jet. All clear.
Good luck, Bill.
Firing number 1 rocket. Fired. Oh! Taken back. Firing number 2 rocket. Fired. Hey, Hank!
Okay, Bill, what is it? Bill! Bill, are you receiving me? Control to RJX-1. Come in. Come in, RJX-1. Hello, Bill. Come in. Control to F-86, leader. Control to F-86, leader. Come in.
F-86 leader to control. Go ahead.
What about it, Joe?
F-86 observing RJX-1. RJX-1 at approximately 60,000 feet. Maintaining a heading of north-northwest. I can barely make him, Colonel.
Try calling.
Okay. F-86 leader to RJX-1. F-86 to RJX-1, come in. Come in, RJX-1, come in.
Mr. Hargrove.
F-86 to RJX-1.
Share it with me, Mr. Hargrove.
F-86 to
Sit here and run your fingers through your hair and
come in, RJX-1.
wait and think about it and share it with me.
F-86 to RJX-1. F-86 leader to control. F-86 leader to control, come in.
Go ahead, F-86 leader.
We've lost him, Colonel.
Stay up there, Joe, for as long as you can. What do we do now, Colonel? I just told you, Mr. Hargrove. We wait. You and me, we wait.
We've lost him, Colonel.
You haven't lost me. I can hear you, Joe.
Stay up there, Joe, for as long as you can.
Hello? 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 I'll try another frequency, Joe. RJX-1 to F-86. Can you make me? RJX-1 to F-86. Come in. Come in. No good, huh? I'll switch back to Channel Charlie. I still can't get you, Joe. I'll keep sending. Firing number 8 rocket. Fired. Oh, brother! Oh, brother! RJX-1 to all you ships at sea, to all you people anywhere. This is Bill Westfall approaching 210,000 feet. That's 40 miles straight up in the air, all you people, and that's where I am. You never saw anything like it. No clouds. A color no one ever named before. And silence. 8 rockets roaring at my tail, and I can't hear them. Their sound will never reach me at 1,800 miles an hour. Silence so complete that the ticking of the clock on my instrument panel is a hammer in my brain. Silence. Otherwise, nothing. Nothing except... No, nothing at all. Wait a minute. Yes, there is something all right at 2 o'clock high. Oh, that's really something, brother. Maybe a flying disc, and this is a big one. Spinning like a top, and it's coming toward me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Listen. Something has just happened. Something, a missile. A shot, maybe, through the canopy. My pressure is going down. Something is happening to me. This thing, it's like a magnet. I'm being pulled toward it. I've lost control of my ship. I've no control. I'm going through decompression. I'm on the verge of unconsciousness. I'm blacking out. I'm flat. Can you hear?
So ends Act One. This is Astrator once again. Today's most modern rocket ship, plunging higher above the Earth than man has ever reached before, with fuel running low, in contact with, perhaps, a flying saucer? Come back with me now to Act Two of Beyond This World, as we return to the Great Desert Air Base and the second part of tonight's story, The Outer Limit.
He had only 10 minutes fuel. He's 3 hours overdue.
Well, that's that, Colonel.
But wait some more, Mr. Hargrove.
There's no point to it. May I make a suggestion, Colonel?
What?
Give it up. Make your report to Washington.
What about you, Mr. Hargrove?
To be frank with you, Colonel, in another 16 months, there'll be another plane. The RJX-2. And the Army will give us another man to fly it.
Not till we're certain about this man, and we're not certain.
What do you propose to do?
The things that are in the manual. We'll organize search parties and put spotter planes up in the air. Maybe Bill came down on the ocean. We'll call the Navy in.
Colonel, if the RJX-1 came down on the ocean, it would sink in 3 minutes. You know it had no life preserver equipment on it. The added weight of
We'll call the Navy in.
Whatever you say, Colonel. My guess is...
What's your guess, Mr. Hargrove?
My guess is that sometime, somewhere, on some beach or in some field, someone will pick up a piece of torn metal. That someone will be holding what's left of the RJX-1.
Yes, sir. I am Zeglan. You're aboard the Space Patrol ship S2J3. Am I in communication with you? Can you understand me? Are we in contact? Can you understand now what I am saying to you?
Yes. Yes, I can understand you.
Earthman, your brain is in turmoil, is it not? It has great difficulty in accepting what you see.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Accept it. What you see here exists.
All this exists?
It exists, Earthman. The spaceship you're on exists. Those jet dynamos you see before you exist. Jet dynamos driven by the harnessed power of 1,000 suns. Listen, Earthman. Listen to them. Do you know what happened as you listened, Earthman? We have flung ourselves 10,000 miles into space. What do you say to that, Earthman?
Why, I don't know what to say.
It's beyond the conception of your Earth brain. Then conceive this. Try to move, Earthman. You're not bound in any way. Try to move. Don't strain. It's impossible for you to move. There's a screen of force aimed at you. Now it's turned off. You may move about, Earthman. Proceed, Zeglon.
Yes, Commander. Earthman, I perceive that your intellect now accepts the fact. You are aboard Space Patrol ship S2J3. I am Captain Zeglon of the Galactic Guard.
Galactic? Galactic Guard?
The guardian of the galaxy. The guardian of the universes. The instrument the Brotherhood of Worlds has set up in defense against such a civilization as yours. What puzzles you, Earthman?
Well, I can't see you. I can feel that you're here, but I can't see you.
There is no necessity for you to see us. It is sufficient that we communicate with each other.
Yes, but talking to you is... Well, it's not like talking. It's, well, it's as if it were all happening inside my brain.
It is. That is how I'm reaching you, by telepathy. Do you remember what happened to you before you blacked out?
Yes, I think so. There was a sharp sound, like a bullet hitting the canopy.
It was not a bullet. It was a ray. It was necessary to stop your flight. We have so much to tell you.
Well, first tell me about my ship. Is it lost?
No. It is such a crude little ship.
Crude?
Easy for us to repair. It will be returned to you. And you will return to Earth. Because you are the Earth's only hope of survival.
Hope of survival? What do you mean?
I will show you. What you see on this screen before you is a panorama of your own universe, far greater in scope than an Earthman has ever seen before. Observe. Observe where the line is pointing. Planet 3, Star 5, Galaxy C, Sector K.
Is that the Earth?
No. That dot, that speck you see revolving in the vastness, is your sun. A star whose surface is 12,000 times that of your Earth. Your Earth is not even visible here.
What? How did you know we even existed?
That was our problem. We first became aware of your planet when we found atomic dust in the upper atmosphere. We traced it to your Earth.
It was that important to you?
Quite. We determined that you were setting off atomic bombs. That's why the Galactic Council has quarantined you.
Quarantined? I don't understand. How? How are we quarantined?
We have sealed off your planet from the rest of space. But we have surrounded it with a force screen. When that screen has accumulated enough particles of atomic dust, your Earth will explode. Your civilization, you, all life will disappear forever.
Listen to me, Earthman. Listen. We've had our own wars. Wars that almost destroyed our civilization. But we have finally outlawed war throughout space, including Earth. Now listen carefully, Earthman. If you continue to make atom bombs and hydrogen bombs, each many times more powerful than the last, and if you start making war with them, exploding them, it would upset the balance of the entire universe, throw all space into chaos. This, of course, we cannot allow. And the force screen with which we have surrounded the Earth will prevent it by exploding the Earth itself. Remember then, Earthman, if you start an atomic war, the Earth will at once be completely destroyed. Warn them, Earthman. Release him, Zegdon.
Yes, Commander. Earthman, you will rise from your seat and open that door. Descend those stairs, Earthman. You will now enter the chamber to your left. There's your ship. Get into it, Earthman. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
While we were communicating, the patrol ship has returned to where we picked you up. And now you will be propelled toward Earth. Close your canopy. Open aperture.
Warn them, Earthman. Warn them.
Fire!
RJX-1 to tower. RJX-1 to tower. Come in. RJX-1 to tower. Come in, tower.
Tower to funny man. You loaded, kid? How did you get in on this frequency?
Listen, this is RJX-1. RJX-1 coming in for landing. Give me landing instructions.
Tower to funny man. Impossible that you're RJX-1. He's 10 hours overdue. Get away from the area. Area cleared for bomber practice approaches.
This is Major Westfall and RJX-1. Come on, kid, give me landing instructions. I have no fuel. I'm gliding.
What? Hey, yeah, I see you now, Major. Wait a minute. I'll restrict the area. Okay, RJX-1. Go ahead.
Approximately 6 miles north of field. Clear area for 10 miles.
Being cleared. What's your altitude?
10,000. Estimate 6 minutes to land.
Tower to RJX1. You are cleared to land. Runway 9. Wind east-southeast 15.
Roger, coming down. Hi, Hank.
Bill, what happened?
Hank, you won't believe it, but you've got to. I know you won't believe it. It'll knock you over.
Now, just take it easy, Bill.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Have the ship gone over by Geiger counters for radioactivity and seal it.
What?
Oh, yes, Hank, you better mount a 24-hour guard on it.
Look, what did you run into?
Plenty. Listen to me, Hank. They said the Earth would explode. They said it was the end for us.
They said that? Come on, let's go over to my office.
You gotta believe me.
Read it like an order, Bill. My office. I want Major Donaldson to look at you.
The psychiatrist? Hank, you've got to listen to
Come on
me.
over to the office.
Well, that's the story, Major Donaldson.
I see.
Well, Hank, you believe it, don't you?
Well, Major, what do you think?
I'm not sure. Bill, these men from Mars.
I didn't say they were from Mars. Did you hear me say anything about men from Mars?
No, you didn't.
All I'm trying to tell you is this. Whoever those people were, they knew all about us, everything. And they warned me. Our atomic bombs are a danger to the universe. One more, and we're going to be the juiciest galactic 4th of July of all time. Explode, finish, gone. Like that. How do you like it?
All right, Bill, roll up your sleeve.
Oh, now, forget it, Major. All I need is a couple of drinks.
Sorry, Bill. Sorry. Not right now. Let the Major give you a hypo.
Now, look, I got a drink coming, a lot of drinks.
Later.
Come on, Bill, the sleeve.
You heard him, Bill.
All right, yes, all right, if it's in order. Go ahead.
There. You'll be okay in a few hours.
I'm okay now.
Sure. We'll leave you here, Bill. It's all right if Phil's sleeping here, isn't it, Colonel?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, maybe you'll believe me tomorrow. You'd better.
Come on, Major. He'll be okay by himself, Major?
He's been under a strain, but he'll sleep a long time. You better explain it to his wife somehow. I'll talk to him tomorrow. Tough. I've heard he's one of the best.
He's the best. A combination of nerve and loyalty and lightning reflexes that comes once in 10 million times. What about it, Major? How does Bill look to you?
I can't tell yet. Maybe a week, 6 months, 6 years. I'll need a whole lot of time with him before I can tell.
I see. Well, we'd better get some sleep, too.
All right. And don't worry, Colonel. He's a strong boy. Best nerves I've seen. I say things will be all right. Delusions like Bill's latched onto... Well, delusions like this...
Major.
Yes, Colonel?
Major, when you make your charts for Bill, diagnose him and treat him and do all the things you have to, when you do that, Major, consider this.
Yes?
How did he keep that plane in the air for 10 hours? For 10 hours, Major, when he had fuel to last him only 10 minutes.
So ends The Outer Limit. Tonight's story, Beyond This World. This is Astrator again. Our thanks to Frank Lovejoy for his excellent performance as the test pilot, and to all the other members of our cast for so graphically bringing to life this most unusual story. Perhaps it's fantastic to conceive of flying saucers as patrol ships from another planet, as our author Graham Dorr has done tonight. Perhaps. But what would you say they were? This story could happen, and maybe it did happen. Don't be too sure. Perhaps flying saucers really do exist, and are spaceships from beyond this world. Next, we can adventure into the future that you would not want to miss. Our version of the current best-selling novel by Jack Robinson, The Humanoids, when incredible robots from the outer universe invade the Earth. So, join us then, won't you? Beyond this world.
Dan Dare.
La Commissione del Popolo deve avere il suo rapporto, colonnello Dare.
Der Bericht ist wichtig. Größte Eile.
Dare, nos félicitations. Le besoin d'un rapport compréhensif, nous voudrions attirer l'attention des Nations Unies.
Attention of the United Nations, the heroism of Major Pierre Lafayette.
Pilot Captain Hank Hogan will file his report immediately to you, Colonel Dare. Let us have a full update soonest. We have work to do.
The message is loud and clear, Colonel Dare. A full report. And the PM asked me to tell you, well done. So full sitrep evaluation, everything.
Do my best, Sir Hubert.
Dan Dare, pilot of the future. Dramatized for radio in 4 parts by Nick McCarty. Part 1, Disaster.
Tape coded AK-37RBG-1. This is the official log and report of the Ranger mission. All sources will be identified by code, and a full list of sources will be attached. Crew will identify themselves.
Henry Brennan Hogan, pilot captain, born in Houston, trained photographer, racing driver, and navigator, USAF, seconded to the mission out of a secret base somewhere in the British Isles. Pilot Major Pierre-Auguste Lafayette, analytical mathematician, three-dimensional physics, French Space Service. Spaceman +1, Albert Dig... Oh, do I have to use my full name, sir? Sorry. Albert Fitzwilliam Digby, born Wigan, married, volunteered Ranger mission. I hate these gadgets, sir.
Dare, Daniel, Colonel, British European Space Service, leader. Professor Peabody did not submit an ident tape at this time. We will insert it when it arrives. The report will contain all relevant material. I will interrupt the flow for matters of clarification. It began in the early spring.
Here at the space launch site, tension rises. The hopes of the Kingfisher crew and of their families and comrades, indeed of the whole world, depend on success. Earlier today, I managed to snatch an interview with Colonel Dare, who's overseeing launch preparations.
We all know that the hopes of the world ride on the Kingfisher. Success means that the world will be able to feed its teeming millions.
Next background tape logged at A47BK1.
The agronomists, economists, and the other experts are predicting worldwide famine if no new cultivable areas are found out in deep space. Failure will mean disaster. The countdown continues.
Kingfisher, do you hear us? Over.
Loud and clear, Control. We're ready to go.
Just we are ready and counting.
All systems green.
Ready to go, Sir Hubert?
Wish her luck.
This is it. Goodbye, Kingfisher. Best of luck.
Thank you.
We have liftoff, gentlemen.
You wanted to go down.
Promise me one thing, Sir Hubert. If they fail, for whatever the reason, promise me I go on the next probe.
It must not fail. We can't afford another failure.
A week later, Digby was serving up my breakfast.
Shall I turn the ticker news off, sir? Breakfast is ready.
Good chap. Don't tell me bacon, eggs, hot toast.
No, but them vitamin blocks again. Queer doing it, sir. Vitamin blocks. I tell you, my Auntie Anastasia has had 40 fits.
She'll be having them too, Digby.
Yes, sir. Not up in Lancashire. Still a few pigs hidden in the back, no doubt. And a few hens left a-laying. Hey, I could ask her to send a dozen.
No, thank you, Digby. I'd rather not know about your formidable aunt's black market activities.
Just thought happening to cheer you up, sir. You've had a face like Fulton since Kingfisher left. No one's been to Venus before, have they, sir?
Digby!
Colonel Dare's residence.
Colonel Dare to report to headquarters immediately.
My cap, Digby! Hurry, man! Get the jeep jets!
I don't know what the hurry is, I'm sure.
At any moment, Kingfisher will be arriving at the point where the other ships disappear, Digby. So step on it!
Kingfisher bearing ZN 76AL34.
Cross bearing from Moonfix XC51.
We had our first view of the Kingfisher from the external orbiting cameras. She looked in good shape.
Give me voice contact with Captain Crane.
I can hear him, but we can't seem to get through to him, sir.
Switch from headphone to speaker contact. This is the critical time.
We have a firm bearing, Captain Crane.
Good. 3 hours to touchdown?
Just approaching the dead zone, sir.
Dead zone?
What the lads call it, sir. Sort of graveyard, sir. We'll be through it in 10 parsecs.
What the? What's that? Check vents. Check all systems.
Impulse cylinders, sir. Impulse cylinders. I have no power. My controls are dead, sir.
All crew, hear this. Impulse cylinders gone. Stop jets. Seal 5, 7, and 8 bulkheads. Break out emergency oxygen and pressure suits.
Fire, sir! Fire!
Kingfisher's mission ended there, in the graveyard 3 hours from Venus. The usual emergency meetings happened, of course. I was piloting the jeep jet to the first of them when the beginnings of an idea struck me.
Ironical, it seems to me, sir.
Really, Digby? Step on it, Dan.
Sir.
I am hastily kept waiting.
A world government ends wars. Doctors get all the diseases taped. Poverty's more or less gone. Everything in the garden's lovely, except there's naught to eat in it.
Well, it's bound to happen. Population doubles and redoubles, takes up farming land. What's left has been exhausted by bad farming. Can't grow enough food, and so chaos. That's why Venus was so important. Possible farming land.
I think I know what happened to Kingfisher, sir.
Huh?
This new class of ship works off impulse wave engines.
So?
These waves, bounced off the moon, are picked up by the in-flight airships.
Yes?
Picked up by the cylinders.
Well, go on.
Say a shield were erected to prevent those rays getting to the ship.
Well, they wouldn't have a chance. But who? How? Where?
Don't know until we go and see. Do I, Sir Hubert?
Go, Dan.
Go, Sir Hubert.
We have a plan, Prime Minister. We need money and manpower, and we need permission.
And courage. Oh, very well. Carry on, gentlemen. Well, no need to wait on ceremony. Carry on.
Old-fashioned rocket ships. Rockets went out with the Ark, Sir Hubert. Dreadful things.
Build one, soonest, understand? And 3 two-man shuttles to Colonel Dare's design.
It's important it has no impulse methodology.
No impulse? You're mad, Colonel.
Rebuild one of the early models.
Down here at Space HQ, there is a scene of frantic activity as Colonel Dare supervises the rebuilding of a spaceship that seems to have come from the old museum in London. This may be the last hope for the world.
There have been riots in Jakarta and on the western seaboard of America. A news blackout...
We are running out of time.
She's ready for testing. 3 months from start to finish. I hear you got a new crew joining.
Is there no way to keep a secret here?
Not about the Ranger. No, sir.
She is a beauty, Sir Hubert.
I trained on one of these shuttles, way back. You want to give the personal rocket vehicle a trial run? I cleared it with control.
Ignition. Adjust the throttle. And away we go.
Tally-ho!
Meanwhile, in the control tower.
Well, I'll be gol darned if I ever saw anything like that outside a Houston museum. Man, amazing.
I've never in my life. To think men risk their lives in such bone shakers.
You two for Colonel Dare?
That's right. He around? He must be laughing fit to bust seeing that old crate doing a fly past.
Happen he might. You'll see you on the landing area.
Jumping jets! That crate landed.
I have a nasty feeling, my friend. You know this Dare?
Flown with him. Hell of a pilot. Hell of a good pilot.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Dan! What are you doing in that thing?
Flying it, Hank.
I have a very nasty feeling.
What gives, Dan?
I explained everything to them, and...
Venus? No chance. Off your little trolleys, boys. A suicide ride. I promised my little wife no trouble. No adventures, no risk, no insurance.
Your wife?
Second wife. You'd like her, Dan. Hold on, I got a couple of 3Ds.
I have more important things to think about, Hank, than wives. You coming to Venus or not?
Of course he will come. We are honored.
Thank you, Pierre. Hank?
She'll never forgive you.
Okay.
We waited in the mess for the last member of the party.
Professor Peabody is usually on time, I understand.
Some bumbling old daughter. Remember that trip we did to Alpha Megasauri, Dan, when we took that prof along? He was a damn nuisance.
Well, I'm assured by personnel that the professor comes with the highest of recommendations.
Sir Hubert, Colonel Dare. Professor Peabody reporting rather late. Sorry. Had to hand over a rather complex experiment on atmospheric pollution and pollen counts to an assistant.
I say.
Gentlemen, you want a geologist, botanist, and agriculturalist. I am all those. You wish to check my credentials?
No, merci, mademoiselle. It is that we are discussing a dangerous, near enough suicidal flight, and we had no thoughts of women on such a mission. We are sure you are a good scientist.
Women in space. Damn it all. The PM's private line.
I am also a qualified space pilot.
What do you do in your spare time, Prof?
I'm a world expert on orchids.
Oh. Prime Minister, Professor Peabody has just arrived. Have we... An order? From the Cabinet? Oh, yes, sir, of course, sir. Women. Bah!
A week later, we were ready to leave for the planet Venus.
Systems locked.
Hank, okay?
7, 4, 3, 0 on holding. Hi, Colonel. All going well. Basic check's nearly done. Pierre?
All doors and hatches sealed. Absorbers regraded. Takeoff procedures counting down.
Well done, chaps. Where's the professor?
Telling Sir Hubert some home truths.
I flatly refuse.
Oh, I'm younger, I am fitter, and I have been flying more recently, Sir Hubert. Your flying log is, if you want the truth, out of date.
It can't be.
I checked your accreditation. You know the rules, sir. I fly the shuttle when the time comes.
Places for takeoff. Places for takeoff. Places for takeoff.
Check all systems.
All off hold.
All systems go.
Retroactors in place.
7, 4, activated.
Good luck.
We left planet Earth on the 15th of July, and 3 weeks later were approaching what had become known as the graveyard. Each dead ship had left a transponder giving out its call sign to be picked up by any approaching craft. We were kitted up in our space exploration suits and ready to get away from the orbiting mothercraft in the space shuttles.
Look all right to us, sir?
That parachute doesn't do much for your figure, Dig, but you'll do.
You sure you can handle this shuttle, Miss...
I'll manage, sir. Rocket Shuttle 4, Peabody and Sir Hubert, ready.
Thank you, Professor.
Number 3, Lafayette and Hogan, ready to go.
Thank you, Pierre. Ranger, we're leaving you now. Good luck, everyone. We approached what was left of Kingfisher. It lay about 50 parsecs to 15 degrees of our course, a mass of twisted tubes, buckled metal plates, lying like a great whale in the huge wheel of space.
The plan was simple, direct, and required only cold nerve, courage, and heroism. It was not something any Frenchman would have turned away from, of course. Colonel Dare insisted that he should be the one to take the first risk, to go through the shield.
It was a bit warm in the shuttle as the Colonel put his foot down. I thought Arthur, my auntie, would have a bit of a turn if you could see me now. E.R. Arthur, she'd say, E. By Ecky Thump.
Near the danger zone now, Dig. 3 and 4, this is your leader. We're going in now.
Sir.
It was all going well. Past the hulk of Kingfisher and leaving her transponders behind.
The radio, sir. Blown up.
I should have remembered. The radio works on impulse waves. We can't even warn the others.
There's fire, sir. And the plates all down one side are buckled and straining.
Hold on, Dick. Hold on.
Sir, atmosphere warning. We've hit the air round Venus, sir.
Yippee, we can bail out of the old Keitel altogether while we slow down. We seem to be in a spot of trouble at this time.
4 to command ship. Colonel Dare has a malfunction. Over.
Hey, Dan. Come in, Dan.
Sir Hubert to Major Lafayette. Hold your station. Sit rep soonest.
Oh, do me to damn, step up a little about it. He's out of control.
Come there. Come in, please.
come in. Down there, come in. Tell that old stuffed shirt we're going in after.
That old stuffed shirt will tell you when and if you do anything. Repeat, hold your station.
Seem to be on fire again, sir. Happen we're in a spot of bother.
You're a tonic, Digby. Anyone tell you?
My auntie once said...
Later. If that fire reaches us, we're dead anyway. Fasten helmets. You ready to abandon ship?
Right, sir. Got your PG pistol, sir. No time to pack anything else, sir.
Here goes. Jump, Digby.
Suspended from our parachutes, we activated our personal black boxes so that everything would be recorded. Speech, physical condition, and ambient sounds.
Grand. Venus at last. No ship, no radio, no food, no nout. Why I ever joined the space fleet, I'll never know.
I lost sight of Digby as he drifted towards the craggy mountains to the west. I was coming in too fast, thinner atmosphere. Directly below was a lake.
Get rid of the chute. Quick, quick. Here we go.
Water. Felt like water. Looked like purple soup. And fish. So it sustained life. That was something.
Oh, will you look at trouble. It's a huge, sludge green sea monster. It's vast.
Meanwhile...
Pierre, this is very dangerous.
We knew the danger when we volunteered, so Hubert. There has been no contact. We must go into the zone. He's not going to let us. The old...
10 minutes, Pierre. You have 10 minutes and then we will follow. Keep radio channels open at all times.
Atta boy! Here comes the cavalry. Rockets on maximum check. En avant!
What's he singing, Sir Hubert?
An old song, Miss Peabody, a French rallying cry, an anthem they used to call it.
What?
Pierre! Come in, Pierre!
I'd stopped just before entering the zone. I knew suddenly what the problem was. The radio, Hank!
What?
Help me!
What the hell are you doing? We need the radio, for heaven's sake, man.
It will kill us. It works off impulse rays, just like the new ships. We have to jettison it.
Good man. Oh, you're an old rattler, you are. A real genius. You better warn Sir Hubert.
Where are you?
Ship 3 to Le Control, over.
Where the blue blazes?
The radio, sir. The radio works off impulse rays. We have to remove it before we go through the barrier. Over.
Oh, well done, Pierre. Very good. Jettison the radio and good luck. We will follow you down. Out.
Meanwhile...
Hey, that were a right welcome for Colonel Dare and no mistake. Up the top of a cliff and looking out, I could see and I could hear. Why, it was chilling, that noise. Nasty, messy place, Venus. Funny water. The colour of me Auntie Anastasia's favourite antimacassar. Like mud at Wigan on a wet day. Captain Dare was out there in the middle of the lake, giving that thing a right hammering.
No way to welcome guests, you refugee from Loch Ness. I'll have to put you to sleep, old friend. And Dick remembered the paralyzing pistol. Now, get ashore and sort out the mess.
Sir, are you all right, sir?
Fine, Dick. How about you?
Oh, fair to middling, sir. Bit of a nasty go out there, sir. I don't see any bus stops, sir. No snack bars, for that matter. Nor any...
What next? Is that what you mean?
In a word, sir, yes.
We had an RV planned if one of the other ships got through.
Oh, I see, sir. Great, sir. And how do we get to this RV?
The coordinates are locked into the infrared compass, all ready to go. All we have to do is follow the bearings.
Oh, across the lake? Is that all, sir?
Crossing the lake was easy.
We built a small raft, set up a chute, a sail, and as the prevailing wind seemed to be in our favour, it took little time to cross the purple lake.
Not a sign of our antediluve, our old friend neither.
Time for shut-eye?
Trust you, dig a completely unexplored planet, and what do? Go to sleep.
I'm conserving energy, as it happens.
Eventually we arrived on the far side of the lake. The atmosphere was dangerous, but we were breathing through the intake converters in our helmets. We had removed our spacesuits.
And ho, we're there.
Strange, towering cliff and pillars of shining red stone. Caves and terraces of black basaltic rocks carved by millions of years of sea and wind action.
Shanks' pony now, Dick.
I don't like the look of this gully, sir. No, them boulders up there. Look out, sir! You think we want it here, sir?
Just keep an eye open.
Yes, sir. We climbed through the rocks and away from the lake until... Look at that, sir. It's carved, sir. A huge pillar. Never natural light, Colonel. And look, there's a cave behind it, sir. Like it was a gateway or something.
We'll take a look, Dick. Careful now.
You ever get the feeling that you're being watched? Like eyes all over the...
Shush, Dick. Look at these. Shine the torch here. You see?
Marks.
Paintings, Dick. The work of intelligent beings. You see this one here? Looks very like a man, and this very much like ancient Egyptian art, Dick. Dick? Digby!
Don't look now, sir. But I think we've been followed by what looked like a bunch of overgrown blue bottles.
There were maybe 20 of them. Tall, humanoid, blue-skinned. They wore helmets over bulging foreheads, long yellow skirts and breastplates that looked like silver and gold. For a moment, nothing moved. They were crouched behind their gun shields.
I'll check him out, sir.
Don't shoot, Dick. I'll talk to them.
Don't be daft, sir. Talk to a bunch of heathens. You'll be famous last words, sir. They won't even appreciate
Stop
it.
nattering. Keep me covered.
Nathan! Oh, you murderous butcher! I'll get you for that. Here goes. That showed him. Colonel Dare.
I'm all right, Digby. Just stunned.
We looked over at the figures paralyzed by Digby. They were virtually human, but I saw no point in waiting to do further research on these hostile blue men. We walked out of the caves and saw across the valley a vast transporter. It was lit by strobing lights and little winking bulbs.
Wow! Like Blackpool, South Shore when I was a kiddie.
We walked right into the trap.
Look out, Digby, behind you on the left! Oh, hey! Get off, you great blue! All right, get off! Sir! Give up, Dig! Don't fight it outnumbered!
We were marched across the valley to the flashing transporter.
They stuck us on top. It climbed to a great cliff and then turned on full power and headed straight for the Purple Lake. What happens if the brakes fail, sir?
Hang on.
It had taken us hours to cross the lake. It took the Venusian machine less than 20 Earth minutes to speed over the surface. We arrived at a vast ramp leading to huge green and yellow pillars. Domes glinted under the watery light of the sun. The whole city, for it was a city, hummed. The blue men took us under guard into a huge inner chamber and ripped our breathing helmets from our heads.
We can't breathe. By heck, sir. We can, sir. It's air, sir.
You're right, Digby. The air must have fooled our testers.
Colonel, sir. Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing?
We saw a tall figure that at first looked not unlike a man. But the face was that of a reptile. Green, the eyes cold as ice, black as a shark's and with as little feeling in them. The mouth tight, thin, cruel. Wonder if he knows Morse. I never took Venusian at school.
Colonel Dare. Spaceman Digby, I presume.
How on earth do you speak English?
We have studied the Earth for 26,000 years. Every Treen child knows all its languages. We have humans to check with. The blue men came from Earth thousands of years ago. An experiment. Now, turn round. We have something to show you.
Behind us, on a large stand, was a three-dimensional screen. Held in the middle of the screen, Pierre's space shuttle, just on the edge of the danger zone.
Hank, let's hope we are right about the radio. You ready, my friend? Go for it, Major.
Good luck and happy landings, Pierre. Well done.
We have a welcome for you. First, you can watch your friends die.
They won't die. They're not going to hit your ray shield.
They don't have to. They are heading for the Flamelands.
Flamelands?
Our planet is divided into two by a molten belt round the equator. For centuries, we have had little contact with the South. Your friends are heading for the molten belt.
I'm sorry. My fault, old friends.
Interesting. No fear. Yet you have not yet conquered pity. We waste time. You will be sent by electro-sender to Mikonta, our capital city, for your special welcome.
Part 1 of Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future, dramatized for radio in 4 parts by Nick McCarty. Mick Ford was Dan Dare, Terence Alexander Sir Hubert, Donald G. Digby, Zela Clark Professor Peabody, William Roberts Hank, and Sean Barrett Pierre. Other parts were played by Paul Downing, Christopher Good, John Moffat, Ben Onwukwe, Dale Rapley, Charles Simpson, and Simon Treves. The music was composed and played by Wilfredo Acosta. Technical presentation by Wilfredo Acosta with Michael Etherden and Colin Guthrie. Dan Dare is directed by Glyn Bierman.
The second report of the Venus expedition, compiled from black box recordings, personal tapes, and Tridiman discs. The expedition to Venus had begun disastrously. Our efforts to find food and farming land to feed planet Earth seemed doomed. Digby and I had come through the barrier shield raised by some alien force on the planet, only to be captured by blue-faced humanoids and handed over to their green lizard-like rulers. While we were electro-sent 10,000 miles to their capital city of Mikonta, out in space, Hank and Pierre were heading for trouble.
Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future. Dramatized for radio in 4 parts by Nick McCarty. Part 2, Divided We Fall.
We were flying straight down into a Texas barbecue. A flame belt a mile high spread around the middle of Venus, and already the front dome of our ship was beginning to melt. Pull out, Pierre! Pull her up! Get the nose up, damn it! I had no wish to be a rib of beef. Swing her up! Give her the gun, man! Wow! That was a narrow shave, friend.
Meanwhile, On Sir Hubert's shuttle.
Hand me the helm. I'm in command here, Miss Peabody.
Switch the gyro stabilizer. Start the reactor jets.
You'll answer for this later, Miss Peabody.
On Venus, Digby and I were looking over the glass domes and walkways of the huge mechanical city of Maconta. Buzzing sky scooters, roadways and electrosender tubes crisscrossed the city.
My orders are to take you to the director of the Earth Research Center.
Orders? Whose orders?
You will go by flying chairs. The city's internal transport.
How can we? Daft, I call it.
Daft. Daft.
When?
Now. These flying chairs are controlled by thought impulses, hardly suitable for such puny brains as yours. I will direct all three. You will get on.
Why, Colonel, I never thought I'd see the day. Ooh, whoops. Hey, look at this, sir. No hands,
At that moment, the chairs veered to the right and zoomed down into a cavernous building. We were marched along a corridor, and...
The Earthmen, oh Director. Good. Spectroanalysis first. The experiments are ready.
Green horrors. Just string them along. See if we can make a peaceful arrangement to send food to Earth. We are official envoys. I demand to be taken to your chief officer, your president or prime minister.
You mean the supreme scientist, the illustrious first one of Venus, the Mekon of Maconta.
Right, the gaffer.
You insects. You would not even be allowed in the same building as that magnificent brain. Master, a third rocket is about to land on the northern fringe of the Flame Lands. We have no need of any more specimens. Fasten them to the slide and give the first injection. One is a woman, oh Master. A woman? That will be interesting. We will watch them as they crash. Monitor the sound waves and the brain pattern from our specimens. Patch it through. Hurry.
We can't pull out. I can't pull her out, Sir Hubert. I can't control.
I'm sorry I said some harsh things, Miss Peabody. You're a damn brave woman. Maybe we'll come through. If we don't, we gave it our best shot. Hold tight!
Sir Hubert! Sir Hubert?
Are you all right, Miss Peabody?
We're dented, but still airtight, I think. Is your observation hatch still clear?
Yes, we seem to be in a sort of...
Look, Sir Hubert, 10 degrees starboard. What is that?
It looks like glass, molten glass.
It seems to be moving.
It is moving. I don't like the look of it. It's moving towards us.
We sat watching, Digby and I, in front of a tri-dimensional screen. Behind us, the tall, green, lizard-faced trees.
Why, sir, will you look at that? It's a moving mountain. It's coming closer to them.
Don't let them see your concern, Digby. These green-faced so-and-sos will love that.
Love, Colonel? Love? It is something we do not understand. We have spent generations without feeling. We are scientists. Feelings like fear and love and hate we do not understand. That is why we want you to watch your friends. They are going to die. We will observe you as you watch them on the screen. Is it pity that we are registering on your thought patterns, or fear?
What are you doing, Sir Hubert?
Fasten your helmet, Miss Peabody. I'm going out to recce. Wait here for me.
I'm coming with you.
You will not leave the ship. That's an order, Miss Peabody.
Good luck, sir.
Chin up, eh? That's it. Now then, I'll check the outer structure. Fins retracted and undamaged. Shield shows signs of overheat on entry.
Check the jets, Sir Hubert. I have emergency state on each of my control panels.
It's damned hot out here. Right, jets. Both clogged. It's as if they've been sealed. It's a sort of hardened plastic, almost glass.
Could we use the jets to get clear?
Miss Peabody, if we use the jets, the whole ship would explode. Hold on. Oh, my God! Oh no! No!
Sir Hubert? Sir Hubert?
We are ready. registering something here.
Anger. You could stop this. You could help them. Save them.
Why? I do not understand.
They are at great risk. They could die.
We shall learn much if we let them die. They have no hope of surviving.
If I could get out of this chair, I'd show you what we think of that where I come from. There's a lady there in danger.
I'm sinking, Miss Peabody. I'm sinking into it. Miss Peabody, help me! Help me!
Hold on, sir! Catch this rope. It's tied off to the hatch frame. Haul yourself up, sir. Pull!
Thank you, Miss Peabody. Well done. Now we have little choice. If we try to lift off, we will blow ourselves to bits. If we stay, we will either suffocate as we sink or roast from the heat.
Oh, don't look now, sir, but that glass mountain is moving towards us.
What?
Meanwhile, I had to find a way to persuade the experimenter to let us rescue them.
You're supposed to have the good ideas, sir.
How can I? They have no understanding of pity. To them, it's just another experiment.
How right you are, Colonel. We could use two for dissection if we had them all. Dissection? Very well. Colonel, you're anxious to rescue them. Do it, and we will be able to advance our knowledge even more. Come along, Colonel. You have little time.
We can't do it, sir. If we rescue the Prof and Sir Hubert, we take them out of the frying pan into the fire, so to speak.
We can't let them fry, Digby.
You will go by telesender, Colonel.
Happen it was us that was in the fire now. There were several long tubes against one wall, and they were sort of pulsing with light.
You will step into your tube.
Here, chum, you'll not see me in one of them things.
There is no need to tremble, spaceman.
Who said that about trembling? I've just like my feet on terra firma.
Get in your tube.
You will simply be disintegrated with the tube.
I don't think I want...
Transmitted by radio and reassembled in a similar tube at your destination.
It's all very well for you, son. Happen I'm not built for radio waves and transmitting and such.
Digby, remember, they are sinking into that boiling glass mountain.
Aye, and I'm about to too. Here, don't shock me, you great twit. Here, don't get me wires crossed. What's that funny noise, sir? I don't like this. I don't know what's going on here.
We have arrived, Colonel.
Digby! Why are you standing on your head? Come out of there and sort yourself out, man.
Technical hitches do occur from time to time.
But why is it always to me?
We were taken to a gallery of space vehicles and land transporters.
The Flight Museum, Colonel.
Are they all in flying condition?
Intergalactic flying machines are kept in new condition by the airlock.
Hey, sir, how about that? It's a beauty. A helicopter, sir. Perfect.
It might do the trick, Digby.
Jet-propelled copter, obsolete for 1,000 years.
We took it. They fitted fluorine sprays to neutralize the silicon mountain. Digby clambered aboard first, and we had our next surprise.
Who the old lad are you when you're at home?
I am Sundar, your pilot. Try no silly tricks. We are ready to go. Stand by.
We headed due south out of the huge hangar, up out of a volcanic crater and fast towards the flamelands. A race against time. Meanwhile...
Professor, have you ever seen anything, heard of anything like this glass mountain?
Never, Sir Hubert. Anything in its way just gets sucked under. Still, while there's life, there's hope.
You're a very brave woman.
Sir Hubert.
Never had much experience with females, tell the truth. Damn good show, if you see what I mean. Damn good show.
Meanwhile, as we headed due south with Sundar at the controls, Digby had a thought.
Sir, him being about 10% taller than us, with the gravity differential, it should make us about the same percent stronger. Know what I mean, sir?
Shush, think. Hold your horses. We have to get the others out of trouble first. Just watch how he handles the ship. I'll try and make friends.
Fat chance, sir. My Auntie Anastasia would have had a word for him, sir. Uppity, sir. Uppity.
I can try. We haven't been properly introduced yet.
I know who you are, Colonel. I told you my name is Sonda, and you will obey my orders. I see you are extending your hand to me. We have always thought shaking hands illogical.
An old custom, a friendly gesture.
Usually employed by businessmen and politicians when they are about to cheat one another. Sit down, Colonel Dare.
Any luck, sir?
He's about as friendly as a frisky stoat.
We are approaching the silicon mass now.
Sir, look, sir. Where that outsized mint humbug's leaking over the sand, sir. Poking out, sir. It's the ship.
The silicon will cover them in the next few minutes. You have little time to get them.
You seem concerned all of a sudden.
Our experimenter wants to use them. My orders are to bring them back. Yours to obey me. We will see what our fluorine spray guns can do.
We looped round the edge of the advancing mass, and Sondar hit the firing button. The fluorine seemed to fill the charged atmosphere below with a fine mist and release the death grip of the silicon mass. Below us, waving up from the rocket, were... It's them! They're alive! We have done it, Digby! Damn good show!
Aye, happen it is. Just one thing, Colonel Dare, sir. They're on a sinking rocket surrounded by some hot liquid stuff, and we're up here.
Rope ladder. Part of the kit. I checked before we left. All we have to do is to pay it out to them. We winched down the ladder, and Sonda held the copter steady as a rock as the Professor and Sir Hubert clambered on board.
My all, that's wonderful.
Where the dickens?
You can open your helmets. Everything's laid on, including air. Welcome aboard.
Thank you, Colonel. Just in time.
Oh, golly, Dig, you've no idea how glad I am to see your happy, smiling face.
Well, it's not exactly Freedom Hall, as you might say, miss.
Oh, why?
You might even say you're out of the fire and into the frying pan, in a manner of speaking.
What are you talking about?
Him, sir, at the controls. And his little friends back home, sir.
Call themselves trees.
What did you mean about the frying pan?
Not the sort of tact, Digby. His friends, boffins, run wild, quite inhuman. They have no emotions at all.
Then are we
prisoners, sir? Just for the moment. At least the trees think so.
So what do we do about it?
Now you and Miss Peabody are here as reinforcements, I'm going to take executive action.
Do nothing so foolish. Your intentions are quite clear to me. Your thought processes clearly transmitted. You are quite powerless. Quite powerless.
I don't think so, chum. I'm sorry about this.
Oh, well done, sir. Here, down we go. Ladies undies, kitchenware.
Controls, Digby, give Sir Hubert a hand and drag our tree friend out of the way.
Right, sir.
Let's get out of here fast.
How is he?
Coming round, I think. I'd like a crack at him, sir.
Sorry, Dick. You take over the controls while I keep an eye on him.
Right, sir.
And change course, old boy. We're probably flying on an automatic radar beam controlled by the trees in Maconta.
Aye, aye, sir. Heading now due south. The wind's getting up, sir.
Dirty weather. Change bearing, due west.
Will do, sir.
It's a twister, Dan. A huge tornado force on the starboard bow.
Ahead, Dan. Another tornado. It's moving across us. It's heading us on.
West, Dick. Can't, sir. There's another twister there.
We're being shepherded like sheep.
Well, they're all round us. We can't take this old bucket into any of those winds. They're running at hundreds of miles an hour.
Clear to the north. Tree handiwork, or I'm a Dutchman.
So, we turn north, we'll make a dash for it.
Your train friend's away, Dan. Ask him which we should do.
Sonda, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. You want to know which way to head?
Yes.
They want us back at headquarters for experiments.
Us? You as well?
I was afraid when the ship was in danger. I displayed emotion. I'm scientific. They will want to trace my fall.
We're in the same boat.
That does not matter. I will be proud to serve Treen Research.
I'll give the research program a miss, I think. Head due south, Dick, into the tornado barrier.
Here we go!
Professor!
being sucked in, sir. I can't hold her. I can't. We're going down. Hang on. Everyone all right?
These trees we've landed in.
Seen nothing like them, not even in the Congo Delta project. Quite outside my experience. Colonel Dare, I'm going outside.
Oh, be careful, Miss Peabody.
I'll be fine. Jungles are nothing to worry about. The branches are like rubber. Soft. Fantastically strong.
It's like landing on a mattress. We were very lucky.
Call this luck, sir. I hate creepy crawlies. Up and I'll stay in the helicopter if you don't mind.
I have never seen a jungle. I will expand my information. Very useful. Science is knowledge. Knowledge is science.
Happen it may be. The hammers of hell. That's the biggest, creepiest. What is it?
I don't know. But I think I'd rather be in the open than trapped in here with it. After me, Digby.
What's so funny, sir?
You three exiting double.
Well, there was a thing in there, see? It come in through the hatches.
Sundar, we're in this together. I want no trouble from you.
They will have us marked down. They will be sending guards to take us back.
Then we won't hang about here. You all fit? Yeah. So Hubert, Prof, have you any weapons with you?
We have our paralyzing pistols, that's all.
Right. Dig, got the infrared compass?
Yes, sir.
We need it to make the rendezvous with Hank and Pierre.
If they're still alive.
If they manage to crash outside the flame belt, they will be.
Take more than a green tadpole dressed in a copper wire corset to finish off Hank and Pierre. It can't be hotter in the flame belt than it is here.
It is 690 degrees and 90% humidity here. The flame belt has no humidity and a temperature of 2,000 degrees.
Come on.
I know one thing. They give a few pounds for this weather in Wigan Wakes Week. Hey up! Wait for me!
Meanwhile, back on Earth.
This is the International Headline News, brought to you courtesy of the mineral drink that cuts down hunger while it alleviates thirst. The fate of the 3 shuttle rockets from the mothership Ranger is still not known. They cut off all radio contact in order to get through the shield round the planet Venus.
There is still no news of space veteran Sir Hubert Guest.
Radio silence blankets Dare's rockets as mothership Ranger returns to Earth.
Interviewed in her West Street home, Mrs. Digby, wife of Albert Digby, spaceman first class, said,
"He's got true Lancashire grit. The lad'll be back. He'd best be. He's got me and 5 kids to be responsible for."
Across the world, tension mounts. Rioting is reported in Peking. Ration cards were not delivered to 5 million people. Emergency measures are being taken to preserve strategic supplies of food around the world.
Senator Hartwell of North England called for a UN inquiry into the activities of Vitamin Eats Incorporated. He accused them of using inferior quality.
Food rations in America and Europe will be cut to rebuild reserves.
That's enough of that. I've heard enough to last me a lifetime. And what did you mean about our Albert having a responsibility? Well, he does, Auntie Anastasia, he does. I told his mother when he married you. I told him when he brought you round. I said then you were not right. He's got adventure in his soul as our Albert. I'm proud of the lad. And you are. But he still has me and the kiddies to feed. And he has. And you know as well as I do that our Albert's sitting somewhere with his feet up and a nice bacon sarnie or a chip butty to hand. He's had the luck of the Digbys all his life. I know Albert Fitzwilliam. He'll be snoring in peace and comfort, I'll be bound.
Oh, my head! Oh, thump! Oh!
We slashed and struggled our way through the dense jungle away from our crushed copter. We had to avoid the Treen guards who would be after us and try to make contact with Hank and Pierre. If they had survived. It's hopeless, Professor. We're never going to get through.
Wait!
What is it?
Shush, listen. To the right. It's a river. If we head for it, we may find it easier going.
Follow me.
Suffering snakes! Quick!
So you know, pistol, hurry!
Here, Dan, take it!
Have you ever seen anything like it?
It's the biggest snake. It must must be 30 metres long, and that
My
head.
family has this thing about worms. I never went fishing as a kid because of them. And look at that. Oh, I feel a bit woozy.
Anyone seen Sundar?
Over here, under this fallen tree. You're right, Sondar, you can come out now. It's safe.
Oh, frightened again, were you? Bit of a washout for a train, you. But,
Daisy!
We do not understand why you save me. We do not understand unscientific actions.
Sundar, you may have forgotten it on Venus, but there are other things in life besides applied science, and we may need your help. We must get to the Professor's River and across it if we can. So, come on, hurry!
Sir, look, sir, what the...
The Zombs!
The what?
The gods have brought the Zombs with them. Zombs tear their targets to pieces. They are trained to destroy. Now you can be afraid.
Oh, by heck!
Let's hurry!
We came to a vast wall of water, maybe 1,000 feet high, pouring down into a huge, dark hole.
I've heard of Niagara, but this is balmy. Those zombies are getting closer.
Digby, stop chatting and get on. We have to climb those falls, all right?
Aye, sir. No time like the present. Might as well get going. Filer's right, Colonel. I could do a TA break.
Come on, Dig. A bit more effort will take us to the top.
Are we nearly there, Dan?
Near enough. The old boy was feeling his age, and Dig is no greyhound. If only I knew where the trees were.
The Zombs are getting closer.
Hurry, Dig! Sir Hubert, you all right?
Don't worry about me.
We reached the top of the falls and had time to see below us a vast open stretch of pale green water, an inland sea, and then...
Dan, behind you!
Jumping jets!
Blimey, dozens of them. Green so-and-sos.
They were standing looking down at us from the rim of the falls.
It is useless to fight. Sundar, you will be most interesting for our scientists. A stream with emotion. Fatal.
Straight at him, gang! Come on, the fleet! For a moment, it looked as if we might win. But then Digby got in the way of a gun that sprayed him with a sort of plastic balloon.
You all right, Digby?
And the trees released a zomb from its leash. My face got flat flowing. 2 serrated tusks on its forehead. It was like a cross between a Rottweiler, an Alsatian, and a dingo. I rolled with the animals, it sprang for my throat, and hoofed it over the edge of the falls. Sundar, giving as good as he got, was eventually covered with a plastic balloon.
Dan! The Professor! Out of my firing line!
I KO'd the tree who was menacing Professor Peabody. He fell backwards, and Sir Hubert's stun gun took me full in the chest.
Dan! Oh, my hat! Dan, get back from the edge! Dan!
He fell, twisting and turning as he went, paralyzed, into the white, foaming water below the fall. It was all over then. The trees cocooned us all in eggs of clear plastic and prepared to take us away.
It is unfortunate we lost Colonel Dare, but he will never return. Take them!
This is Sir Hubert Guest's diary tape for the file and report to the UN. I had killed Dan, I knew that. So when they led us away in our plastic bubbles to the city of Maconta, I was not really taking much in. Digby was kind.
You couldn't help it, sir. Dan would feel no pain. I wish I could say the same for our prospects.
Digby, the Professor.
You are now ready to help our scientists. Old Earth custom. Ladies first.
I'm not afraid of you.
I do not understand. Afraid?
The frightful chap went to the Professor with a ray gun in his hand.
Oh! The disintegron is the only way of cutting this plastic. You will not try to escape again.
No one tried to escape.
Sondar did his best, good chap that he was turning out to be. Meanwhile, in a vast audience chamber, high above our cell,
the earth creatures and Treen Sondar are prisoners, O greatest one. The fourth is dead. An accident! An accident!
There are no accidents in a scientific state. Destroy that guard. No failure in a scientific state. Science is all. Bring them to me. I will conduct the final dissection. They will learn that the Mekon of Mekonta, the supreme brain of the universe, will never fail. There will be no defense for Earth when we decide to destroy that miserable planet. Bring the prisoners to face their master. The Mekon speaks.
Part 2 of Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future, dramatized for radio in 4 parts by Nick McCarty. Mick Ford was Dan Dare, Terence Alexander, Sir Hubert, Donald G. Digby, Zela Clark, Professor Peabody, William Roberts, Hank, and Richard Pierce, the Mekon. David Googe was Sondar, Margaret Courtney, Aunt Anastasia, and Shirley Dixon, Mrs. Digby. Other parts were played by Vincent Brimble, Paul Downing, Stephen Garlick, Dale Rapley, and Danny Schiller. The music was composed and played by Wilfredo Acosta. Technical presentation by Wilfredo Acosta with Mike Etherden and Colin Guthrie. Dan Dare is directed by Glyn Dearman.
Report 4 from the Ranger Venus mission. Compiled from personal black box tapes, Tridemans, and voice prints. Earth was in peril from famine, and the Ranger mission had been sent to discover possible farming sites on Venus. The planet would have been perfect, except that a race of reptilian cruelty, the Treens, was ranged against a race of gentle and thoughtful people, the Theorons. I had volunteered to rescue 3 of my crew. Disguised as a blue Atlantine, slave of the Treens, I had ventured into the Atlantine reservation.
Cargas! 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 Cargas!
Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future. Dramatized for radio in 4 parts by Nick McCarty. Part 4, Battle Stations.
The Atlantines raised their arms in salute. One of them returned to me my wig with a built-in translator, which I had to wear to understand their speech.
Ranger, forgive us. You are welcome here. We have things to show you, things to explain. Come.
We went into a long and old stone building.
You see here an ancient hero, dead many centuries. A forgotten art was practiced then to preserve the body.
Standing in a dark alcove stood a man of about 6 foot, dressed in loincloth, carrying a spear, and only the palest of pale blue.
He lived and died a free man. The Treens never caught him, and our legends promise that one day he will return to lead us to freedom. There is one thing that marks him out from us.
His forehead has no bulge, like mine.
Kargaz was his name, and you carry it now as well. He was old Earthstock, as you must be.
I am.
Tell me no more. For us, you are Kargaz. You will help us win our freedom.
And you can help me release my friends who are prisoners of the Mekon.
We will try.
The trains are coming!
They round us up like animals. Make us fight people we have no fight with.
It struck me that joining the Tree's army might speed up my getting to Mekonta. Meanwhile, in the Mekon's audience chamber...
Remove the shield over the flame belt.
Yes,
Send reconnaissance planes over Theron land.
Yes, Omicron.
Make the reflector spacecraft ready for takeoff. Prepare for war.
Treen stormtroopers marched us Atlantines to the nearest police post, and from there we were herded into electro centers. They transported us to Mekonta. We were taken to the barracks to be kitted out. An old sergeant major spotted me when I was first ready and waiting.
Hello? Who's this then? You there! Stand up when I talk to you, you horrible little man! You know who I am. I am the cohort Dapon-in-Chief, and you horrible little... I know a reservation lad when I see one, and you are not one of them. Who are you?
I had no option. I briefly lifted the front of my helmet.
What? Well, Carcass.
Will you help me?
To the last drop of my blood. I've prayed all my life that you turn up. Just give your orders.
Meanwhile, in the Mekon's audience chamber...
We have observed you Earthmen to be stronger than we thought.
Oh, I'd love one of Auntie Anastasia's aspirins now.
We have found a way to defeat your planet without giving ourselves too much trouble.
You are mistaken, sir.
Humans are emotional to the point of weakness. We have ways of playing on that. You will help us.
We will not.
Never. I think you will.
Count me out, you stinking old toad.
Hear me. I, the greatest, the all-seeing and all-wise, know how to defeat these zeros. We will send a ship to Earth with pictures of the prisoners, as if injured on landing, but now being looked after. They will make a recording telling their fellow men how good and kind we have been. We will promise those fools on Earth food, but first we will tell them we have to build a transfer station on the moon. And then we will have our telezeros installed, and the Earth, with its great magnetic field, its minerals and its industries, will be ours to pluck. Its population, our slaves, we will rule the universe.
You're balmy.
You will pose for some pictures, record your messages, and then you will be spared to work in the mines at our North Pole.
I can smell rats in you that close by. Green, nasty, and putrid.
Words, Digby, do not hurt me. Now, we will put Miss Peabody into the gas chamber. And you may watch her slow and excruciating death on the telescan. I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
You swine!
Hold on a minute, sir. A message, you said, to home? Yes, I want to tell Auntie Anastasia how much I miss her.
Digby, I order you not to give it.
We don't have a chance, Sir Hubert. And Miss Peabody might be gassed.
Then he winked at me, old Dig. Something was going through his mind.
I wasn't sure if I could handle it or not. Sir Hubert refused to talk to me. In his eyes, I was a traitor, and I could hardly explain there and then what I was trying to do. Meanwhile, unbeknown to us...
Left! Halt! Position of first degree! Move! Good!
The Dapon-in-Chief was a typical sergeant major on the face of it. Curling moustaches, blue face, almost purple in parts, the bulging forehead of the true Atlantine Venusian. His priestly forefathers had taught him English. I did my best. While the old boy drilled me, his son checked the whereabouts of Sir Hubert, Digby, and Miss Peabody.
Position of alert! Good! We'll make a soldier of you yet!
Father, I've found the Earth prisoners. They're done for, I'm afraid.
Having heard what his son had to say, the old boy charged across the parade ground and assembled his men.
On that double! I will call you Dan, your Earth name. The Dreams will have you locked up double quick if they hear the name Gargas. Now, if they take your people to the pole, as my son says they will, they'll never be got out of the mines, never. But the Dreams will want an escort for them. Eh?
Now, fact one. You have recorded the message for your Earth parents?
It's not my parents, Mekon. Me auntie. I've got it written down here.
Let me see.
I've done what I was asked. I've told them that the others were not yet well enough to send a message. They were being well cared for. I did everything you wanted.
Yes, I can see you have. I like the intimate touches. Enjoyed the day out in where?
Sunnymouth. Seaside place.
Yes. Add his message to the photographs.
Yes, Omika.
Commander, First Army, you are ready?
Yes, Omikon. As soon as I land on Earth with the messages, I will report back by teleview.
Good. Bring in the prisoners and prepare special escort for them.
The others came in from their cell. No one spoke to me. It seemed as if they hated me.
You have been saved by the actions of your fat friend here. You will not die.
Digby, how could you?
We have no wish to betray our Earth.
You will be sent under guard to the North Polar mines and live a few miserable years there. Never let it be said that the Mekon does not keep his word.
Special escort reporting for duty, Omikon.
Take these away.
Standing right beside me was a tall, blue-faced man I could have sworn I knew. Then he winked at me.
Dan, Colonel, sir.
Escort, take them.
We're not moving.
Very well. You have disobeyed the Mekon. That is enough. I'll waste no more time. Kill them!
I flicked the safety catch off the weapon I carried. Ready, Bluebirds?
Now!
I blasted the floating platform from under the big-headed Mekon. He fell to the ground and hadn't the strength to get up. I grabbed him and put my gun to his head.
One move, and I'll kill him. Run up, train guard. Lock him up in that room at the end. If it is secure.
Explanations. You know the way around this insect fun palace. Get us out of here, quick.
This way.
We ran out of the chamber and along a steel-lined corridor. No one tried to stop us. Nothing moved. We turned a corner and then...
Door 77A closed. Monitor them. They have the Mekon. The next Mekon is still a pupa. We cannot let him die. It will take 50 Thanets before our next Mekon is prepared. Isolate them at the top of the building. Televiewers on all corridors.
Go right, Dan, and up the stairs. We can't go up much further, Dan.
Wait, Dan, what's wrong?
Well, there's only this gallery. Hey, look at that.
Hey, just a thing for an escape party. Flying chairs, a ferry bicycle park.
Can you work those things, Davon?
Thought control. Too powerful. The Mekon could if he woke up, but he'd direct us straight to the nearest lockup.
Can you fly these bikes, Sondar?
I will do my best.
Well, no one will dare attack us while I have the Mekon under my arm.
Come on!
All aboard!
I have to have help. You must all concentrate. These work on powerful thought waves. I need help to deal with all these spikes. Are you ready?
Yes.
Remember, Dan, keep the Mekon asleep, or his thought power will shatter my grip on the machines.
Pleasure. We set off from the bike park out over the city of Makonta.
Because you look sweet, sat on a seat of a bicycle made for two.
Digby, what have you got to sing about? You betrayed us.
See this? The original and the following wind. If they do deliver those messages, my auntie is going to smell a rat. You'll see.
Look out behind! Hey!
They were coming at us mob-handed, a complete battle squadron.
Cease this foolishness. You are surrounded and have no chance of getting away.
You fly away, sunshine. If you don't give us a clear sky, I'll snap this Wonder Boy's neck over my knee.
It's worked, Dan. They're shearing off.
Sondar was magnificent. He managed to hold us on course to the space station and the waiting rocket ship. No one gave us any trouble there, once I held up their Mekon by the scruff of his chicken neck. It was easy, and, like a fool, I lost the advantage because it had all been too simple.
Hey, what the...
Mekon had been waiting his chance. He flew the bike away from the space station and the rocket ship on the launch pad and out over the purple lake with me still on it. No way could I override his massive brain power.
You see, Colonel Bear too can play the hostage game.
I can sing you off, you little pipsqueak.
Do that and the bike will deliver you where I have preset it to go. My guards will kill you so exquisitely, and your friends will die too.
They could take the rocket.
They won't. They are humans, so loyal, pathetically sentimental. They will try to rescue you.
I have a small surprise for you, Mekon. A present from the Theorons. A demagnetizer. Can you swim?
You think I have time for foolish sport?
Too bad. I press the button on this and the bike will fall out of the sky and into the lake. It destroys the magnetic field. What's your brain going to do about that? Here goes.
You fool!
It works! It got the motors great!
The Mekon's fast, or you will drown!
They picked up the little insect and then turned for me. Death rays churned off the water round my head. I died. It was time to use the Theron demagnetizer again. They dropped like stones. They were too busy trying to save the life of the Mekon and themselves to bother much about a lone bike dropping down towards them. Sonda, you old beauty! I grabbed the trailing edge of the bike and Sonda steered it ashore.
Oh, well done, Sonda. Very well done, old chap. Now, come on, my party. They'll be after us double quick, so into the spaceship. Chop, chop.
Sondar said he could pilot the Tele-Zero reflector ship. It was the Mekon's secret weapon against the Theorons, and a major coup to capture one. Meanwhile, south of the flame belt, Hank and Pierre were itching for action.
Mon Dieu! It is time we did something, Hank. We cannot just sit here.
President Kalon, any news of Dan?
Nothing. His submarine is still on the riverbed sending out transponder signals. No more.
You got any spare fighters, Mr. President?
I can spare none. None even to escort you all back to Earth. We have to try all our rays on the Treens. They have nothing as protection against them.
Mr. President, we have word that there is a Tele-Zero reflector ship in the Treen fleet. It can deflect all our weapons. If they use that against us...
Screen 7, sir.
Yes?
A Tele-Zero reflector ship is preparing to leave Nakonta,
We
sir.
have to destroy it. At any cost.
Meanwhile, we were battened down in the Tele-Zero reflector ship on the launch gantry. The Mekon was throwing everything he could at us.
Cable systems in go condition.
Thank you, Sondar.
Activator circuits. Release pads. All circuits holding.
As fast as you can, Sondar.
Scientific control is necessary at all times in launch mode. They cannot hurt us through the Tele-Zero screen, Colonel. Absorbers off.
Blue code number?
4 red.
What?
4 man on the red paddle.
What on earth?
They're attacking the supports.
We have no time for checks. Button black code 1 on purple panel.
Check. Fired.
The Mekon continued to pour fire into the space station below us, killing thousands of his own people without a thought. We were happily riding into danger as Sondar boosted speed and shifted our trajectory.
So the Tele-Zero beam is powerful?
Deadly. Its only weakness is that they need a platform in space from which to reflect it, as it only travels in straight lines. But the Tele-Zero ship, that, gentlemen, is probably indestructible. We are in great danger. Somehow, we must blast it out of the sky.
Fighters away, sir.
Meanwhile, we began to prepare for the attack we knew would come from the Trees. They, after all, had the Tele-Zero weapons capable of doing the business. Battle stations, everyone.
Best of luck. Do what you can, Sondar.
I will.
Here they come. Dream fighters dead astern.
Pilot Officer Langle reporting to Theron President. Dream fighters attacking Telezero ship.
Dream fighters? Fighting their own people? Pull the other leg. Hey, hold on, no.
Here, my friend, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Dan!
Right!
Dan Dare. Got to be, don't you see? They are fighting to stop their ship leaving, and who would take it? Dan Dare.
Come on, man. Come and get it. I'm running out of ammo.
Just take one out from me, Sir Hubert.
Hit in rear section. No leaks. Small panel ripped and buckled. No protection there from Telezero rays. Evasive turn to right.
Look, there are planes. Different planes enclosing fast. What are they, Dan?
Beyond Squadron 4, approaching target.
You have to call them off, sir. For Pete's sake, call off your fighters.
I'll do better than that. Control to Fighter Wave 1, President Kalon speaking. Orders cancelled. Reflector ship believed carrying Earthman Dare. Engage and take out Dream fighters.
Orders received and understood.
Great stuff, Prezi, old boy.
I want to take a fighter. Go and bash a few noses.
Come with me in the command ship.
Is he devil waggling his wings at us? Keep your mind on the job, boy.
The best sight I've seen in a long time. Go for 'em, Theron!
Come on, you lot! Come on, you Therons!
Is malfunctioning.
Don't worry about
It's out
me,
in
Dan.
place. Circuit 10 in overdrive.
Commander, assist crippled Telezero ship. We will take our occupants on board. Theron Fighter Wave 6, take out any stragglers and then act as rear guard.
They're running! The trains are running!
Commander Tabor reporting Omnicom. You faulty, unbrained fool. You should have kept a reserve. Get out of here and destroy yourself. Chancellor. Omnicom, we have every power source jammed into building up the Telezero power chain. We will blast them, their cities and their Earth friends to dust before it does them any good. Do it!
Meanwhile, in the Theron Space Command vehicle, where's the Dapon?
He stayed in the Telezero ship when we abandoned it.
He took over the controls from Sondar.
That is so.
But he was wounded, badly wounded.
Look on screen 2.
What is he doing?
He's turning the reflector ship. He's realigning it. Oh, no, he can't. Contact him. Make contact.
All contact cut.
He knows, as we do, that the Telezero ray comes from one source, and he is going to destroy it.
But he's such a nice old buffer.
Dapon pulled the reflector ship on course and threw the wrecked machine straight at the building housing the Telezero transmitters. It was great.
Magnifique. I'll go to the foot of
The end of the Telezero for some time.
And the end of a very gallant gentleman. Dapon's brave action meant that the Treens would be no threat for many years to come.
We Therons owe you a deep debt, Colonel Dare. We understand that planet Earth has grave problems. We agree to help feed the people of the Earth. On one condition.
You said nothing about conditions before, Mr. President.
We will work on transporting food from southern Venus to Earth, providing there is a guarantee from the people of Earth that they will promise to take better care of the resources they have left. Time could run out again if they do not, and even our supplies are finite. We will need that promise.
I think, Mr. President, that there will be no problem with that.
Then please join in the Theron feast we have prepared for you. No vitamin pills, Digby, I promise you.
Bayek, will you look at that spread, eh?
Mr. President, sir, an urgent message from control.
Gentlemen, I am sorry to say there is a problem. The Treens are reported to have sent a battle fleet on a heading 87 degrees by 52. Direction, Earth.
The Treens' first warship and reconnaissance flight headed across space for Earth, while Theron experts struggled to get a ship ready to take us home. We were too late.
Good news.
Everyone wanted to believe the Treens.
This is the English section of the World News, broadcasting to you on the BBC. The Venusians, who call themselves Treens...
Reassuring messages recorded on Venus by the Ranger crew under Captain Dare have been brought by the Treens. The world president is speaking at
this historic moment, signing a treaty with our friends from Venus, in which they agree to ferry food and material to Earth as soon as they have set up a receiver station on the moon.
And we are broadcasting for the first time the message from Spaceman First Class Digby.
Hey, the Treens are a grand lot. We are in an oxygen room in a fine hospital looking out over a beach. It reminds me of our hotel room on that holiday we had in Sunnymouth, and Anastasia. Do you remember?
What?
In May, wasn't it?
May?
That's it. May Day Sunnymouth.
What?
It is like Sunnymouth here.
Fiddlesticks. By heck. Phone. Give us the phone. Police, that message from Digby in space. Poppycock. I want a word with the chief. Young man, I can have you out of your job in a time to say knife. Now, jump to it, Sonny Jim, or else.
He didn't know Aunt Anastasia, nor did the people at Space Fleet HQ.
Who on earth? Aircraftman Digby's auntie. You the manager?
I am Colonel O'Reilly, Supreme Commander.
The message from my Albert was a fake, was a warning. The Treens, or whoever they are deceiving you.
Now, madam, I hardly think you could know.
I brought Albert Fitzwilliam Digby up from the age of 5. He was only once in Sunnymouth, in October, not May, and he hates the place like poison. Have a newspaper cutting will tell you why, here.
Mistaken identity, Albert Fitzwilliam Digby of West Bank, Wigan, released from custody, held for a week as man police have been searching for. Suspect in the Hammersmith murder.
He was in prison, accused of murder all the time he was in Sunnymouth. Wrongfully. And not May either. All wrong. A warning of some sort.
May Day, he said. May Day. May Day is the international call sign for emergency. Sunnymouth. Wrongfully imprisoned. You're right.
I know I'm right. Albert Fitzwilliam Digby is no fool. He knew I'd sort it out.
Get me the PM. And a detachment of the International SAS to be put on full alert.
This is Dan Dare calling Earth. This is Dare calling Earth. Are you receiving me? Over. Oh, you, Stig. You'll just have to try and speed this old ship up somehow.
No chance of that, sir.
Dan Dare.
What's that?
This is Earth.
Listen, what?
World President speaking. We have just eliminated the Treen menace. Thanks to you and your man Digby. Congratulate him on his warning. All a huge debt. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over and out. Digby, we have done it.
Oh, good old Auntie Stacy.
Forget it. Have the Theron to help feed the Earth's great work.
I think we might say mission accomplished, sir. Goodbye, Mekon. Hello, Earth. Oh, I know what I fancy, sir.
I know too, Dick. Fish and chips and a nice long
sleep.
In the final part of Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future, dramatized for radio by Nick McCarty, Mick Ford was Dan Dare, Terence Alexander Sir Hubert, Donald G. Digby, Zela Clark, Professor Peabody, William Roberts Hank, Sean Barrett Pierre, and Richard Pierce, the Mekong. David Googe was Sondar, David King, Dapon, Brian Miller, Ertag, John Moffat, Kalon, Margaret Courtney, Aunt Anastasia. Other parts were played by Vincent Brimble, Tara Dominic, Andrew Downer, Elizabeth Mansfield, Dale Rapley, and Danny Schiller. The music was composed and played by Wilfredo Acosta. Technical presentation was by Wilfredo Acosta with Michael Etherden and Colin Guthrie. Dan Dare was directed by...
Report 3 of the Ranger Venus mission. The situation was desperate. Earth was starving. Overpopulation, bad farming, greed and pollution had destroyed much of the good farmland. Our mission to Venus, to find new places to grow food, was in a perilous state. The Treens held Professor Peabody, Sir Hubert and Digby. Hank and Pierre were lost in the flame belt that surrounded the middle of the planet. This report has been created by taking voice prints, tridimensions and black box recordings from all who came on the journey to Venus.
Sir Hubert Guest's diary continued. I will never forget the scene at the falls. As a Treen moved to attack Miss Peabody, I fired my stun gun, and at that moment Dan stepped into the line of fire. For an instant he tottered on the edge of the falls and then turned and toppled down into the depths, lost. And we were taken by a Treen guard for merciless dissection by the supreme scientists of Maconta.
Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future. Dramatized for radio in 4 parts by Nick McCarty. Part 3, The Mekong.
In here.
We demand to be treated under the rules of the Geneva Convention.
There is no convention here, Sir Hubert.
Forget it, Sir Hubert. That was based on care and concern. These Treens neither know nor care.
I understand you are trying to insult me. It will not work. You should be honored to be going to the presence of the Mekong himself.
Honored? Why?
He may have you dissected, oh fat one. The others will be tested, investigated, maybe laser operated for the good of science.
Dissected? That's what they do to coconuts.
No, Dig. Desiccated his coconuts.
You will wait here until the Mekong is ready for you.
Meanwhile, under the swirling waters of the falls, I was still able to think, but not able to move my body. The waters churned and whirled and finally threw me into a long tunnel. I had to break surface or I would drown. Thank heavens I can move again. The paralysis is wearing off. I must stay on the surface. It's the darkest tunnel. I must have passed out. The next thing I knew, I was being gently washed against a rock ledge, and ahead of me there was light, the end of the tunnel. I crawled onto the ledge away from the frightful dark water and towards the light. I checked my compass and knew that without a doubt I had been swept under the flame belt that cuts Venus in half. The Southlands were bathed in glorious sunlight. Huge red and gold flowers, outcrops of purple grass lay over the rich dark earth. I drank from a clear water stream, washed and set off across the wide open countryside, praying the natives were friendly. Meanwhile, my poor friends were facing the all-powerful scientist, the Mekong of Maconta.
I have been studying the situation. Your foolish colleague, Colonel Dare, is now dead. You have no leader. You are entirely in my power.
His head was huge, the carapace containing his brain 3 times the size of a human's. His eyes cruel, cold, black as night and unblinking.
He sat on a small flying platform from which came a throbbing noise. His body was stunted and his legs too thin to support his huge skull.
Cute he looked on his flying trolley. As jolly as a stork with our rabbit.
Come over here, Mike. What is the word? Friends. Here is a Telezero beam transmitter. At present focused on a full-sized replica of an Earth city. It has been built on Venus for testing purposes. Watch that screen and see the fate of your miserable planet and its pathetic peoples. Watch.
There's nothing left of the place.
Nothing. Dust.
People, whole populations will
die. stations a million miles from any of your weapons. Every part of the Earth is defenseless. At my mercy.
But what's the use? No Treen can go there after such a...
Show them.
In walked a Treen, in full protective gear, plus a rebreathing apparatus.
Go.
I tell you something for nothing. They'll be wild about him in Wigan.
Very clever indeed.
Naturally. Now, we are going to use you. You will be useful in the final stages before we invade planet Earth.
Invade?
We need to know the extreme limits of human resistance. Then, we shall extract your brains for further study. Sondar, you intrigue us. A Treen who has somehow mutated wrongly. We have looked into your parentage, your history. It is not clear yet how the mistakes can have happened. We will later personally direct your dissection with the laser scalpels.
I am at the command of science, Omicron.
Meanwhile, far to the south, I found myself in the main square of a vast city. A humming, vibrating city, without a single person to be seen. I climbed to the top of a tall stone building. Looking out, I could see far away what looked like irrigation ditches and fields. There had to be people, inhabitants somewhere, or why bother to irrigate fields and grow crops? I headed for the open country. A harvester baled the crop automatically and tipped it onto a series of automated moving platforms which headed away into the distance. Nothing to lose. Go for a hayride down there. 2 hay bales, and that's as good as any bed. Right then. Oh, call me with a nice cup of tea at 10, Stuart. The self-propelled trucks carried me across the hills and valleys of southern Venus, over bridges and through tunnels, humming along with its load of farm produce. I went to sleep and nearly died as a result. At its destination, a metal-toothed grab loomed over the bales of hay. What the... Oh! That was a narrow squeak.
Hi, Earthman.
Who the devil... You speak English?
We have 2 other Earthmen in our house.
What?
You won't tell my father I was at the transporter junction. He says it could be dangerous.
He's right. Look, I need to meet these other Earthmen.
I can take you. Come with me.
Hi, Pierre.
Mon brave, mon colonel.
Wonderful.
Incroyable, mon vieux.
Where are the others? How did you get here?
We thought you were dead. What happened?
I told them all I could. Hank and Pierre had crash-landed just south of the flame belt, and even as we spoke, their shuttle was being repaired. They introduced me to Volstar. He was a leader amongst these trusting and generous people called Therons. They were like us, apart from their deep desire for gentleness. Aggression for them did not exist.
We had despaired of you and your friends, knowing that you had landed in the north among Treens. We have not been in contact with the Treens for centuries. The flame belt has kept us apart. We are worried to find you have managed to pass through the flame belt. Our defenses against the Treens will not stand up to their sophisticated weapons.
I didn't come through the flame belt, Volstar.
Then
I came under it.
Howling hyenas. Under? How?
I was carried by a subterranean river.
It is very important that you meet with our leaders.
As soon as possible.
I understand the situation on your home planet is desperate, Colonel Dare.
We need help. We need space to grow food for Earth. Here, perhaps.
That will be for our Parliament to decide. You will be seeing our President, of course.
We must hurry. I have 2 urgent tasks. Fix up a supply of food for Earth and rescue my friends from Mekonta.
3, Colonel. We have heard via our radio satellites that the Mekon plans to destroy Earth.
Right.
Someone has to get back to your mothership to warn your planet.
Your shuttle rocket, Pierre?
We'll be ready in a few days.
These guys may have given up living in cities or being ruled by machines, but they sure know their way around with a monkey wrench.
Volstar, I must talk to your president now.
My house is already traveling towards him.
Your house is what?
Since we gave up cities as unsuitable for man to live in, we have houses that will move where we want them to. It's more convenient. At the moment, we are traveling at around 800 of your Earth miles an hour. The air bubble that surrounds us ensures no discomfort.
And while we traveled, Volstar told me something of the tragedy of Venus, of Earth, and of Atlantis. He told of the Theron attempts to pacify the Treen reptiles beyond the flame belt. When the gentle Therons realized that all the Treens cared for was power and science, they left them to their fate. The Therons explored space, found planet Earth, and discovered a landlocked valley, the center of Earth's civilization, Atlantis. Tragically, the Treens followed them and systematically transshipped the Atlanteans back to Venus, where their descendants have been slaves ever since. The remaining Atlanteans, blaming the Therons, sabotaged their remaining spaceships. They smashed the housing over the atomic reactor engines. The result was catastrophe. The end wall of the valley collapsed as the Atlantic Ocean engulfed Atlantis, destroyed a civilization, and created the Mediterranean.
A people destroyed, save for the sad prisoners of the Treens whose descendants are the blue slaves of Mekonta.
Meanwhile, in space...
This is Mothership Ranger calling Earth. Come in, Earth. Over.
Will it take long, Sparks?
No, sir. I put it on boost. Do you think we might get back by Christmas, sir? I had sort of promised my kids a trip.
If they say stay, we stay, Sparks. Just think about the Colonel and the rest down there on Venus.
You think they're still alive, sir?
This is Earth. Do you read, Ranger? Over.
We read and have message. Stand by to receive. Go ahead, sir.
This is Captain Hunter. There is no sign nor sound from the Dare expedition. Rations aboard are low. Can only remain in orbit one more Earth month. Orders, please. Over.
What about the others, sir?
You know the score, Sparks. No place to spend Christmas Eve, is it? 150 million miles from home.
This is Space Control. Abandon waiting orbit. Return to Earth. Repeat. Ranger Mothership to return to Earth.
Meanwhile, in the beautiful tree-filled courtyard of the Therons' president's house, I tried to persuade the old man to help me go back into the north to rescue Digby and the other crew members.
Naturally, we grieve for your friends, but there is little we can do to help.
I can't just sit and grieve. These people rely on me.
You cannot pass through the barrier erected by the Treens over the Flameland.
And you'll do nothing?
Hey, come on, man. Don't get too heavy.
We have achieved the perfect life here. Happiness and peace for our children. We mean to keep it.
And the rest can go hang. The Treens are planning to attack Earth, and you just sit back and enjoy your music. Great. Pity is fine. Grief, too. But if you let the Treens commit crimes you are able to stop, then they become your crimes, too. You sit here and read poetry and smell flowers while our Earth children are starving to death. You would sit here listening to music and talking to your wives while our wives are being butchered by Treens. Some civilization you have.
Dad, cool it.
President Kalon, I apologize.
No. I am shamed by what you say, Colonel. We will do all we can to help.
Meanwhile, in Mekonta, Dig and Co. were suffering terrifying endurance tests.
I've told you. I was born in Wigan, and I know folk there will not stop fighting because you turn up.
Why? If they know we can kill them all, why not just give in?
You'll not understand, son. Pride.
You can't frighten me with dentist drills or whatever that is. The genetic pool is such that man seems to have created many differing versions of himself. You Treens are only clones of each other, true?
That is more efficient.
Maybe, but for scientists, random ideas can sometimes lead to exciting results. You understand?
I must ask the Mekon to talk with you. I do not understand.
can question me till you're blue in the face. It doesn't change the fact that the Earth will go on struggling to survive whatever you may think. Free and not as slaves.
Then they will be totally deleted from the universe.
Meanwhile, south of the flame belt, we were busy.
Are you sure you can do it alone, Colonel?
I can if I can go back disguised as an Atlantine.
So what are these Atlantines like, man?
I'll try and describe.
No, there's no need. We can make a Tridomen with your help, Colonel, with this telepathy helmet.
This what?
If you will put this helmet on, Colonel Dare, and bring into your mind your memory of one Atlantine...
Fine. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Just concentrate and remember.
Look, in the corner. Look at that. A blue man with a... He's got a gun.
It's all right, Hank. It's just a part of the Colonel's imagination. An Atlantine soldier. Thank you, Colonel Dare.
Zut alors! It has just melted away. Formidable. Then are you all right?
Fine.
That blue skin. Mighty pretty, Dan.
And the bulge on the forehead.
We can use that bulge to solve a problem. We have a scientist standing by to make necessary changes. If you have the courage, Colonel Dare.
Try me.
Lie down, please. Under the lamps, Colonel. It is here we will make the cosmetic changes.
When we saw the Colonel next, he was a changed man. Different clothes, different skin, blue as sky. Then they turned up with a pièce de résistance.
This wig has a large bulge at the front that enables you to speak and understand the Atlantine language. The headphones, receiver and unscrambler are built into the bulge along the hairline. Try it on.
Oh, very well.
This is great.
Yes, I think this wig is probably terrible and tricky juggling, Claude.
Fantastic! Affreux, mes braves! He is a blue man. He speaks their language and he looks formidable. Now what?
The search party has found the entrance to the underground stream. They are already widening it to get a team through.
Oh, Langlock, there is no time. I have to get through now.
We know that, Colonel. We have taken from our stores an underwater craft perfectly designed for your needs.
Electronic navigator, radar net for cabin navigation, rebreathing gear, autopilot. Queries?
How long can it stay under?
10 Earth hours. Its range will take you well clear of the flame belt. All checks are now completed.
Good. Is the slipway clear?
All clear and ready to go, Colonel Dare. You have your personal breathing apparatus on board.
Right.
Before you go, Colonel, we have this weapon to offer you. Treen technology depends on magnetism. This is a demagnetizing gun. It has not been tried on trees, but we felt it might work. It is the best we are able to do.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Au revoir, mon brave.
See you all in Piccadilly.
I don't mind admitting that for a limey, Colonel Dare had guts. He locked himself in that submarine-type contraption as if he was going for a spin down the Delaware.
Good luck!
Once down the ramp and into the stream, I turned on the autopilot. Right then, George, I hope you've got your master's ticket. We're on our own.
Ready.
What?
Ready.
Oh! Right. Now, find the forward scope, check out the channels, and then talk course changes into the auto. George, you still there? I'm a bit confused.
Yes. Well, channels and course already sorted. Radar operative. Auto changes locked.
Fine. Level off in center of stream and go due north against the current. Full speed ahead.
Hank, Pierre, I've just heard that your shuttle is repaired and ready for firing.
Great! We need to make visual contact with Ranger. Tout de suite, as we say.
There has been a homing device fitted. It will bring you safely back here if you cannot contact your mothership for any reason.
We were ready and on the launch site in no time.
Motors, go. Seals, go.
Retros activated.
Go.
Comms internal systems, go.
Okay, man. Let's burn some juice.
Rocket takeoff from southern hemisphere. Tracking devices activated.
Check all screens. Inform the Mekon. Inform the Mekon. Inform the Mekon. Inform the Mekon.
Alert all tracking devices. Check contents of rocket. Check trajectory. If necessary, destroy it.
Now under flame belt. 200 miles from estimated discharge point.
Thanks, George. Check the forward screen. A huge shoal of fish, the 8 to 10 pounders. They'd feed a few thousand back on Earth.
Approaching a mass. Living. Across whole channel. Orders, please.
George,
Orders, please. Mass appears to be animal of some sort. Orders, please. Orders,
It's
please.
a huge squid!
Orders, please.
We're heading straight forward!
Orders, please.
Increase speed!
Agreed. We have armaments. To your left, red button. Press now for auto-guided aqua rocket.
Red?
Now. Fire now. Fire now. Fire now. Rocket away. All clear. Reducing speed to safety level through debris. Stay on auto.
Hours later, we emerged from the tunnel.
Now hear this. Now hear this.
Steady, George. Up periscope. Nightfall, as per schedule.
Of course.
We have a problem. George! Waterfall dead ahead!
All right. Don't panic. No problem. Fasten safety harness. Activate all green modules.
Huh? What on earth?
Joystick now activated. Press right button on top center to avoid falls.
Button pressed! Oh, wow! You chaps think of everything! We flew out of the water and climbed to the top of the falls. As we appeared over the rim... Searchlights! Crash dive, George! George, dive! Dive! Dive!
Continue tracking the rocket. Course takes it over flame belt and on a northern orbit. Dispatch space interceptors. It's an Earth craft. Destroy it. It must never reach Earth. Destroy it.
Ranger, this is Shuttle 3 calling. Come in, please. Ranger, this is Shuttle 3. Do you hear us? Over.
Howlin' Harry, where the blue blazes did that come from? 3 of them, Pierre. All around us.
We have no chance.
Climb, Pierre, climb. That one's got us lined up.
We are gone, my friend. I can't avoid. I am jammed. Controls are jammed. He was on top of us. What happened?
The Therians have put a shield around us. Must have. Zap the Hohmann switch, Pierre, and let's get out of here. It's not fair. They just crash into our shield and boom! The last one's heading for home.
When that ship returns, execute the pilot. I said no Earth rocket was to escape. This is aggression. There is no truce with the Therons. We are at war.
Meanwhile, under the water, I left the craft on the floor of the lake and using my personal rebreather, made my way to the surface. Once out of the water and away from the watering holes of the huge reptiles that lived in the wilds of the Treen Hemisphere, I dumped the underwater kit, changed into the Blue Man's costume, put on the translator wig, and
using an old map provided by one of the oldest Theorons, headed towards the Atlantine Reservation. Down below me in the dark night lay the sparkling lights of a small Atlantine village. Here we go. I'll switch on the translator and see if I can get by as an Atlantine serf. I crept closer to the center of the village. An angry meeting was going on. Amazingly, I could understand everything the Blue Atlantines were saying. The younger men were facing what was clearly the village council. One of the young men was speaking, angry.
We know Urtag, our headman, is wise and careful, but the time has come when wisdom's not enough. He grows old and his blood grows thin. This is the time for action. They're taking all our young men for the army, and we know who'll be the first to die. Boys of our men died for trees. We have no quarrel with the men beyond the Flameland. If we must die, let it be as free men, not as slaves for trees. Our faces be ground into the dust.
An old man stepped forward.
Don't listen to him. I beg you. 3 times our fathers have revolted, and 3 times we have been defeated and punished. We can hold on to our dreams of freedom, but we must have patience. We have no weapons, no machines. We'll take them. Wait, my children, wait.
Who's there? Come out.
Spies! I see a spy.
Who's there?
Get a friend from us. Come here, spy. It's a spy.
Spy! I'm no spy.
Why did you not blow the horn by the sun god's gate to announce your arrival?
I'm sorry. I am a hunter from the other side.
He's a trained spy.
Wait, children, wait. If he tells the Treens about this meeting, we're done for.
On the execution tree.
No one is lynching me. Take that. Come on, man. I don't want to fight you, but... Oh, no, you don't. I lost my translator wig in the struggle. Suddenly I could understand nothing. Then they stood back from me, raised their arms and began to cry out...
Part 3 of Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future, dramatized for radio in 4 parts by Nick McCarty. Mick Ford was Dan Dare, Terence Alexander, Sir Hubert, Donald G. Digby, Zela Clark, Professor Peabody, William Roberts, Hank, and Richard Pierce, the Mekon. David Googe was Sondar, Ben Onwukwe Volstar, and John Moffat Taylor. Other parts were played by Vincent Brimble, Christopher Good, Brian Miller, Dale Rapley, Danny Schiller, Charles Simpson, and Simon Treves. The music was composed and played by Wilfredo Acosta. Technical presentation by Wilfredo Acosta with Michael Etherden and Colin Guthrie. Dan Dare is directed by Glyn Dearly.
Is an elastic planet. Things bounce, things cohere, and things snap. The date is the 8th of July, 1955. And at 9:15 a.m. in Northampton General Hospital, 2 babies are born. One is named Pamela Chetney, and is born to a solid working-class couple. Her childhood is uneventful, but in adolescence she begins to find her direction in life. Playing with food one day, she instinctively picks up the techniques of cheese sculpture. After a number of smaller exhibitions, she hits the big time in 1991 and is acclaimed as one of the leading figures in the avant fromage movement. Her breakthrough show, Blue Skies, Red Leicester, juxtaposes images of summer skylines with lumps of cheese. The critic, Stanmore Dilmot, writes of it in The Independent.
Chetney's new show is a revelation. The temperature inside the gallery allows for a perfect equilibrium of smell, which is sharp, without being pungent. Not since Kozlowski's best work has Red Leicester looked so charismatic, so cheeky, so intellectual.
Pamela Chetney was the second wife of Walter the Word, toy player, a prominent member of a bad spelling ring in the 1960s and 70s. At his trial in 1973, it emerges that he insisted his victims use just one S in necessary, and that the I went before the E in receipt. Despite using the so-called Flepper defense...
I'm sorry.
He is sentenced to 6 years in prison. The Flepper defense was named after Edgar Flepper, a Glaswegian, who was tried for number altering in 1949. Despite a gallant career in the British Army, where he was awarded the Distinguished Hiding Cross for his excellence in camouflage, Flepper had turned to crime on being demobbed and finding that his old job no longer existed. Before the war, he had worked in the once mighty Strathclyde dust factories, which, after 1945, began to close down one by one.
These factories are silent now. The 1979 dust war marked a sad end in the long decline of the British dust industry. From its high point in 1920, when 1/3 of the world's homes used British dust, the industry has now shrunk to a point where we import more dust than the few factories left can possibly produce. 1945. Peace was declared in Europe and a new order was being forged. Churchill's famous tea-time treaty with de Gaulle was one of the many deals that would shape our post-war future. But this particular agreement was a terrible blow to the workers and communities that had continued to produce dust in the midst of the German bombing onslaught. Desperate to ensure a rapid recovery in the French economy, and convinced that dust could lead the way, the French leader won assurances at Chartwell that Britain would close 12 of its major dust factories, leaving the poorer quality but cheaper French product to monopolise the continental dust market. What Hitler couldn't do in 5 years of bombing, Churchill did over a cup of tea.
De Gaulle's aide at the Chartwell talks is André Saint-Pluquet, in peacetime a verb designer from Paris. After the publication of his masterpiece, A New Directory of IR and RE Verbs, in May 1954, Saint-Pluquet enjoys a brief period of fame and is called on to speak all over the world. On a visit to Northampton, however, in November 1955, he is involved in a car crash. Rushed to the General Hospital, he is dead on arrival. The driver of the other car is named as Westcroft Loopley, maternal uncle to Pamela Chetney, and a member of the Monks of St. Thomas the Disciple. This order is dedicated to doubting the existence of any event until directly experienced. The Monks of St. Thomas flourish throughout the doubt-ridden 1970s, and by 1981 the order is able to purchase a farmhouse in Wiltshire as its British headquarters. This farmhouse was formerly occupied by Susanna Hend, the mother of modern knitting, and had barely changed since the turn of the century.
Up to the late 1860s, the women of Britain and the Empire were hampered by being forced to use knitting patterns and notations that had remained largely unchanged since medieval times. Needles were too lengthy, and rows often contained too few stitches. To right these and numerous other handicaps, the movement for knitting reform was founded by Susanna Hend and Elizabeth Biltner. They lobbied Parliament, organised mass protests, and eventually cajoled an unwilling House of Commons into passing the 1868 Great Knitting Reform Act. Her Majesty's Commissioners for Knitting were appointed to ensure the new procedures were adhered to and transgressions were punished severely. William Gladstone, an outspoken champion of traditional knitting, called the 1868 proposals
the finest piece of jiggery pokery ever placed before a parliament.
Yeah. But thanks to its provisions, and those of the 1881, 1890 and 1902 Acts, British knitting was able to achieve global preeminence by the time of the Great War.
Susanna Hend was buried in the village of Gristleworth, which boasts one of the finest Tudor mansions in England. In 1990, Radio 4's popular stately home series Legacy visits the house.
And so here we are in the Great Hall of Gristleworth, and it really is a splendid sight, isn't it, Nigel?
Yes. But you know, Hugh, I found something very interesting here.
Oh?
Yes, now, if you look down at the base of the wall here, you'll notice something missing.
Oh, yes. There's no skirting board, is there?
That's right. You see, in the French wars of... now, you'll have to correct me on my history. 1793 to 1815?
Yes.
Well, the country needed all the wood it had for building ships. So new houses had to suffer.
I see. So Gristleworth, built in 1799, was therefore built without skirting boards. Fascinating.
Gristleworth is the location of one of Pamela Chetney's permanent installations, Cheddars of Many Nations, a panoramic view of the Crown Prince of Cheeses. Of this work, Stanmore Dilnot has less praise.
One has to wonder, has Chetney lost it? The odours do not mingle, the colours and shapes, although attractive, are neither original nor intriguing. Can be missed.
A better review from Dilnot that week heralds the publication of a new biography of Oleg Projitikov, novelist and playwright, considered by many to be the quintessential Russian writer. His 1,200-page novel, Death Every Day for a Century, is described as...
similar to Dostoevsky, but without the humour.
The new biography of Projitikov is written by Dr. Warren Fenteng, an American social commentator. His only other work of note is a biography of Janet Flagar, the leader of the large nation of fat militants. Responsible for the adage,
"In the country of the blind, no one looks fat."
She shoots to fame in 1978, when she declares that thin people should be forced into exile. Her famous Rivers of Lard speech, in which she insists that thin and fat can never truly live in peace, creates uproar. At a meeting in 1981, she gives what is to be her last major speech.
That's the one! You killed her!
You bastard!
The assassin, Stordent Welk, is a solitary, recently redundant pull-and-straighten man from Akron, Ohio. The classic lone gunman, he is obsessed with the crime novels of Edgar Gritt, such as The Sleep of Reason Produces Mobsters and Bullet Dancer. But glaring holes appear in his testimony. By using the now discredited Flepper defense at his trial...
I'm sorry.
His conviction is assured. Welk remains an enigma, and his final words as he's being led away from the dock...
Toast! Where's the toast?
strike many people as being bizarre in the extreme.
Toast, as we know it today, first caught on in the coffee salons of Europe in the mid-18th century, when it was eaten with no topping. The global explorers of the 16th and 17th centuries had brought toast back from the Indies and South America, where it was revered as a holy food, since all four elements are involved in its creation.
Toast today comes under the auspices of UNTASA, the United Nations Toast and Sandwich Agency. In 1992, UNTASA commissions Pamela Chetney to create a special work in Paris that represents toast and cheese. She calls it To Brie or Not to Brie, and during the summer it is visited by over 10,000 Parisians and tourists. While in Paris, Pamela takes a new lover. He is Preston Jubb, a lecturer in containment theory from Queen's University, Toronto.
Mr. Jubb, can you explain what containment theory is all about?
Sure, Dan. Well, theories about containers were first proposed in the early part of this century by Einstein in Zurich, Lenset in Paris, and Otten here in England. But it was really the work of Sir Basil Pape at the Ministry of Information during the Second World War that popularized the jargon. Phrases like containing the enemy and fighting was contained in a small area were used in news broadcasts and really sparked the public's imagination.
Yes. Now, you've got a book out, haven't you?
Oh, yes. This is all contained in my book of human containment. It's a beginner's guide to the whole theory and its history.
Preston Jubb, while a radical student in the 1960s, coined the slogan,
"If you're not part of the container, you're part of the contained."
Jubb's book describes the problems the British government faced over its controversial privatisation of pavements in 1989.
There's a new future just around the corner for Britain's streets, and you could be part of it. From the 12th of June, there'll be 2 new companies monitoring our walkways. National Grey Pavements to administer grey slabs and tarmac, and BritPave for those of all other colours. Prospectuses are out now, and you can pick up yours from your local post office, or by writing to this address.
We're walking into tomorrow. Share it with us.
But after privatisation, the state of Britain's pavements worsens rather than improves. The minister involved, Penge Takrini, faces criticism after statistics reveal that accidents rise by over 30% per year under the new system.
But you can't prove anything with statistics, you know. Privatisation has been a great success.
But how can you say that, Minister?
Asks James Naughtie on The World at 1.
When people don't know which authority is in charge of which pavement. For example, where pavements have grey and white slabs side by side, who's responsible for repairs? Or, if a pavement that was grey fades away to white, what happens then?
It was all dealt with in the bill. NGP and BritPave turn up and take a look at whose slabs are causing the problem, and then they make appropriate repairs to their own slabs. You can't expect them to work for each other, James. The shareholders wouldn't have it. It would be like getting the postman to read the gas meter.
Takrini survives the encounter with Naughtie, and his career continues to advance. In the post-1992 election reshuffle, he is given the portfolio for renumbering Britain's motorways to bring them in line with Europe. Motorists and cartographers alike are enraged.
Well, it says here I'm on the M6472A, but there's no sign of Redditch anywhere. No, I'm very angry about this.
Takrini's successor at the pavement board is Genghis Trevelyan, a politician of Mongolian Cornish descent. He has more success in regulating the pavement bodies and is regarded by many commentators as one of the top young ministers. Trevelyan's wife, Valerie, is the owner of the Valerie Gallery in central London, which is currently playing host to Pamela Chetney's most recent exhibition, Too Good to Be True. Trevelyan visits the exhibition on his birthday and is surprised to learn not only that he shares the date with the cheese sculptor herself, but that more significantly, both he and Pamela Chetney were born in Northampton General Hospital at 9:15 a.m. on the 8th of July, 1955.
What a strange coincidence.
He is heard to exclaim.
Elastic Planet was written by Ben Moore and featured the voices of Oliver Postgate, Miriam Margolyes, Gary Waldhorn, Michael Simpkins, Dan Strauss, Kerry Shale and Alan Dedicoat, with Hugh Scully and James Naughtie as themselves. The producer was John Naismith.
Is an elastic planet. Things bounce, things cohere, and things snap. You are on a train. It is 1947. And as you steam your way through a dark autumn landscape, you shiver from the chill. Outside, a cruel wind swindles branches of their leaves, while vicious hailstones tap ill-tempered rhythms against the window. There are 5 other people in this carriage with you, and it is possible they have nothing in common. One is reading a book, one is humming a tune, another is napping loudly. A 4th is writing in a notebook, and the 5th, well, let us start with him.
Next stop, Wheelball, then fast for Manchester.
But we better hurry, as that is your stop. The gentleman in question wears a hood, and at first you think him a monk, but no, for this man is a fish head. His body from the shoulders up is actually that of a fish.
Fish heads. Up to the middle of the 15th century, such individuals were a common sight in these isles, sharing many of our larger towns with normal heads.
However, in 1433, a panic about falling fish stocks spread across the land. Long-simmering accusations that the fish heads were telling fish how to avoid the fishermen's nets soon surfaced, and the community was expelled from England. Many died in the infamous St. Bargwood's Day riots.
In a scene invariably cut from modern productions of Henry VI, Part 3, Shakespeare's view of the expulsion of the fish heads is made clear. Robert Stevens of the RSC discusses the scene in BBC Two's The Play's the Thing.
This Piscean menace, these men whose heads share not the image of our Maker, rather the countenance of a cod. Whom do they serve, us, or some watery master whose name they utter in their fishy tongue?
So why do you think most directors choose to drop this scene?
For length reasons, mainly. It doesn't add anything to the main thrust of the plot, and for an audience unfamiliar with the persecution of the fish heads, I think it just confuses.
But you like it?
I do. I think it's very powerful. The way Shakespeare treats Jews in The Merchant of Venice, or the working classes in a number of plays. The fish heads here, the outsiders, the dispossessed, is tremendously interesting for an actor. It's important to get inside these people's heads.
Not literally, then.
They're pretty heavy, those masks. No answer, sir. Do you have no defense?
He'll say nothing, my liege. He dare not, for his guilt be as plain as his gills. Speak!
The remnants of the English fish head population relocate to the North Spanish coast, but their numbers dwindle over the years. And when, in 1902, our fellow passenger Bloodagle Glabubbldup is born, fewer than 100 remain to continue their unique lifestyle. In 1933, Bloodagle leaves his village and goes to work for Salvador Dali as a watch melter and cloud arranger. But life as a painter's assistant is limiting for him, and he decides to come to England to see the homeland of his ancestors. It is this pilgrimage that brings him onto this train today.
These seats are rather uncomfortable,
he says, with only the slightest hint of a fish head accent. And he is right, for the seats on British trains have remained uncomfortable since the days of the Second World War, when furniture rationing was a fact of life. The lack of experienced carpenters on the home front meant that Churchill entrusted Sir Jasper Kelty, the former head of the National Shoe Board, with an expanded Ministry of Furniture to overcome the problem.
That chair is needed. That table is needed. Stools, cupboards, and chests of drawers. All are needed.
Well, I never. But why?
That chair is needed by the RAF as a cockpit seat for an airman. That table is needed by Army Command to move pieces of wood around on so we know where our troops are. Stools are needed on fighting ships where chairs are unwieldy. That cupboard in a barracks. That chest of drawers for the Royal Marines. All are needed.
We must all do our best to support our men and women at arms. Now, if that means going without a chair so that a brave pilot can meet his challenge in the air, or a table so that our commanders are more easily able to plan engagements, then I know the British people will not hesitate to shoulder this burden.
It is this same Sir Jasper Kelty who now sits in the far corner of the carriage, writing in his notebook. Before his promotion, he had been the junior minister in charge of counter-defence, where his brief had been to make it difficult for possible enemy paratroopers to find their way around the country. After taking down road signs all over the countryside, he orders that place names be spoonerized to further confuse possible invaders. Thus, Bognor Regis becomes
Rogner Beegis,
Herne Bay becomes
Burn Hay,
and Welwyn Garden City is renamed
Gelwyn Sarden Whitty
for the duration of the war. Kelty's assistant at this time is Linton Swalcliffe. Obsessed with opposing the 5th column active at the time, Swalcliffe organises 6th and 7th columns to sabotage the work of the saboteurs. Swalcliffe is killed by a carpet bomb in 1942, during the height of the German carpet bombing campaign. But his youngest surviving daughter is now sitting opposite Kelty in the carriage. Phaedra Swalcliffe is a prodigiously intelligent 15-year-old. At the age of 3, when most youngsters play with imaginary friends, she was already playing with imaginary numbers. Her mother tells a meeting of the Women's Union of her daughter's abilities.
Phaedra never ceases to amaze us. When she was just 8 years of age, she spent a whole weekend relisting the London telephone directory in numerical order. She has found it hard to mix with children of her own age, and has consequently taken up solitary pursuits. She can often be seen playing chess against a wall in our back garden and passes evenings translating the Old Testament into semaphore.
It is Phaedra's grandfather, Obadiah Meltooth, who is the author of the great history of the fish heads, Cod and Mammon, and it is this work that provides the inspiration for Bloodaggle to make his long trip. The book Phaedra is reading is A Stiff Upper Lip by Clara Nomran. Set during the Great Moustache Race of 1911, when the Daily Sketch offered £5,000 to the gentleman growing the finest moustache by Derby Day, it details... But Phaedra cannot concentrate on the details, as the man across from her and to her right is continually humming. This is not entirely surprising, however, as he is Fardru Miletto, the renowned baritone, who has just broadcast on the BBC an interview regarding his latest production. This is the opera Dolph Svengor, universally acknowledged among singers to be unlucky, and usually only referred to as the Swedish opera, or the SO.
So, Mr. Miletto, would you tell the listeners about some of the ill fortune that has dogged past productions of this piece?
Asks Florence de Van Smetten on the third service.
Well, at the premiere in 1902, a chandelier fell on the audience, killing 30 people and injuring dozens more. In other productions over the years, sets have fallen down, singers have lost their voices, whole rows of seats have been stolen from the auditoria. All have led to cancelled performances.
And in 1906?
Ah, yes. At a production in San Francisco, they thought everything had gone without a hitch. Then, during the final bow, a great earthquake struck. But these are indicting days, Flores. Talk of the opera itself being unlucky is, well, I should venture to say sheer poppycock.
Extracts from the Swedish opera are sung at the 1976 proms.
Good evening and welcome. You join us at the Royal Albert Hall this evening for a performance of arias from Menborsson's Dolph Svengor. The opera tells of Dolph, a young shepherd, and his encounters with a gang of comical sheep shearers, Loppo, Wedgar, Sintuna, and Basp, who wish to shear his sheep. Dolph's escape from the four takes him to the land of no trees nor lakes, a country where trees and lakes are absent. His lament, I wish there were trees or even a lake, is sung tonight by... Oh dear.
Miletto is also a leading expert on primitive cuisine and regularly dines at Le Neolith, a Stone Age restaurant in Mayfair. A review by Letitia Neckhead sums up the experience of dining at the establishment.
The excellent ambience is achieved with cave paintings on the wall and smoky fires throughout. Apprehensive patrons are dragged to a table by their hair. We began with a wooden bowl of berries in ash, complemented by the lukewarm and greyish soup of 1,000 nuts. A dull tang of weed roots was noticeable, and that is, I'm sure, how the diner at the dawn of time would have enjoyed his hors d'oeuvre.
The craze is brought to an abrupt halt in the summer of 1939, with the exposure of the Piltdown stew hoax, when the recipes are proven to be combinations of much younger dishes. Sir Jasper Kelty, a co-owner of Le Neolith before the scandal breaks, is almost forced to resign, but he retains his post when he orders the restaurant's closure. Redundancies are inevitable, and among those fired is the glass chef, Wallace Denflavelli, who is the man now snoring on the shoulder of Fardru Miletto. Denflavelli blames Kelty for the loss of his job and sets about the latter one evening in 1937. The fight is broken up by one Rudyard Edgeblair, an astronomer, who is on his way to dine with Angela Tiss. Tiss, the woman of whom Dorothy Parker once wrote,
The general reader greets a new novel by her in much the same way as the prodigal son was greeted by the fatted calf.
Writes using the pseudonym Clara Nomran. As well as A Stiff Upper Lip, she is the authoress of Open Seas, Closed Hearts, an epic set aboard a ship attacked by marauding pirate Methodists in the early 19th century.
The pirate Methodists were indeed much feared. They identified their targets from the horizon and then attacked swiftly and without mercy. They boarded the ship and quickly set up Bible study groups and prayer meetings on all decks before abandoning the now stricken vessel to seek out other prey. The effect was always devastating. Dorothea had heard of whole fleets that had been left drifting without the will to dance or drink.
In her heart, she knew they would treat her most cruelly, taking away her pretty dresses and leaving her a dowdy frock. Her hair would be tied back plainly, and her sense of fun extinguished. Pirates they were indeed that stole not treasure, but pleasure.
Angela Tiss and Rudyard Edge-Blair are engaged in 1940. By then, Rudyard has already embarked upon his massive substitute Zodiac, which he completes in 1953.
Well, you see, Edge-Blair's work is tremendously important. The light we receive here on Earth from the stars in the night sky is in many cases millions and millions of years old. So distant are these bodies away from us that it's entirely possible that over the period between the moment the star transmits its light and when we see it, that the star has exhausted itself and no longer exists. Now, if this were indeed the case, we clearly need a new map of the stars, and that's what Edge-Blair provided us with in 1953. In all likelihood, generations of future astronomers will not observe Taurus the Bull, Orion the Hunter, or the Plough when they gaze into the heavens, but his new constellations of Fido the Poodle, Atco the Lawnmower, or Champion the Wonder Horse.
Tiss and Edge-Blair's wedding is at the Church of St. Lawrence the Bearded in the small town of Whittlable, which happens to be the home of Wallace Denflavelli. As well as the site of the first St. Bargwood's Day riots that drove the fishheads from Britain, the constituency seat of Sir Jasper Kelty, the location of Fardrew Miletto's performance tonight, and of Phaedra Swellcliffe's school, Bedean. All of which means there'll be an almighty rush when the train stops there. But Whittlable is still 10 minutes away, and that thought consoles you as the train journeys onward into the night.
Elastic Planet was written by Ben Moore and featured the voices of Oliver Postgate, Miriam Margolyes, Dan Strauss, Michael Troughton, Neil Malarkey and Ben Moore, with Patrick Moore, Richard Baker and Sir Robert Stevens as themselves. The producer was John Naismith.
Is an elastic planet. Things bounce, things cohere, and things snap. A square has 4 equal sides, a pentagon 5. This is taught wherever classical geometry is observed, and long may it be so. But what lies in between? Is there a shape that has 4.5 equal sides? Surely not. But in 1980, in an unbroadcast edition of Think of a Number, Johnny Ball and his young audience learned otherwise.
Righto. Now, if I draw a shape, any old shape, on the board, of course. It's an odd shape, isn't it? I've never seen that one before. No, that's no good. Somebody else. What's your name?
Jason.
Oh, right, Jason. Here, you have the pen, and you draw a shape. Any shape you like. Good. That's the one I did, isn't it? I don't think that works, but Penny, can you come down a minute, please?
Okay, Johnny, stand by.
I was doing this piece on internal angles, and we just done a triangle and a circle, and then I drew this odd shape.
It had 4.5 sides, didn't it?
Well, that's the only way to describe it. It had 4.5 sides. I thought, that's not right. That can't be right. And I got a kid from the audience, and he did the same thing. And then we said, well, what's going on? I mean, it's very odd. Well, we stopped the show.
And that piece never went out?
Oh, the whole show never went out. Because of that shape, I reckon. I mean, I can't think of anything else. They just pulled me and showed an old deputy dog instead.
Johnny Ball is interviewed by Eric Poems, a researcher on ITV's Is It Really So Strange? Poems has just completed a piece on spontaneous human digestion, a rare phenomenon in which people die from being eaten from the inside by their own stomachs, and is looking for a lighter topic. He names the peculiar shape the Balagon, after its apparent creator, and begins his investigation into the incident. The producer of that edition of Think of a Number is Penny Darluri, a collector of forged McCoys. In her younger days, she achieved brief notoriety for having the first fingernail tattoo in Britain, which read, "Born to be filed."
Yeah, that show. You want me to talk about it?
Yes, if you could, please.
Sure. Well, we've just done a bit about these circles, where you have to draw wedges underneath them or they just roll off the page. And Johnny wanted to do a thing about other shapes.
I've seen the footage. What happened afterwards, sir?
I really don't know. I lost my job on the show 2 weeks later. They said the shape thing had nothing to do with it. And now, well, I've been here ever since.
Here, for Penny Darluri, for the last 13 years, has been the pro-celebrity shipping forecast that goes out on the World Service every Friday.
North at Sierra, south at Sierra, westerly backing southwesterly 6 to gale 8, declining 5, mainly fair.
Lundy, Fastnet, Irish Sea, westerly severe gale 9, becoming 18, showers dying out.
No, Henry, it's becoming 8.
What did I say?
Becoming 18. Don't worry, that's only the strongest wind ever recorded.
Okay, let's go again.
Penny's ex-husband is Stephen Darluri, the famous photographer. Poems catches up with him at his new exhibition of the souls he has stolen from native tribes around the world.
You're famous for your shots of Cambodia.
Yeah, I took a number of shots of the aftermath of the American raids, where they dropped the hot jam on the villages. First there were the burns. This was real hot jam. And then the stickiness, of course, that covered everything. Then the flies came. Awful human misery. It was barbaric.
And hot jam has never been used as a weapon of war since?
No, thank God.
I wanted to ask you about this shape. Do you recognise it?
Yeah, that's... Hey, who the hell are you?
Eric Poems. I think it's why your ex-wife lost her job. Now, can you explain why
Poems,
this would have...
If I were you, I'd leave this well alone.
Come on,
get this guy out of here.
Come on,
get your ass
all I wanted to do...
A chance meeting in a bookstore sets Poems off in a new direction. The man he meets is William Toddington, an investigative journalist with a colourful background. In 1969, he is expelled from Monte Carlo for cheating at cards when he introduces a fifth suit, oblongs, into a poker game and declares 5 of a kind.
Well, I got back and started my work on the Titanic. You heard of it?
The ship, the one that was hit by an iceberg.
An artificial iceberg. They've been using them for centuries. You want to know why the Titanic was sunk?
Yes.
Wallpaper.
Toddington shows Poems documents and letters relating to American wallpaper in the first decade of this century.
We are behind the British and Europeans in every respect. In design, we trail them by 5 years. In paste, by at least 10. The whole American industry needs an injection of European wallpaper, and the maiden voyage of the Titanic provides us with the ideal method of transporting it across the Atlantic without arousing suspicion.
The American agents ensured that every cabin had different wallpaper, and virtually all of them had this shape.
The Balagon?
If that's what you call it, yeah. That's why they had to sink it. They couldn't allow the Americans access to Balagon designs. Oh, they eventually got British wallpaper as a precondition for entering the First World War, but I'm pretty sure none of these designs were part of the deal.
Toddington's knowledge of the conspiracy to suppress geometry receives little attention. So for a while he retires from his work and begins to create obscure pieces of performance art.
I'd go out into the countryside at weekends, and when I saw a haystack in a field, I'd hide a needle in it.
Why?
I don't really know. I was very confused at the time, and I think I was proving to myself how difficult this research was. And besides, a bit of fresh air, you know.
Eventually, in 1987, the Tate Gallery in London buys one of Toddington's haystacks for £30,000. Entitled The Difficulty of Shapes in Wallpaper, the sale enables him to move to Torquay, where he becomes the thinking man's paranoid.
I'm paying people to sabotage my life. If I'm going to have fears of a conspiracy against me, I want to know they're justified.
But you're behind the conspiracy.
Exactly. Who better? I can always keep an eye on myself then.
Poems turns up little else of value in his interviews with Toddington and is no nearer to finding who is behind the shape conspiracy. He now traces Jason Tegglebury, the boy who assisted Johnny Ball, to the Four Corners Sports Club in the London borough of Shortney. Now a blow billiards champion, Jason is keen to show off his skills.
That's 5 points. I've got to use some spin on this one. Oh, so close.
Do you remember drawing this shape on Think of a Number?
Oh, yeah. No, not really. Why? Never seen it. What shape? Who? What? Got the wrong bloke, mate. Sorry.
Tegglebury has recently been working for a firm of rearrangement engineers, whose director is a name Poems recognises. He is Ken Iglast, whose aliases include Willis Norbull, Ken Norbull, and Iggy Kenbull. In the 1970s, he works at the BBC under Penny Darluri.
Funny Ken, yes.
Rearrangement engineers are employed by one set of feuding neighbours to break into the other party's homes and move their possessions around.
What's happened, bub?
Well, the settee wasn't in for a start. And look at the TV. It's meant to be in that corner, isn't it?
What about the kitchen?
Oh, pretty bad. Plates put in drawers, cutlery in the oven, and they put a fridge on the shelf.
Who do this? I mean, it's going to take ages to sort this all out.
Well, we hide keys down the back of the sofa, put salt in the sugar bowl, turn duvet covers inside out.
But it's not illegal.
Oh, no, it's not illegal. You'll find us in the Yellow Pages. Loads of people are turning to us these days.
Iglast's brother, Wayne, is a successful thriller writer and chronicler of some of the Cold War's nastier excesses. In his 1985 novel, The Warm Room, made into a miniseries by the American network TKO, he expounds some of his theories.
You see, Bob, those Soviets, they don't fight fair.
What do you mean? Give me details.
Okay, but be ready for a shock. Behind the Iron Curtain, they're using in utero advertising.
What's that?
Well, let's just say Madison Avenue would kill to have this technology. All right, communist women, right? They go into hospital, they have their wombs lined with propaganda, and then they get pregnant. Imagine, that baby can't go anywhere for 9 months, and all it sees is obey the party, and the West is evil, and strive for a communist future, oh child of the socialist millennium. Stuff like that. The kid is brainwashed before it's even born. You see what we're up against.
I can't believe this. I mean, jeez.
The producer of The Warm Room is Eddie Margin, the millionaire who introduced tooth massage to Western Europe in the early 60s. In 1973, he sinks a lot of money into the failed part work Practical Home Voodoo.
When things get you down, when someone gets in your way, when they get on your nerves, get the magazine that shows you how to get your own back. Practical Home Voodoo builds up in 26 weekly parts into a comprehensive guide to improving your life through Caribbean mysticism. We'll show you how to control objects, raise zombies, and inflict pain over a long distance.
Ow!
And before long, you'll be doing it like in Live and Let Die. Only 45p, free doll and pins with issue 1.
The photographs in Practical Home Voodoo are taken by Stephen Darluri. But when Poems tries to confront him about this by telephone, he is rudely treated.
No! I've nothing more to tell you about anything. Goodbye.
On the verge of giving up his research, Poems reviews his work to date and stumbles across a previously overlooked remark by Toddington.
Yeah, but of course the person who really knows about this stuff is Lucy McRabin. Sugar. Lucy McRabin. Sugar. McRabin.
Lucy McRabin is widely known as the authoress of Life is a Terminal Disease You Get from Your Parents, a self-help book for those who are unhappy with their lot.
This is the address. It's a clairvoyance shop. Knock twice if you want to come over the threshold. Hello? Is there anybody there?
Who is it?
McRabin invites Poems into her house and spins a story more shocking than the researcher had been led to expect.
It all goes back years. Gordon at Khartoum. The only reason he fell was because when he ordered the delivery of 500 guns, he was sent buns. Currant buns.
Yes, that's well known. It was an administrative error, wasn't it?
Do you think so? 1957, Anthony Eden stepped down due to ill health. But he got too near the truth, like Gordon. You know what his last speech was about? The shape of things today. He'd known about the hot J-bomb the Americans were developing as well, and was going to expose the whole thing. Toddington's told you about the Titanic? When they raise it, the truth will come out, you know. The writing will be quite literally on the wall.
Oh, you mean the shapes? The Balagon?
Yes, the Johnny Ball incident. Its real name is the Quadridemi Altair. I could show you the 6.5-sided shape, and there's one with 13 3/4 equal sides too. They all exist, but they've been suppressed. Suppressed for years.
Why? But by whom?
Did you know they're drugging our electricity?
Really?
Why do you think so many appliances go wrong? Look, here's my television on their drugged electricity. And here it is with my homemade electricity.
It says entertainment. I've never seen that effect before. So all our maid's electricity is being drugged?
And batteries. But I'll bet you're wondering who the people behind the conspiracy are. The last people you'd ever suspect, actually.
But that is where Holmes's tape runs out. And it seems the names of the conspirators behind strange shapes, hot jam, and drugged electricity must remain a mystery. However, if you want to learn more, we recommend the following books.
Covering the Titanic by William Toddington. The Warm Room by Ken Iglost, also available on video. Electricity, the Drugs Donkey by Lucy McRabin.
And invite you to make up your own mind.
Elastic Planet was written by Ben Moore and featured the voices of Oliver Postgate, Dan Strauss, Michael Troughton, Neil Malarkey, Kerry Shale, Cyril Jenkins, Jamie Owen and Ben Moore, with Johnny Ball and Henry Cooper as themselves. The producer was John Naismith.
Is an elastic planet. Things bounce, things cohere, and things snap. The world is a full zoo, with beast and plant aplenty. So let us now create an imaginary menagerie and learn some more about the natural life of our elastic planet. People often speak, metaphorically, of aristocrats being born with silver spoons in their mouths. But for the Honourable Hamilton Pramden, the condition turns out to be a reality. He grows up without many friends, but becomes close to animals, learning their many argots. It is his career that provides the basis for the Dr. Dolittle stories, when, in 1889, he produces his controversial study of animal linguistics. He translates birdsong, the barks of dogs, and the lowing of cattle into English, and publishes his results in Of Interest to All magazine.
I learned that the usual tweets and chirrups one associates with the bird life of England are not as innocent as we may wish to believe. Rather than the birds talking to one another or simply expressing joy or grief, our birds are actually engaged in what amounts to little more than a torrent of abuse. For example, this sparrow's song is translated into English thus.
Ugly man and your yet more unpleasant wife, you smell foul and are ignorant.
The wren.
Sir, your moustache resembles the path of a dyspeptic slug. It revolts one.
Even the nightingale, a bird whose song has been celebrated by poets such as Keats for its grace and melodious timbre, has a distasteful agenda.
Foolish humans, you do not realize we insult you. Ha, ha, ha.
His translation of the colourful language used by migratory birds from Africa that come to Britain during the hot summer of 1892 marks the beginning of birdsong registration, where any bird singing songs not condoned by Parliament could face fines or even imprisonment. After Silent Sunday, 3rd of October 1892, when no bird sang anything, Pramden negotiates a compromise by which he will translate no more songs if the birds undertake not to continue their vulgarity. Pramden's grandson, Terry Bembyfield, continues his family's interest in animals and is currently the owner of a successful stable of hurdling cattle in Norfolk. In 1992, he calls Hayes Over Britain on the subject of the countryside.
Right, our next caller is Terry from Norfolk. Terry, hello.
Yes, hello, Brian.
Hello.
I'm calling about the new range of hills here, the Europas, that they've made with all the earth they dug up from the Channel Tunnel.
You don't like them, I assume?
Well, no. They've destroyed the whole ecology of the area. The habitats of the wading moles are gone. And a dozen varieties of slapping and cutting nettles have just been wiped out. Why do we need these hills?
John? Yes, hello, Terry.
Yes, I'm here.
You do know that this was all in the bill that went through Parliament?
Yes.
Well, it does seem a little late in the day to complain. I mean, nobody complained when they extended the Pennines with earth excavated from digging the London Underground, did they? Britain needs hills.
What do you say to that, Terry?
Well, I'm all in favour of the tunnel. But before, it took me 5 minutes to walk to the stables. Now it's nearer 3 hours.
Well, because I've got
to walk up and down all these hills, yes.
Despite his annoyance, the new hills provide an excellent training ground for his hurdling cattle, and Benbyfield is named Trainer of the Year after his 4-year-old bullock Tristram Alabaster wins the Frisian Derby. One of his backers is Dr. Alan Fingerness, an experimental scientist whose previous work has included training hummingbirds to whistle and gargle and developing indoor ivy. In 1988, he is employed by the Home Office to grow sharper grass for parks and is featured on TV's The Lab.
Why are you doing this, Dr. Fingerness?
Well, you see a notice. It says, keep off the grass, yes? You think, well, it's a shortcut or it's a sunny day, I'll lie down there. Well, you'll soon think again when you tread on this. Have a feel.
Ow! That's really sharp.
Yes, you won't be doing that again in a hurry, will you?
Fingerness begins his experiments on plants and animals in San Francisco in the late 60s. It is the era of flower power, and with his technical know-how, 3 whole blocks of the city are run on generators, powered by daffodils, tulips, and daisies. It is while he is in California that Fingerness becomes executive vegetation consultant to Buck Lumbridge, the producer of many of the most popular llama movies of the early 60s.
Yeah, it started with That Crazy Llama. I guess that was 61.
Gee, Ann, does your llama have to come everywhere with you?
Sure, Rick. Father wouldn't have the first clue about how to look after him.
Well, I sure know how to look after you. Come here.
Oh, Rick. Oh, that crazy llama.
Then in 1962, there was Waiter, There's a Llama in My Soup. Oh, boy. Cary Grant hated working with that llama.
Table for 2, please.
And is the llama with you, sir?
Yes. Is that a problem?
Oh, no, of course not. This way, sir, and, madame?
Now, darling, that's hardly ladylike. Don't worry about your jacket. It'll just brush off after it's hardened.
Yeah, we did That Crazy Llama in New York in 62 as well. Then A Llama Merry Christmas and Follow That Llama, which was Warren Beatty's first movie. But each time, they pulled in smaller crowds. I don't know what was wrong. Maybe the scripts, maybe the titles, I don't know. And the llamas weren't exactly great actors either, let's be honest there. I guess it's kind of significant that Shakespeare never wrote no parts for llamas, did he?
After retiring from Hollywood in 1976, Lumbridge moves to Tipperton, Alabama, where he becomes honorary chief warder at America's first ant prison. After a record 10,000 4th of July picnics are disrupted by ants, the state's governor resolves to imprison the culprits. At first, the prison is deemed a success. But then it is discovered that the ants are organizing escape parties through the holes in the wire mesh perimeter fence. The site is soon redeveloped as the American branch of Alan Fingerness's research group.
And your American lab, what are they up to?
They're looking at strawberries. We're now convinced that the size, position, and number of spots on a strawberry skin might be a form of communication.
Communication with whom?
Other strawberries, we think.
One of the technicians at the Alabama lab is Debden Partner, a Greenberry valve manager who hails from Quasmahoney in northern Canada. He has previously worked in Arizona as Wile E. Coyote's stunt double in the Roadrunner cartoons.
Meep, meep. Cut! Okay, yeah, print that. Great fall there, Debden.
Thanks, Jack.
Debden's wife is Louisa Partner, a former hippie from Fingerness's time in San Francisco and the woman who introduced him to Buck Lumbridge. Her hobby is collecting gong beetles, a mysterious arthropod from West Africa.
You see, they have this little resonating plate just under their exoskeleton. And when you squash it, well, try one.
All right. Let's have a listen. Oh.
The females are slightly higher pitched.
Yes, it is high-pitched, isn't it? And this doesn't hurt them?
Oh, no, it was a defence mechanism, like thorns on a rose.
Louisa leaves Tipperton in 1986 and travels to India, where she meets up with a former San Francisco colleague. He is Rava Pishta, a member of the Hindu unsmellable caste. With her nostrils blocked up, as tradition dictates, Louisa pays a visit to Rava's bovine refugee camp.
Why are there so many cows here?
They come to India after hearing how we treat cows in our country. You know, with reverence. They believe it will be an easy life for them here. This group here, they came by boat, I think, from Vietnam.
They're all illegal immigrants?
Illegal immigrants, yes. They hoped for a good life, but this is what they get. It's sad. But what can we do? India has enough cows. They would be better off staying where they are, working on dairy farms or pulling carts.
Yes. Their dream of a better life here in India often becomes a nightmare.
We have to send them back. That is what we're doing today. They cannot stay in India.
In 1992, Louisa returns to settle in her hometown of Dullingham in Derbyshire, the site of one of the more controversial events of the 1926 general strike. The pit ponies from the town's mine are the only ones to work through the strike, and this naturally leads to bitterness afterwards. The diary of one miner, Jack Tasketh, speaks frankly about these feelings.
Today was the day for going back, but the pits did not seem the same. These ponies with whom we'd shared our tasks, our meals, and our stories, they were no longer our friends. Strike breakers are strike breakers, whether they're men with arms or small osses with hooves. The atmosphere down the shaft was black, and none of the men had a word to say to the ponies, not even a pat.
Many ponies were shunned by their workmates, their wives and families ostracised by their communities, and the Ponies' Union, the NUP, expelled from the TUC. What Nye Bevan called the sugar lump socialists paid dearly for their allegiance to the mine owners.
The current manager of the mine is Thurman Ketlock, a keen follower of alternative horticulture, who eschews modern fertilizers and the like in favor of more esoteric methods. He ultimately leaves British coal to become gardening correspondent for the Dullingham Herald. The guru of alternative horticulture is Ian Durl, host of Anglia TV's Grow Up in the 1970s.
Right now, let's put a bit of crushed china on these roses here, and I'm dabbing some cat sputum on the buds here. Right, now some rust that I'm scraping off an old hubcap. That should give it the oxide and the colour it needs. Now, let's have a look over here, yes. I've got a rhododendron bush, and it's really responding well to the acupuncture. Can you see? Look at the quality of these leaves. You can really feel the yang of the bush coming into balance with the yin.
Durl quits the show in 1980 after a hate campaign from the provisional wing of the Royal Horticultural Society and takes a post producing natural history films. His work with Julian Pettifer on Safari is both enthralling and original.
Right, well, we've managed to get up quite close now, behind the very rare carpenter elephant. One of the few carpenter elephants left in the wild today. And this is fascinating, because we've reason to believe we may be near the legendary Elephant's Lumber Yard, the mythic place where the elephants go to do woodwork. Yes, look over there. They're bringing down the wood, and my goodness, that one's sawing it. Can you see the female planing down that small log into a chair leg? This is tremendous. This is so much better than we dared to hope for. Now the head carpenter elephant is going... Yes, he's fixing that hinge beautifully. Remarkable pictures, quite remarkable.
We leave Pettifer in the African dusk, the sun setting golden beyond the savannah. And silhouetted there in a tree, a migratory bird sings to herself. It is a song translated by the Honourable Hamilton Pramden 100 years before.
Elastic Planet was written by Ben Moore and featured the voices of Oliver Postgate, Dan Strauss, Kerry Shale, Jeff McGibbon, Fiona Allen, and Ben Moore. with Brian Hayes and Julian Pettifer as themselves. The producer was John Naismith.
Ours is an elastic planet. Things bounce, things cohere, and things snap. All the world's a stage. So said the playwright William Shakespeare in the 17th century. But scientists now believe that all the world is in fact a lump of rock with trees and houses on, whizzing through space at speeds in excess of 1,200 miles per hour. Who is right? Or is the world in fact something else entirely?
Hello, I'm Warren Spurgeon, and this is The World Unfurled.
Last year, unemployed actor-director Warren Spurgeon travelled to all four corners of our elastic planet, recording his experiences for the BBC as he went. Most famous for his 1987 experimental haemophiliac version of Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice.
If you cut us, do we not bleed? Crumbs, lots, ow! Oh, has anybody got a plaster?
Spurgeon found the British theatrical establishment increasingly reluctant to commission his work. His attentions inevitably turned overseas, from where his unique travelogues first came to the attention of the BBC. And so it happened that Warren Spurgeon, his equipment on his back, set off from Broadcasting House by taxi one sunny July morning.
Well, our first stop is Finland, and I'm on my way to Heathrow now. We're just passing through Trafalgar Square, and on my right I can see, well, what must be the unveiling ceremony for the square's summer palm tree. A gift from the people of Tunisia for this country's help during the war. Turn right here, I think.
Finland has some of the richest natural paste deposits in the world, and it is in these frozen wastes that most of Europe's raw toothpaste is mined.
You try some, Warren?
What? Just put my hand in?
Yeah, yes.
Ooh, it's bitter, but it's certainly toothpaste.
Yeah, we must send it to the refinery before it can be safely tubed.
Next, Spurgeon travels overland to France, where he meets and spends time with the monks of St. Thomas the Disciple. The order follows its founder's philosophy of doubting anything until they have directly experienced it.
Today, the monks are visiting Brother Jean-Luc, who refused to accept that driving whilst asleep was dangerous. He broke both his legs and lost an eye. In the next bed, Brother Laurent, a doubter of the heaviness of anvils. Amputated foot.
Spurgeon continues his journey by sardine trawler, bound for North Africa and the country of Morocco, where he is caught up in a minor international incident. He talks to Sarah Raddle, a correspondent from The Independent.
So, Sarah, what's the crisis about?
Well, it's a trade dispute. Moroccan tiles are very popular abroad, as you know.
Yes, I've got some at home, actually. Green with pink.
Right, but the government here refused to sign the 1989 International Tile Agreement. This specifies tile grout ratio worldwide, and it's very important for net grout exporters like Britain and America. And now they're saying they won't deal with Morocco until they sign up.
And that's because otherwise they could be using more tile and I suppose less grout in their walls.
And the Western Allies won't stand for that. It's putting the whole GATT deal at risk.
What? Tiles?
After a brief stay in Mali to observe endangered hairstyles, Spurgeon travels inland, eventually arriving at the former site of the Mambanda Falls. These splendid waterfalls were stolen by British explorers in Victorian times and have never been returned.
Well, this is a different scene, but no less interesting than any I've yet witnessed. I'm in Mambanda, location of one of the British Empire's worst excesses. It's a bleak view. Even a century on, the people here still yearn for what they've lost. Tomorrow, I'll be speaking to Norris Fistling, Professor of Imperial Studies at the University of Kampala.
Once the Empire had plundered all the gold, jewellery, marble statues and such like from the conquered territories, her eye turned towards the geographical features of the annexed lands. This Bernese River was taken to Cornwall, and this Himalayan mountain was put in the Cairngorms. But the biggest project, of course, came in 1879. The Mambanda waterfalls were drained and taken apart using native labour before being shipped back piece by piece to the flat Kent coastline. There they now stand, forever a symbol of British power and a bulwark to possible foreign invasion. And thus were created the White Cliffs of Dover. The people of Mambanda want them back, you know.
Kwa nini? Kama mojawapo ya mataifa ni jambo kubwa sana.
Yes, it is time to return our falls.
Kwa sababu hii,
for 110 years, the river has just sloped in a trickle down this hill. But before, there was a mighty waterfall. Our stories tell of its great power and importance to our people. Justice demands the return of our landscape.
North again now by paddle steamer, as Spurgeon travels up the Nile to Cairo, where the culture of the pharaohs gave the world the several ways to skin a cat mentioned in the platitude.
I'm in the National Cat Museum here, and they're demonstrating 2, 4, 6, I think 8 ways to skin a cat. It's well worth a visit.
Spurgeon then travels by olive oil tanker to Singapore, where, in the bar of the Hotel Bingo, he finds a dejected figure slumped over a glass of whiskey. This figure was once known to millions as Bang, the fourth Rice Krispie brother, and his story is a sad one.
I thought I was going to be a star, you know? Like Tony the Tiger. I saw what J.P. Kellogg had done for him.
But you didn't get on with Kellogg.
No. Snap, Crackle, and Pop went along with everything he said. Wore the silly costumes, did all the stupid promotions, but I wanted a career as a serious actor. Yeah, the money was good, but I felt the more I was identified with the serial, the less likely I was to get good parts in the theater. I don't think the directors took me seriously.
And it came to a head in 65?
Yeah, I've been offered a season in England with the RSC, but Kellogg wanted me and the rest of them to do a tour of children's camps. I couldn't do both, so I told Kellogg where to go. Snap, Bang, Crackle, and Pop became Snap, Crackle, and Pop. They went global, earned a fortune in royalties, all married models, and forgot all about me.
And you lost out on earning millions. Bitter?
Well, obviously. Yeah, give me another whiskey, pal.
Spurgeon then crosses the Indian Ocean by tea clipper to Claxton, New Zealand, where he makes an interesting discovery.
Way up here in the mountains of South Island, the 19th century immigrants have left a distinctive legacy. In Miss Perkins' classroom here, the 6-year-olds learn an alphabet with only 24 letters. C and Q not having survived the 12,000-mile journey from Britain.
Spell car, Peter.
K-A-R.
Now spell quince.
K-W-I-N-S-E.
Spurgeon continues overseas to South America, island hopping by balloon. It's while flying over the birthday islands of the South Pacific that he notices large toupee-shaped objects floating in the water. Can these be the so-called lost wigs from the mysterious heads of Easter Island?
Down there! Look! They're giant wigs! Can you see them?
The first city he visits in South America is Quito in Ecuador.
This is an extraordinary place. It boasts the world's longest continuous zebra crossing at 3.2 kilometers. It's the scald capital of South America, and so high is it in the Andes that air has to be piped up here from sea level. It's good to be out of the capital, and I'm now seeing the real Ecuador. Today, I'm at one of the oldest folk festivals in Latin America, the annual Fiesta de las Mesas, or Festival of the Tables, here in the Andean village of Catlana. Table makers from far and wide come here to trade stories, share new techniques, and discuss their hopes for the coming year. And what you can hear behind me is them singing one of the traditional Canciones de las Mesas, or Songs of the Tables. Tonight, they'll elect this year's Table Queen. In some years, she's a bow-legged girl. In others, she's dark and shiny. But one thing is certain, she always represents the best of the year's tables. Oops, there goes the table. Oh, this is getting crazy.
It's by bus to Mexico City now, where Spurgeon pays a visit to the Global Pink Unit at the International Colour Registry.
Well, that really is pink, isn't it? And this is the most perfect example of pink anywhere in the world.
Si, senor. This is the pink.
Well, I just wish I could describe it for the listeners. I mean, well, it's just pink. Very, very pink. You say you have the green unit here too?
Oh, si. Yes, all the colors. This is the green.
Well, that really is green.
He continues north by taxi to San Francisco, a city where, due to plate tectonics, the buildings are receding from the sidewalks at a rate of half an inch per year. Here, in the early 60s, the craze for beat poetry extended from coffee bars to meteorology offices. Dan Lasker was one of the so-called beat weathermen.
Oh, those were good days, man. I'd come on after the news, and my band, the Cold Fronts, would, strike up a riff. Hey, do you want to hear us?
Yeah, go on, put it on.
Okay, man. The quality's not so good, though.
Get it, man. Yeah. It's a gray day. Hey, here in the bay. Wind, your cold breath of winter. Northerly, reaching 25 miles an hour. And worse, there's a shower. Whoa! Rain reigns with his gray scepter and crown of dull clouds accumulating in the upper atmosphere. Hey, go rain, go away. 'Cause while you're here, our lives are gray. So in summary, gray bay today. Hey, cool guys. Back to you, Jack.
I've travelled now by hire car to the town of Fetid, Arizona, home to the only tuned piano in the Old West. The town guide is Melissa Tarpan.
One of the common features of Western movies is the piano player in the saloon bar. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know the scene when the villain swings the door open and the piano is silenced. But the villains coming to Fetid would have heard something more melodic. We like to hope that our piano being in tune contributed to the largely amicable atmosphere in our town in those days. So we say, welcome to Fetid, Arizona. Not so much the Wild West as the Mild West.
Our traveller has now been away nearly a year. He returns home on a freighter bound for Scotland.
Well, I'm back in Britain at last, and I've come to the small Ayrshire village of Muckle, where the townsmen are playing a game of cahoots. Well, it involves some balls, a caber, 2 lengths of rope, and a newly shorn ram. It's an intriguing game. In fact, I'd say it was the most complex game I've ever seen played.
Cahoots! That was never cahoots.
And I'm just going to ask one of the players the rules.
The knockout plays his ball, through the rope, neldy, if he has the ram. But if he holds a tuple pewsy, it can square the tuple wood, you see.
So Warren Spurgeon is back on British soil, and we must leave him now to grasp the rules of cahoots in his own time. You will, of course, be able to hear his adventures in full next year on Radio 6, under the title The World Unfurled. In the meantime, be sure to enjoy your stay on our elastic planet.
Aye, but if you hold the ringing edge full square.
Elastic Planet was written by Ben Moore and featured the voices of Oliver Postgate, Dan Strauss, Michael Troughton, Doon McKeechan, Kerry Shale, Alexander Armstrong, and Ben Moore. The producer was John Naismith.
Is an elastic planet. Things bounce, things cohere, and things snap. On a desert island deep in the Indian Ocean, it is another perfect day. The sun burns white throughout the morning, and by mid-afternoon, remarkably little has happened at all. But what is this, bobbing on the next wave to reach the sandy shore? It is a chest from a shipwreck, Marked on the side is the legend HMS Unsinkable and the initials AI. But it's what's inside it that concerns us most. A spoon, a plate, some underpants, a tin of paint. What could be the connection between these everyday objects? And what possible association could they have with the flamenco guitar? All will be made clear.
Ah, yeah, that's the Italian Fire Brigade, 1984 to 88.
Says Lawrence Dunton House, a siren writer from Manchester, on Radio 5's Sounds Different.
You're absolutely right. Do you know every siren in Europe?
Well, I wrote that one, so I should know it. I think next it goes like this. Na-ni-yaw, na-ni-yaw.
Lawrence's studio is a veritable Aladdin's cave of electronics and horns. We were lucky enough to catch Britain's top young siren writer as he took a break from his hectic schedule to talk to Sounds Different. Why do people come to you to write their sirens?
Well, for a number of reasons. After a while, you get used to hearing, say, a police car, and it doesn't have the required effect anymore. I mean, you hear this, and you think, oh, it's just a police car. Not, oh, it's a police car, which is what they want you to think, obviously.
It's a matter of image, then?
Yeah, they want a modern siren that says, you know, get out of the way, or don't worry, we're here, and they come to me to give it to them.
So what are you working on right now?
This? It's the European Community's uniform ambulance siren, due to come in next year. The idea is that wherever in Europe you hear this, everyone will know it's an ambulance. So I'm mixing in bits of Greek ambulance with some of the more upbeat stuff coming out of Germany these days, to try and give it that pan-European feel.
Lawrence's mother is Dame Wendy House, the first Minister for Society under the Macmillan government, and the designer of the children's play area to which she gave her name. After retiring from public life, she writes a history of spoon development in Britain.
Think back to the early 19th century, the start of our information age. More people could read, and they were reading more things, like recipes.
Add 1 dessert spoon of salt, a level soup spoon of pepper, and a wooden spoon of cauliflower suet.
But what were the dimensions and volumes of these spoons? In the West Country, a tablespoon had been traditionally large, whereas in London the fashion was for daintiness. And this led to chaos in the kitchen, summed up by Punch in their famous cartoon, Marching to a Different Spoon. The government had to be brought in, and in May of 1840, the National Spoon Design Competition was launched, with considerable relief and anticipation. At last, Britain would get a standard dessert spoon. The 3 finalists were these spoons: the Britannia from Derby, the Classic from London, and over here, an early favourite, the Caledonian from Aberdeen. Queen Victoria herself judged the merits of each spoon: the weight, the volume held, the lip, the curve of the handle. All these factors were taken into account. She even tested them at royal banquets, checking the fronts of guests' shirts afterwards to see the dribble coefficient. Anyway, on Christmas Day 1840, the Britannia was named the Imperial Standard Spoon, and to this day it remains the most used spoon in the Commonwealth. In 1962, the greatest honour of all was bestowed upon the Britannia when the Cutlery Commission of the United Nations voted it the Global Spoon Standard. Recipe writers and ordinary spoon users alike hailed this small tool that had conquered the world.
The designer of the Britannia is Lloydgarth Manhandling, a distant cousin of Sir Aelio Nemborth, the Swiss banker, who becomes the first non-Roman Catholic Pope in 1836. Manhandling's fame is short-lived, however, when in 1844 he falls victim to Donald Dutting's disease and his days of cutlery design are numbered. The father of the modern spoon dies penniless in 1869, his workshop remaining empty for nearly 20 years, until another great inventive genius takes it over in 1888. He is Arthur Bennett, the man behind modern underpants, and his story is told in the 1957 MGM film, Bennett.
Arthur, are you still up, dear?
Oh, you're working yourself far too hard. You are. Couldn't you just slow down for a while? Please, Arthur, for me.
Oh, Rose, you are such a sweet, sweet thing. But don't you see I've got to do this? I can't let the Prussians get to the secret of the new underwear first. I simply can't. Imagine the power they would have then.
The screenplay writer is Ray Frenn, a former spitz dancer from South Dakota, who comes to Hollywood to make a name for himself.
I mean, this was it for me. The guy who took old-style underwear, they were more or less diapers, nappies, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
And gave the world the pants we recognize today. It sweeps through this epic story. Napoleon's Edict de Pont, the Prussian pants stricken. I even had a scene with Abraham Lincoln's drawers. Now, this was big-budget stuff. MGM's big movie of the year.
What was the hardest scene to write?
The actual moment. You know, when Bennett is exhausted, but he knows he's done it, and the world gets to learn of his breakthrough.
That's it. Here, in front of me, I've done it. By George, I have pants. God be praised for pants.
That's right, Bud. Englishman Arthur Bennett today announced...
Les contes du futur sont arrivés, monsieur.
Achtung, die Toasten reingescheiden Sie, Herr Bennett.
Los pantalones del futuro están llegado aquí, señor. Arturo Bennett es el hombre.
The news spread all over the world by telephone.
Yep.
38 years before Bell invents the telephone.
Frenn's career comes to an abrupt end when his anachronistic telephone device is exposed in Variety, and he returns in disgrace to Dakota. After his return, he works throughout the 60s and 70s as a synchronized paddling instructor. One of his pupils is Lacey Trunker, heiress of Wellnow Trunker, the paint king of the West. The tomboyish 6-year-old Lacey learns her way in the business by joining her father's firm in the paint naming department. Despite her lack of years, she is promoted to senior vice president and assigned to the company's Geneva office. This move provokes wide interest due to the importance of Switzerland in the international paint market.
Switzerland's paint business is worth around 15 billion francs per year, and it's been like that since 1970, when the tactical paint deposit was commissioned deep under Mont Blanc. There, the Swiss government stores a gallon of emulsion for every man, woman and child in the country. Why? Swiss Minister for Planning, Kukon Schmelt.
In the event of nuclear war, though we are neutral, we will be affected. There will be destruction and mess, but with our precautions, Switzerland will be able to redecorate itself, while all else in Europe will be mere dust, scorched walls and ashes. It is projected the global paint industry will take decades to recover, but we Swiss will have nice walls again quickly, and that is something that is very important to us.
Schmelt is the great-nephew of Louis Lacroix, the inventor of washing-up liquid. Before the Great War, people would use their plates just once and then throw them away, soiled. But in 1915, the combination of Lacroix's new washing-up liquid and a shortage of clay to make new plates began to revolutionize our crockery habits. The Tatler's Miss Ethel column observed,
"Whether or not washing up, as the new fashion is termed, will last the war is open to question. But, dear reader, Miss Ethel has tried eating off reused plates and has found it acceptable. Clearly, for those who can afford to, the purchase of new plates for each meal will remain de rigueur. There can be nothing like the freshness of fresh food on fresh plattage. Lacroix's liquid is certainly admirable, but no doubt has a limited appeal to those for whom crockery is no mockery."
The Miss Ethel column is written anonymously by Venetia Manhandling, daughter of the spoon designer Lloyd Garth. Her grandson, Nerin Manhandling, is a keen motorcyclist and vicar, and he combines both interests at the 1978 Royal Tournament.
And entering the arena now, from Salisbury, the Church of England Motorcycle Display Team. Please welcome the White Miters.
And what a splendid sight they make. They entered the stadium in cross formation, 5 men high at the top there. The team is 9 strong, all ranking archdeacon and above, and they've been together for 6.5 years. Their leader, the Reverend Donald Fromart, told me before the show, it's not all smells and bells or tea and cakes in the C of E. It's also nuts and bolts and twists and turns. God gives us the grace, he says, to do these stunts. And now, to the tune of Abide With Me, the team are riding their 125cc Triumph Luthers in an intricate series of moves they call Parting the Red Sea. Magnificent.
After the tournament, however, controversy. The choreographer of the Twirly Bird motorcycle majorettes, one of the other display teams, complains to organisers that the White Mitres artistry was achieved by the use of performance-enhancing drugs.
Yeah, that display. I mean, with all due respect, these being men of the cloth and all, but we think it was impossible unless they were using something illegal. I think the organisers should carry out a urine test, and you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they found Exactol in every sample. That's all I'm saying.
Exactol is indeed found, and the White Mitres are dismissed by the Anglican and motorcycling communities alike. Therein manhandling accepts his punishment, but is unrepentant.
Yes, we used Exactol, but it wasn't as though we needed it. It just added to the skill. It didn't create it.
It made your movements exact?
Yes, all the routines were neater when we took it, but we were good enough anyway.
What have been the side effects?
Well, I've stopped using it now, but when I was on it, I was tremendously fastidious about things. The house, the garden, spelling, food, dressing, posture, punctuality, lists.
Nerin leaves the church and marries one of his parishioners, Gwen Boodley. In the early 70s, she is an actress, and as such records some tapes for the speaking clock when the post office is considering going over to the binary clock system.
At the third stroke, it will be 11110 minutes past 10 and 101,000 seconds precisely.
Gwen's first marriage to heavyweight boxer Larry Boodley ends in 1972, when he converts to Orthodox Judaism and takes the name Abraham Isaacson. As the Hendon Hebruiser,